Dirty Business. An Alpha Billionaire Romance. By Elaine and M. Love.
Prologue.
Ethan was used to pain. In his short 7 years alive, he had experienced quite a lot of it, both physical and emotional. So the idea of pain did not really frighten him anymore. At least, he never thought it would. It was always a different story when the pain was actually inflicted. And it was no help that his mother seemed particularly skilled at hurting him when he least expected it. Like today. Ethan had been fairly enthusiastic about his day at school. The math test had been an absolute piece of cake. Chicken fried steak was served for lunch, his was government subsidized, and he missed the bus, which meant he got to walk home in a little bubble of solitude. But when he got home, his entire world turned on its head. He thought that his mother might still be at work, but she was not. He found that out the hard way. The moment he opened the door, she hit him in the stomach with such force that he immediately dropped to his knees. The lunch he had so savored only a few hours earlier immediately threatened to come up as he struggled to catch his breath. The pain was so immediate and so intense that he did not even have time to cry out. Ethan had been caught completely unaware, which was what his mother had intended. As much as she loved inflicting pain on him, she relished it all the more when he was surprised. "You little creep," he dimly registered her incensed tone as he tried simultaneously to draw breath and to keep his lunch down. "Did you think I would not notice you were not on the bus?" Ethan could not answer her just then. Even if he wanted to, he would not have been able to. He could barely speak at all, just a pattern of pained wheezes that whistled raggedly past his lips. "Mommy," he gasped. Do not give me your excuses." Alicia Weathers slammed the door behind her son so hard the windows rattled, missing his head by bare centimeters. Unlike him, she had had a particularly bad day. For Alicia, it seemed like every day since Ethan had come into her life was a bad day. Her husband, the man she loved more than anything else in the entire cosmos, the only one who had stuck by her when her parents had all but abandoned her, had left just a few days after the child was born. It was obvious, he told her with no small amount of derision, that she loved the boy more than she loved him. The statement had sapped any remaining love that Alicia might have had for her child, and in truth there had not been very much to begin with. Alicia was a young woman with the misfortune of having drug-addicted, abusive parents, who had thrown her out at the age of 15. Despite her hatred for her parents, she slowly slipped into their exact shoes. By the age of 19, she was married to a man equally as difficult and abusive as both her parents had been. At 20, she thought that the solution to her problems might be a baby. How very wrong she had been. For Alicia, Ethan was just an addition to her many troubles, and she made sure that he knew it every day of his young life. The only reason she had not given the boy up for adoption was because the state gave her money for him as long as she was making minimum wage, and she could not pass that up. "Take this." She shoved the bucket and sponge that she held at him. "And clean the bathroom. It is a mess." Ethan knew better than to remind his mother that he had cleaned the bathroom just the previous day. He had no idea what she did in there, but whatever it was, it ruined the space within hours of his scrubbing. Not that he could ever get the bathroom too clean. The toilet leaked, and there were little bugs everywhere that he did not know how to get rid of. "Can I have my friends over afterward?" It still hurt to breathe, but he somehow managed the question anyway. When his friends were over, his mother usually did not hit him so much. Probably because she worried about what one little boy or another would say if given the chance. It was the one foolproof way he knew to avoid his mother's violence, if only for a little while. Alicia's face screwed up in confusion. Though her first impulse was to deny the boy, if his friends came over that meant she would not have to deal with him for a while. She was always open to a little alone time. "Fine," she scowled at him. "But do not come up to my room. Do not come anywhere near my room." "I will not," Ethan promised swiftly before his boon could be rescinded. "I promise I will not." But Alicia did not hear him. She was already too absorbed in the prospect of her next moment of peace. She was already starting up the narrow, rickety staircase toward the only bedroom on the second floor. They lived in an old one-bedroom townhouse, and Ethan made his bedroom in a corner of the living room downstairs. He did not mind. There was more space there, and less chance of his mother rolling over in the middle of the night to hurt him for waking her up. Ethan hurried to the bathroom to clean as fast as he could. As always, the place was a mess, and he tried not to think about what exactly he was touching as he cleaned it. It took the small boy about half an hour to clean up his mother's mess. He dumped most of what he found in the garbage and did his best to wipe clean all the surfaces he could reach. After dumping out the dirty water, he rushed for the telephone to call his friends over. As he stood on his toes to reach the kitchen counter, he winced at the sharp pain that lanced through him where his mother had hit him in the stomach. It still hurt. But he was used to this kind of pain. Despite being small for his age and constantly unkempt, Ethan was popular in his first-grade class. He had an easy way with other kids that the teachers admired. He never got into fights, and he was, without question, one of the brightest children in the year, if not in the entire school. It was perhaps his intelligence that kept him from running away. Even as hopelessly unfair and unpredictable as his life was, even at age 7, he knew that getting hurt with a roof over his head was better than being homeless without the hurt. After he called 4 of his closest friends to invite them over, he quickly tidied up the area designated as his room. A corner of the living room held a child-sized mattress covered in a thin blanket, a few piles of clothing, and piles upon piles of books, most of them centered upon math and science. Math was Ethan's favorite subject, and although suggestions from his teachers to move him up a few grades had almost sent his mother into fits, they certainly did not mind lending him a few upper-level books. Ethan had finished all the books currently on loan, and would have to remind himself to ask for more. He was excited to see his friends, and even more excited at the prospect of teaching them something new. One of Ethan's favorite things to do was to teach what he knew to his friends. They told him that things like algebra and negative numbers were too hard and did not make sense, but to Ethan they were easy. And that made him feel good. While Ethan was busy trying to decide what new math theory he was going to teach his friends, Alicia was preparing herself for her daily moment of peace. She had left something important downstairs in the bathroom, where her son was cleaning. With a low mutter, she hurried downstairs. When she got to the bathroom, however, the item was not there. Alicia did not panic immediately. Rather, the terror crept up on her in slow increments as she searched the bathroom, tearing apart what Ethan had so meticulously cleaned. By the time she had pawed through every nook and cranny, Alicia was blinded by fury and fear. What had that boy done with it? She had paid almost $1,000 for it. It was supposed to last her the rest of the month. If he had done something to it, she was going to make him regret it. She stormed into the living room to find her son poring over a book, completely absorbed in its contents. In that wild, inexplicable moment, Alicia saw him clearly. She saw her child, nothing like her, brilliant, handsome, and resourceful, who had stood up to her bullying since he could barely stand by himself. He was destined to be more than she ever would, and she hated him for it. When she went for him, Alicia's intent was serious. When his mother slammed him against the wall, Ethan felt something inside him give with a sickening sound that took his breath away. And then the pain, oh the pain. Like something was poking him from the inside, struggling to get out. The pain was like nothing he had ever felt before. He screamed. He could not help it. The sensation was so sudden and intense that Ethan could do nothing but scream, which only enraged his mother further. "Where did you put it?" she demanded, striking him across the face so hard that he was shocked into silence. "Where did you put my things? If you threw them away, I swear it." "I do not know, Mommy," Ethan managed, reduced to hysteria as the pain consumed him. "I do not know what you are talking about." "Yes, you do." Now Alicia's fingers wrapped around his slender neck, choking off his breath bit by bit. "Tell me where you put it." Even if Ethan had known what she was talking about, he would not have been able to answer her. He could barely breathe as things stood. He hurt all over, and he could taste something warm and metallic in his mouth. If Alicia Weathers had not been so wrapped up in her rage, she might have noticed that the friends Ethan called had arrived and were gaping open-mouthed at her from the doorway. She also did not notice that one of the boys had told his mother how Ethan was always hungry and wore tattered clothes, and that the woman was in tow with the homemade lasagna for Ethan and his family. Elizabeth Warden was the kind of mother that Alicia was not. At the sight of the younger woman trying to hurt her son, she leapt into action, racing for Alicia and yanking her off Ethan. But the younger woman was far stronger, and soon turned her attentions on Elizabeth herself. At the sight of his mother struggling, David Warden immediately called 911. Ethan and David's mother ended up in the hospital. She had multiple lacerations to her face, and he had a few broken ribs, bruised lungs, and a mighty concussion. When Ethan came to, it was not to his mother's face but the face of a stranger. A kind blonde woman with glasses and a sweet smile told him she was sorry, but he was not going to be able to see his mother anymore. Ethan cried, but it was not because he was sad. It was because when the blonde lady held him, he felt safer than he had in all his years with his mother. And though he was only 7 years old, he knew that was not the way things were supposed to be.
Chapter 1. Scratching the Itch. 22 years later.
When his phone rang, Ethan hardly gave it a passing glance. He knew exactly who was calling and why they were calling, and it was far too early in the morning to get yelled at least in his humble opinion. He had barely gotten up 5 minutes ago, and he needed a cup of very strong coffee before he was ready to tackle the day. Before that, it would be physically impossible to take any phone calls. He pulled on his robe and shuffled into the shower, looking forward to the espresso that awaited him when he got out. Rosita made the best cup of coffee in the city, and he was lucky to have her putting up with his nonsense. At least, that was what he thought until, halfway through his shower, came a knock on the bathroom door. He poked his head out to glare at the closed door. "What is it?" Rosita cracked open the door to poke her head in. "Sorry, Mr. Kensley." She extended his cordless office phone through the crack in the door. "It is Mr. Allister. He says it is very important that he talk to you." Allister? Was not Allister in the Midwest somewhere? What was he doing calling Ethan at this hour of the morning? With a groan, he reluctantly shut off the shower and reached for a towel to wrap around himself, before stepping grudgingly onto the slick tile floor. No sooner had he taken the phone from Rosita's outstretched hand than he was speaking into the receiver. "Allister, what could you possibly want at this hour?" "Me?" A deep Highland brogue came back brusquely, making Ethan wince at its volume. "I do not want a thing." With his accent still heavy even after almost 2 decades stateside, the statement sounded more like, "I dinna want a thin." But Ethan, unlike many people Allister ran into, had no problem deciphering his brother's way of speaking. "It is 4 in the morning here, Ethan, and I just got a call from Vlad who asked me to call you because he knew you would not pick up your phone." Well, that was a dirty trick. Ethan had not thought that Vladimir would try an alternative way to contact him, but he supposed he should not be surprised. When it came to getting work done, Vladimir was one of the hardest taskmasters in existence. "Well, darn. Darn is right. It is the middle of the night here. Call the madman and let me go back to sleep." Right. Ethan, normally guiltless in every endeavor, could not help but feel a little guilty on this one. If there was anyone in their family who was less of a morning person than he was, it was Allister. Of course, Vladimir had preyed on that particular detail. The rascal. Apologizing once more, Ethan hung up to silently fume for a moment. His first impulse was to call Vlad out on his sheer nastiness. One of the caveats of having a brother who was also your boss was nonsense like this. The only reason Ethan did not immediately call the older man was because he recognized that, in part, well, if he was honest, this situation was kind of his fault anyway. Raking a hand through his damp hair, he leaned against the edge of the sink to call Vlad's private number. His older brother picked up on the first ring. Alistair was angry, was he not? Ethan did not know what infuriated him more, that his brother knew exactly how to play all his siblings, or that he always seemed to have the upper hand in an argument. That was, perhaps, because Vladimir did not often engage in arguments he did not think he could win. That was cold, Vlad. What is cold, his brother returned in an irate tone, slightly colored with his Slavic roots, is not answering a call when there is something important to discuss. Ethan repressed a groan. Somehow, Vladimir's idea of important differed greatly from his own. Vladimir, we finalized those figures yesterday. I have made some adjustments, Vladimir returned succinctly, making Ethan's eyes widen. What kind of adjustments? Those ledgers were perfect. Vladimir, what have you? I suppose you will know when you reach the office. Ethan glared daggers at the phone, cursing his brother's curious mix of wile and gall. I will wait for you. See you soon, Ethan. And then he hung up, leaving Ethan to gape at the phone like an idiot. How did he always let Vlad back him into a corner? Was it not enough that the man was just as ruthlessly intelligent as he was, if not as mathematically inclined? No, Vladimir just had to get under his skin. He forced himself to take a deep, calming breath. This, he reminded himself, was not Vlad trying to be vicious or underhanded. No. This was just Vlad being Vlad, and if he, as his brother, had not come to terms with that after almost 2 decades of getting to know the man, then he was the one at fault. Another deep breath, slow and easy. The elder man could be infuriating as all get out some of the time, but he still loved him, still did his best to meet his never-ending demands. And that was what he was going to do now. Quickly, he toweled off and dressed in one of his favorite suits. Rosita, bless her, was waiting with his very large latte in a to-go cup. With his first grin of the morning, Ethan pressed an affectionate kiss to the older woman's cheek. I love you, Rosita. You love my coffee. Rosita winked at him. Hurry up now. As if he could do anything else. Ethan all but jogged towards the entryway of his penthouse apartment, stopping just before he opened the door to take a peek at the floor-length mirror in the entryway. His father and brothers might call him vain, but he did not think there was anything wrong with wanting to look good. He had not got to spend nearly as much time on his hair as he would have liked, but in his favorite dark gray suit, he would say he cut a pretty charming figure. Ethan always liked to tease his mother that because he was the only American-born of the 5 adopted Kensleys, he had to work harder to be appreciated by the ladies. He did not have an exotic accent, or get to jet away to far-off lands often. Instead, he relied on his looks, his good taste, and a rather warped brand of chivalry. Ethan's car was parked in a private garage, and he would never argue when someone called him particular about his vehicle. It was the first major purchase he made when he began work at his father's company, and it would always be near and dear to his heart. Apart from that, it was absolutely gorgeous. The silver Aston Martin glinted in the shadows. Its headlights blinked when Ethan unlocked it. The moment he slid into the driver's seat, he found some of the morning's stress melting away. In his car, it did not matter if he was in traffic or not. He could be at ease. Which was a blessing, considering that he and Vlad were probably going to bump heads the moment he stepped into the office. The mere notion was enough to give him a headache, so he shoved it aside in favor of contemplating what he would do when he was finished with work. If Ethan was going to have a stressful day, then the last thing he wanted was to have to deal with stress when he came home. He would want to unwind, and for Ethan, unwinding meant company. It always had. His lips curved upward into an indulgent smile as he pulled out of the garage and onto Park Avenue. The question was, who would he call? He had a ready and waiting list of women in his dossier, each of whom had their own particular merits. There was a fiery redhead named Stephanie, who was a Wall Street banker, and a blonde with French origins, Lunette, who liked to dress up. But if he were really honest with himself, Ethan knew who he would end up with. He had a thing for dark-haired women, and Carmen was the most alluring one he had ever met. She was vivacious, witty, and always willing to spend time with him. And it was she who he would call on tonight. Scene break. To be fair, Ethan's day was only about half as stressful as he had imagined it would be. Vlad had only wanted him to come in early, so he could personally tell him why the reiterated figures needed work, and so he could pile another project onto his already huge pile. Whenever he could, Vlad plotted to get Ethan into the office early, no small feat when one considered that the man slept until noon on his off days. Though Ethan might give off the image of a slacker, he held his family and the enterprise bearing their name in high regard. While he was at work, he was working and nothing else. He ran the accounting department that ran figures for not only the New York City hub and other cities in the United States, but also the international cities. It was a lot of paperwork, but it helped that Ethan was nothing short of a human calculator. He had been a savant with numbers as far back as he could remember, not that he liked to remember too terribly far into the past. Ethan hunkered over his desk all day, stopping only to have one of his favorite sandwiches, a Reuben, for lunch before diving back into his workload. By the time he finally finished all the figures Vladimir requested, it was about an hour after he had asked Carmen to meet him. But she, as always, was extremely flexible. She met him at the entrance of his apartment complex, and Ethan was struck, as always, by her effortless beauty. Tan skin, gleaming ebony hair braided halfway down her back, and exotic almond-shaped hazel eyes. He could imagine that when Carmen entered the courtroom, more than a few witnesses found themselves tongue-tied at the mere sight of her. After several encounters, Ethan was happy to say that he knew just how to handle the silver-tongued vixen. "You always keep me waiting, Ethan." Her voice was low and smooth as honey as she embraced him, kissing him on the cheek warmly. "What am I going to do with you?" He had several ideas, and all of them involved going up to his penthouse. "We can discuss it over dinner," he chuckled lowly, before lowering his mouth to the place where her neck met her shoulder. "We can order from that absurdly expensive seafood place you like so much." "I do not need dinner, Ethan." One of Carmen's best qualities, in Ethan's opinion, was that she was direct. She knew what she wanted, and had no hesitation in taking it. Ethan barely lasted until the front door of the penthouse. Luckily for him, Rosita had already left for the day, so they had the apartment completely to themselves. The moment they stepped through the door, the energy between them shifted. Ethan's fingers slid through her dark, gleaming hair as a low breath escaped him. He leaned back against the wall, letting Carmen take the lead for a moment, watching her with clear appreciation. But it did not last. He caught her by the shoulders and turned her, gently but firmly pressing her back against the same wall. Her quiet laugh was cut short when he kissed her, something she usually avoided. This time, she did not pull away. His attention drifted to her neck, his touch lingering there, drawing a soft reaction from her. Carmen's composure slipped just a little, her confidence giving way to something more instinctive as she leaned into him. Ethan noticed everything, every shift, every breath. Carmen had always had a bold streak. She lived on the edge of things, and that was part of what drew him in. There were no expectations between them, no complications, just moments like this. When his attention returned to her face, she met him with a look that said she wasn't done yet. Her hands found his shoulders, pulling him closer, urging him not to hold back. Ethan answered without hesitation, his focus entirely on her now, on the way she reacted to every small movement, every touch. The tension between them built quickly, familiar and electric. Carmen's breath caught as she clung to him, her earlier confidence giving way to something more vulnerable, more real. Ethan watched her carefully, intent on that moment when she would let go completely, and when she did, it showed in every line of her expression. That was what he lived for. That unguarded moment. Even as she caught her breath, she did not let him go. Her hands moved with purpose, pulling him along with her, as they made their way deeper into the apartment, eventually collapsing onto the nearest couch. But Carmen wasn't one to stay still for long. She reached for him again, drawing a quiet reaction from him this time. The long day faded into the background, replaced by something far more immediate. Ethan followed her lead, until as always he didn't. He shifted, guiding her, setting his own pace. Carmen laughed softly at the change, but the sound quickly faded as the moment deepened again. "Ethan," she murmured, a hint of impatience in her voice. "Just stay with me." He did not need to be told twice. Using his strength, he turned her gently, and she responded instantly, meeting him halfway. The balance between them, push and pull, control and surrender, fell into place as naturally as ever. They moved together through the apartment, the tension carrying them from one space to the next, until everything else blurred into the background. By the time the energy between them finally settled, hours had passed. Ethan lay back, catching his breath, a faint, satisfied smile on his face. Now, finally, he felt like himself again. The quiet did not last long. Hunger crept in, sharp and immediate, cutting through the haze of the night. He reached for his phone and ordered from a deli down the street, half listening as Carmen mourned the loss of her carefully planned seafood spread. When he was done, he set the phone aside and joined her in bed. Thankfully, she did not want to cuddle or make lovey-dovey talk. He was not good at that kind of stuff anyway. After a lingering kiss at the base of his neck that almost roused him to attention again, Carmen stalked back to the living room to check her emails on her phone. Ethan did likewise. It was not usual for Vlad to send him something in the middle of the night and expect that he had checked it by the next morning. At the sight of an upcoming notification, he frowned. Darn! He could not believe he had almost forgotten. "What has put that look on your face?" Carmen returned in short order with her phone, distracting him for a moment with her magnificent figure. "And do not tell me it is the intimacy, because I would know you are lying." Her snark brought a momentary smirk to his face. Indeed, there was not a single thing wrong with their time together. It pained him that he would momentarily have to put the set aside. Nothing important. He tossed his phone on the bedside table with a frown. "Just a family event, coming up. I am not looking forward to the planning stages. It means we will not be talking for a while." Carmen arched a brow as she took a sip of water from the bottle she had swiped from the fridge. "How long is a while?" Ethan shrugged, swiping the bottle from her to take a long gulp. "I do not know for sure. A couple of weeks? Is it the charity thing?" Carmen arched a brow in inquiry, her expression carefully casual. But he saw right through her in a heartbeat. The charity thing to which she so lightly referred was the Children's Charity Ball, one of the most exclusive yearly events in the city, made so by the $1,500 buy-in per plate. This, of course, was not to benefit the charity staff itself. Every penny went towards supporting orphans all around the world. It was a cause near and dear to Jackson Kensley's heart. Every year, Ethan's father liked to do things up in style. Taking other people's money to funnel it to where it is really needed, he called it. And the fact of the matter was that he paid for most of the ball accoutrement himself. The donations all went to the cause itself. Jackson would not have it any other way. Being a Kensley son, Ethan went every year. His entire family went every year at least, whoever was stateside. But tickets, despite being as expensive as all get out, usually sold out within the first few days that they were announced, and shortly after, people started doing anything they could to get admission. As casually as she acted about it, Carmen would probably do anything to get in. Ethan was not black-hearted. In a perfect world, he would offer Carmen an in. She would certainly look good on his arm at any high-class function. The caveat in this particular case was that his family would be in attendance, and Ethan knew better than to show up anywhere with a woman on his arm when his father was involved. Jackson would be all over him like white on rice, and then he would have to go through the process of explaining to his father that it was not like that. He did not want to get married right now, he was still young, and so on. "Yeah," he finally answered Carmen with a matching casual air. "Boring beyond boring, I know. Somehow I will survive." He did his best to pretend he did not see her crestfallen expression. This, he knew, would disappoint her, which might make her reluctant to deal with him in the future. It was something he had dealt with 100 times, and somehow he would weather it now. If he was lucky, Carmen would let him call her again. If he was not, there were plenty of other fish in the sea. Scene break. As Ethan might have expected, the next few weeks were some of the most hectic of the year. His workload was always heavier in January and February, and atop that, he had to help plan the upcoming charity ball. Luckily, when it came to aesthetic choices, his mother was more than willing to help out. In fact, Ethan went from seeing her once a month or so, to stumbling across her every day when he went to check on the charity ball. He knew that she sometimes felt a bit isolated at home, when her husband continued to work himself into an early grave and her sons had all left the nest. This was cathartic for her, and his father liked having her around. Thankfully, Ethan was not treated to too many days of lovey-dovey behavior at the venue or in the main offices before the night of the event finally arrived. After 6 weeks of being run ragged, Ethan finally allowed himself a moment to relax. After all, by this point, all the figures had been run, and all that was left for him to do was relax and enjoy the party. And what a party it was! Olivia Kensley had outdone herself as head of the decorating committee. The Metropolitan Museum of Art's main ballroom was decked out in hues of rose gold and cobalt blue, the colors of the charity to which they were donating. Impeccably dressed waiters with trays of champagne and canapes circled around the pre-dinner crowd. The attendees themselves were one of two groups, those who thought it was their God-given right to be there, and those who could not believe where they found themselves. Ethan greatly preferred to mingle with the latter. Despite growing up the son of a successful multi-billionaire, as well as being host to his own self-made fortune, the vast majority of people with money made his stomach curdle. His father called it too rich for their britches, and the phrase had made Ethan laugh since he was a child. Jackson Kensley made certain that no son of his was too rich for their britches. They each had a chore list growing up, and they only got allowances when all their chores had been done. If any of them thought they would just coast by on their father's name, they had quickly been proved wrong. To be fair, Ethan thought they had grown up well. To be standing where he was today was enough to put a smile on his face, and all his brothers had similar stories. But of course, Vlad was not smiling. When Ethan all but ran into him, he sighed at the look of suffering on Vladimir's face. He had never liked social functions, and atop that, Alistair told Ethan that Vlad had just gotten some very intimidating news. Their father was slated to retire within the year and Vladimir would take his place. Of course, that was no surprise to anyone in the Kensley family but Vladimir. Despite being one of the most efficient men Ethan had ever met, he had a crippling fear of failure. Something about worrying he would sully the name of the family that had taken him in. Of course, he never listened to all of them telling him that was impossible. The man had never missed a day of work in his life. But tonight, he was determined to frown his way through one of the best evenings of the year. "Well, you look absolutely miserable." Vlad rolled his eyes. Somehow, the dark-haired man managed to make even that imposing. "I am not miserable. I can just think of 100 other things I could be doing to prepare for my trip to Los Angeles." Ethan arched a brow incredulously. "What does this have to do with Los Angeles?" "Vlad, this is about tonight. You are not going to Los Angeles for weeks." "I have a ton to finish before I leave." Vlad's blue eyes all but gleamed with worry. "It will take me ages." "Dude," Ethan clapped him on both shoulders. "You need to take a chill pill, Vlad. Kick back. Relax. This is supposed to be a party. Do you not need to take a breather? Not when there is work to do." Ethan sighed long-sufferingly. He should not have bothered to ask. When it came to work, Vlad was completely and totally single-minded. He acted as if he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, which technically in many ways he did. It was not, however, as if he did not have a decidedly large family to support him in any endeavor he might seek to pursue. "Vlad," Ethan squeezed his shoulders firmly, I cannot believe I am saying this, but you need a woman." It was something their father might say, even though Ethan meant it in a completely different way. Vlad groaned, taking hold of Ethan's hand to remove it. "The answer is always a woman with you, Ethan. Some of us are built differently, you know." The last time Ethan checked, all men were the same. Wired a bit differently for sure, but the build was never an issue. Of course, he did not expect Vlad to find a girl to let off some steam with just because Ethan told him to, especially not with Los Angeles and father's retirement hanging over his head. Even under the best of circumstances, Vladimir was not the kind of man who went out to bars and picked up women. It just was not his style. Did not hurt to suggest a bit of a different approach, though. "Just do not worry yourself into an early grave, okay, Vlad?" Vlad merely grunted in reply, grabbing a glass of champagne from a nearby waitress before stalking off into the crowd. It was not long before he was overtaken by the family of a major investor in the company, and Ethan only hoped that maybe they would be able to cheer his brother up a bit. It was nice to see the people he spent time with in the office let their hair down, have the investors come down from on high, and spend time with the little people. Ethan always thoroughly enjoyed hobnobbing with the city's elite. He did this as much to make fun of them as he did to observe them, thankful that the Kensleys were so very different. Having had quite a few glasses of champagne before dinner, Ethan was pleased to be seated between his mother and a very attractive brunette. When he began to lean towards her, however, Olivia Kensley squeezed his hand. She looked resplendent in a red ball gown, just as attractive in her 60s as she had been 20 years earlier. "Married, Dove? And her husband is very possessive. Call him a scoundrel, but he was not the type that let marriage get in the way. He did not want to replace any woman's husband, but that did not mean that he would not oblige a lady if she threw herself at him. It would be rude, in fact." But his mother was right. A dinner table packed with New York's elite was hardly the place or the time. When he caught Olivia's eye with a sheepish grin, she merely sighed. "I am sure this is not what your father meant when he told you to pick a nice woman and settle down." Ethan made a face, even as his mother reached out to straighten the collar of the starched shirt he wore beneath his impeccable black tuxedo. "Mother, I am 30. I cannot just produce grandchildren on demand." "That is not what he meant, Ethan," Olivia sighed. But then they were cut off when dinner service started. Jackson Kensley himself sat at the head of the table, a few seats away, flanked on his right by Vladimir and his left by Lucas, his youngest son. Lucas looked just as in awe of his position as several guests who were probably coveting it, but anyone who knew anything about Jackson Kensley knew that he valued his family above all else, and it always showed. Dinner was delicious, as it always was, 5 full courses of the things his father most liked to eat, such as garlic chicken with rosemary potatoes and grilled asparagus salad. Ethan could not complain, as he, and most of the table, came away completely satiated, fully prepared for the list of speeches and recognitions of donation that were to come afterward. "What was Mum scolding you about?" Lucas managed to sneak up on him as they were reconvening in the ballroom, and Ethan merely grinned at him. Since they were younger, Ethan liked to tease Lucas about the remnants of his British accent. Even at the age of 28, it had not quite disappeared. In truth, as a teenager, Ethan had been slightly envious of it. Unlike Lucas and his other brothers, Ethan had been born and bred on American soil. There was nothing exotic or interesting about him, at least in his opinion. "None of your business," Ethan jibed playfully, elbowing his brother in the side. Despite being younger, Lucas was of equal size, and the blond man took it like a champ. "Enjoyed basking in the limelight, sitting next to Dad at the head of the table, did you?" Ethan asked. Lucas's wide green eyes took on the expression of a deer in headlights. "I do not know how you guys stand it. Everyone is looking at you. Everyone whispering. Well, Vlad does not stand it. He hides away and leaves the rest of us to tackle his media absence." Ethan jibed. "Maybe you should take a leaf from his book." "Ethan," Lucas frowned, "you know Vlad has his issues." Somewhere there is an entire volume written on Vladimir's issues, Ethan returned with a small smirk, but we will not address that now. His expression softened somewhat. You think he is going to be all right? He is walking around like a zombie. News of Dad's retirement hit him pretty hard. He will be fine. Lucas's lips curved upward into a confident smile. Probably the most stressed he has ever been in his life. Vlad is only reacting accordingly. Yes, well, maybe I should tell him Dad is considering Alistair as chief executive officer. That might turn him around pretty quickly. Lucas's expression turned to one of horror. Their eldest brother's temper and propensity for daredevil stunts were legendary. When they were younger, he had told his father that he would sit in an office and be beholden to stockholders over his dead body. Jackson had only laughed at this proclamation. Anyone with an ounce of thinking power knew better than to try and tie Alistair down in an office. He belonged outdoors, doing all the crazy stuff he liked, which was why he was head of land acquisition. And he was very good at his job. Speaking of someone very good at her job, Ethan was eyeing the decorative chair, who had worked with his mother. She was about 2 decades younger, and wearing a dress that showed off her awe-inspiring figure to the hilt. He must have been staring as Lucas smacked his arm in reproach, a knowing smile playing about his mouth. Do not get into too much trouble, Ethan. The light-haired man chuckled, clapping his brother on the shoulder. You should get into more trouble, Lucas. I am sure it would serve you well. Any further conversation they might have had was cut off when their father stepped up to the podium to make his speech. Even in his 70s, Jackson Kensley cut an imposing figure in his starched suit and tie. He stood tall and proud at the podium, gazing over everyone assembled there. When he spoke, he did not need a microphone for his voice to resound through the ballroom. Thank you to all my esteemed guests, my friends and my family, everyone in attendance who helped make this night an event to remember. I am always heartened to see so many of us come together to help those in need. That, Ethan knew, was not the primary reason most people had come to the event. They came to see and be seen, but that was beside the point. Their money was still going to a good cause. Every year, Jackson went on, I travel the world for both business and pleasure. Both in our own country and abroad, I see the difficulty that orphan children endure. It is imperative that we help provide for those children who cannot provide for themselves, so that they might lead bright and prosperous futures. Polite applause greeted this statement, with a few pockets of strength from those people who actually believed in the cause to which they donated. Ethan and his brothers applauded the most heartily of all, with good reason. As all of you know, Jackson went on, his expression simultaneously solemn and proud. Each of my 5 sons was adopted. Their circumstances were different, and as men, they were vastly different people, but all they required was an opportunity to shine. They make me prouder than I can imagine every single day, even if they continue to grind my nerves on an off day every once in a while. That incited a smattering of chuckles, and Lucas caught Ethan's eye with a grin. Vlad was off in a corner somewhere, no doubt lamenting that he would ever cause their father any trouble. Toshiro was God knew where, Switzerland the last Ethan heard, and Alistair was no doubt jumping into the Grand Canyon. It was a shame, as both of them could appreciate a good party. I implore you, Jackson continued, his expression turning serious once more, to educate yourselves on the state of our young people. In many cases, these children come from broken families. Abusive families. Parents who cannot put food on the table, or some convoluted combination of the 3. His words stirred unwelcome memories in Ethan, and the young man frowned, his champagne glass stilling halfway to his mouth. Thoughts of his biological mother were rare these days, but he still got them, floating in like a disease in his subconscious. Though she was the one who had given birth to him, Ethan had long stopped considering her his mother. Olivia Kensley was the woman who taught him what having a proper mother was like. She was the balm that soothed his exhausted soul when, at the tender age of 8, he had been scooped up from a nasty foster family. He shuddered at the mere memory, before downing his entire glass of champagne. He did not want to think about this. He always got into a funk when he thought of his life before the Kensleys, and that was the last thing he wanted now. Ethan was, in fact, so wrapped up in the past that he barely heard the rest of his father's speech. He barely snapped back to the present in time for Jackson to thank everyone for coming again. Ethan applauded automatically, taking a fresh glass of champagne from the first waiter he could find. At times like this, he needed a good stiff drink and a warm, soft woman. He knew from experience that when his past started creeping in, there was only one surefire way to banish the unwanted memories. While Lucas went to congratulate their father on raising over $5 million, Ethan made a beeline for the dessert table, where several beauties had already congregated. He made small talk with one of the premier attorneys in the city nearby, suspecting the man had the same intent that he did. All the while, Ethan watched a particularly gorgeous blonde out of the corner of his eye. It seemed that she was there with her husband, laughing while he suggested various desserts to her. Usually, when a woman was married, he was not the one to initiate contact. He let them come to him. But the memories plaguing him unsettled him enough to make him bold. The moment the man left her, which no good husband, he justified to himself, would really do, Ethan excused himself from his conversation with the attorney and sidled over to her. He admired her long, slender legs, in the short cocktail dress she wore for a moment before addressing her. "Big sweet tooth, huh?" The woman lifted her head to fix him with breathtaking cornflower blue eyes, and Ethan's gut twisted in raw desire. When she smiled, it was slow and inviting. "Maybe a little bigger than most. You have got quite the spread here, Mr. Kensley." It seemed his reputation preceded him. That could be good or bad, really, depending on what kind of woman he was dealing with. "Well, we like to have a little of everything. You never really know what people's tastes will be." "I see." The blonde took up a saucer of crème brûlée, breaking the crystallized sugar crust with a small silver spoon before taking a lingering bite. Ethan forced himself not to watch her like a starved man, despite his desperation. "I am Loretta, by the way." "Pleasure to meet you, Loretta." He extended his hand for her to shake, and the young woman laughed, taking it briefly. "Are you this charming with all the ladies, Mr. Kensley?" She had no idea. "Only with the ones I cannot take my eyes off of." Loretta chuckled softly, taking another bite of her dessert. "And tell me, would it happen to deter you if one of your conquests was spoken for?" Well, she had come right out and said it. She was astute up front. He liked that in a woman. "If it does not bother her," he answered lowly, taking a step closer to her, "it does not bother me." Loretta's intrigued smile turned to one of blatant amusement, as she arched a brow. And if it did matter to her? Had he read this entire situation wrong? Ethan had been so sure this woman was giving him all the signs he looked for. It was possible, he supposed, that his mood had thrown his entire game off. Ethan did not know quite how to answer her inquiry, so he merely eyed her in a desirous query. Possibility turned to certainty the moment Loretta finished her dessert, handing the empty dish to a passing waiter. "As tempting as your offer is, Mr. Kensley, I am spoken for, and I like to keep things monogamous." Ethan's heart sank. Well, that was that. He supposed the chase, at least, had been exciting. As much as he wanted to run his hands over her decadent curves, he knew that pushing Loretta any further would be blatantly disrespectful, and he had never gone quite that far where a woman was concerned. "You will have to forgive me then, Loretta." A bit of his desperation faded in lieu of embarrassment. He did not think he had ever been turned down so politely. The blonde merely grinned, reaching past him to select another dessert. As she did, she brushed past him, and Ethan swallowed a groan at the feel of her ample hips whispering past his own. "You know, Mr. Kensley, I was really rooting for you and the ballerina." She straightened to daintily nibble on the corner of a petit four. Ballerina? It had been a while since anyone mentioned that. About 2 years ago, he had dated Sylvia Martin, a prima ballerina for the New York Ballet. It was the closest he had gotten to a relationship in a while. He had been with her exclusively, took her out to every public function, and at one point had even contemplated introducing her to his parents. Contemplated is the key word. In the end, he found out that she had been seeing one of her fellow dancers, and she and Ethan had parted ways. Ethan had been surprised at just how relieved he was. He had liked Sylvia, but he certainly had not loved her. She was, however, the woman he had been seen with the most in recent years, so he supposed that it was not that unusual that her name came up. "Yeah, well, I was rooting for us for a while too," he replied. He chose a dessert himself, placating his body with sugar for the time being. "I know this is going to sound silly," Loretta glanced up at him hesitatingly before continuing. "But have you ever considered having someone help you find a partner?" At the very notion, Ethan snorted with laughter. Did they even do that anymore? This was 2017, for goodness sake. Thankfully, instead of being offended, Loretta took his reaction in stride. "I know it sounds insane, but a woman matched me with my husband." It was eerie how fast we clicked. Almost like she was psychic. Ethan was more thankful by the minute that he had not been with this woman. He could not see a conversation about matchmaking and fated love going well between them. To her merit, however, Loretta did not come off as overly invested in the idea of star-crossed lovers. Just the matchmaker herself. "I know it is not my place to tell you anything about women," Loretta laughed softly, "but you might want to try giving her a call. Just for fun. It could not hurt, right?" He was sure that it could, at the very least, hurt his wallet. He had heard about so-called modern matchmakers a handful of times, and they were not cheap. He could not imagine having to pay to find company. He did not have any problems finding compatible women on his own. What could a matchmaker possibly do for him? "I can tell you are enthusiastic about the idea," Loretta teased at his skeptical expression. She reached into the small evening bag beneath her arm to fish out a single red business card, which she extended to him with 2 fingers. "Just take it. It does not mean you have to call it or anything, but it might be nice to have in your repertoire." Ethan stared at the card for a brief moment, before taking it with no small reluctance. He read the name on the front. "Harper Jones, discover your perfect match, call to reserve your free consultation." It sounded like complete and utter nonsense. Unfortunately, he did not have any more time to debate the pros and cons of hiring a matchmaker with Loretta as her husband returned, and he did not look happy to see Ethan by her side, Kensley or not. The light-haired man beat a quick retreat to find another glass of champagne and start the hunt for another conquest. He tucked the card Loretta had passed him into his jacket pocket and promptly forgot about it. After all, Ethan had much bigger fish to fry.
Chapter 2. The Matchmaker.
Harper was usually a very patient person. When it came to her job, she had a veritable ocean of patience. Someone did not get to where she was without hitting a few speed bumps or working over a few difficult clients. There were days, however, that she felt would never end. The city seemed like a maze of pushy, impatient individuals, who all demanded that she find what they themselves did not want to put the time or effort into. But whenever she had days like this, Harper always took a deep breath and calmed herself with a singular balming thought: it would all be worth the paycheck in the end. She had spent her last few hours with Victoria Brucknell, who was, without a doubt, one of the choosiest women she had ever encountered. Harper had long ago discovered that if one took already picky people and gave them money, it was a recipe for disaster, and Victoria was walking proof of this. She had very strict specifications for the man she wanted to be with, down to the type of suits he wore and the vacation locales he frequented. When Harper suggested, very politely, that Victoria might do herself a favor by cutting down on some of her more trivial requirements, the 35-year-old woman had all but thrown a tantrum in her office. It had been quite the sight to see, and trying on her nerves. But Harper Jones had never dropped a client, and she was not about to start now. She let Miss Brucknell rant and rave for a good 15 minutes, until she huffed and puffed and blew herself out. Then she tried again. This time, she suggested that they take another look at some of the men that Victoria had already been matched with. In the process, Harper had tweaked a few details. Despite all her numerous requirements, Victoria did not really know the difference between a Prada and an Armani suit. She could not tell a vacation picture of the Maldives from one in Hawaii, and a $50,000 car looked the same as a $100,000 one. Surprise, surprise, Victoria found someone she was willing to meet with, and Harper had breathed a huge sigh of relief the moment the woman left her office. Blissful quiet had returned, and she treated herself to a few glasses of wine as she finished the remainder of her paperwork. She could not remember the last time she had been so glad that her day was over. In truth, a large part of Harper enjoyed the matchmaking process. This was not, however, because she liked working with people, or even because she was a sucker for happily ever afters. Instead, it was because, over the years, she had discovered a foolproof numerical system to help find people a compatible partner. It had become a simple input of information and output of suitable matches, and Harper could not be prouder of her methodologies. After all, they had not come to her overnight. She had been working on her system since she was in her early teens. An odd hobby for a 14-year-old, certainly, but Harper had her reasons. Of course, when she was 14, she had never imagined that she would actually make matchmaking a career. The very notion seemed somehow laughable, even now that she was living it. But it was not a joke. Harper's very profitable career was a tangible reality. As corporeal as the posh high-rise office she currently sat in, or the $200 bottle of wine she currently partook of. That was not to say, however, that matchmaking was the same thing that it had been through the ages. If Harper used those archaic methods to try and get people together, she probably would have ended up in jail instead of living the high life in New York City. Even the most successful methods of getting people together could always use an update, and that was where she came in. Though her origins were in journalism, Harper changed professions when she realized just how many people she knew ended up together at her suggestion. She was particularly good at observing others, their mannerisms, their likes and dislikes, and she usually grasped how strangers thought within minutes of meeting them. The blonde's greatest gift, however, was her ability to quantify their feelings. She could write down the measure of a person on a piece of paper, look at that paper, and then match it to someone else. The first time she mentioned the strange talent to her younger sister, Athena, she was more than a little skeptical. But then, Athena was skeptical of anything that did not run off pure emotion. Unlike her older sister, the raven-haired girl had maintained the same bright-eyed idealism of her youth, even though she had recently celebrated her 26th birthday. Athena could not be less like Harper, and so her older sister attributed a number of their friends' budding romances to cold, hard data. Athena had suggested to Harper that it was because they were friends that had just fallen in love. Harper's rebuttal was simple. If they were already so in love, why had it taken her prodding to get them to do anything about it? That upset Athena. Not that upsetting her baby sister took a lot, and Harper certainly did not enjoy it, but she and Athena were very different people. She did not press the issue further, at least not until she announced to her sister that she meant to move to New York and start a matchmaking business. Athena was rolling on the floor. Harper could still see it now, and the memory incited a strange mixture of irritation and affection in her. By the time they both graduated college, her sister had declared her a robot, calling her Harping Harper. She could not even compliment the simplest modicum of affection, preferring to scorn it under her breath. Unless Athena was involved, that was. As far as Harper was concerned, there was no purer soul on earth than her baby sister. She had never been a violent person, but there had been a number of times in college when she threatened to cut off the hands of a boy who broke her sister's heart. She eventually resolved that Athena would never be as cautious as her, and so all she could do was protect her from lustful young men with bad intentions. And there had certainly been quite a few of those where they had grown up in California. Despite Athena's skepticism, she moved to New York with Harper to start her own career as a hopeful diplomat. Eventually, she had chosen the translating path instead, and she expected that Harper would give up her matchmaking nonsense and get a job as a reporter somewhere. Athena liked to tease that she certainly had the look for it. That was, Harper had discovered, about all one needed to succeed in the media business, the look. Perhaps that was why she had never been interested, even when she was offered several minor positions in major news stations. She did not want to work her way up the ranks in a world based solely on how prominently her figure showed when she was on air. She wanted something that would stimulate her mind, and oddly, matchmaking did just that. And now here she was. In the 7 years she had been in business, her unique approach to the art of satisfying those looking for love had catapulted her to cult status, at least in the world of people who believed in matchmaking. Even if the crowd was not a big one, it was surprisingly a moneyed one. But then again, people with money, Harper knew, were more than happy to pay others to do almost everything for them, including finding a life partner. And Harper was more than happy to take their money. She left the office around 9 that evening. Her time with Picky Vicky had eaten up more of her day than she realized, and she had to make sure she had everything in order for the rest of her meetings that week. Thankfully, this meant there was little traffic on the way downtown to her Soho apartment, and she had never been more thankful for the mostly smooth ride. If Athena were around, she would impress upon Harper for the 100th time the ridiculousness of driving anywhere in New York City. Athena took public transportation literally everywhere, and encouraged Harper to do the same. It was not that Harper thought herself too good for public transportation. In fact, the anonymity of the subway at rush hour was welcome after a long day. But she was used to driving. She liked driving, and it afforded her privacy. Harper liked her privacy. Perhaps the only person she ever allowed to invade it was Athena, and that was because there was nothing more precious in the world to her than her sister. As different as they were, as much as Athena's relentless idealism could grind on her nerves, Harper adored her. Perhaps it was exactly because she was what her older sister could never be. The moment she stepped into the apartment, Harper felt her absence acutely. She had been close to Athena for as long as she could remember. They went to the same schools and the same college, and then Athena had come here with her. No matter how late it was or what mood she was in, Athena always had a jaunty greeting for her. Besides that, she cooked like a dream. Since she left, delivery had become a way of life for Harper. Delivery and solitude. But there was no way she was going to be so selfish as to wallow in self-pity. Athena had finally gotten the big break she always hoped for. Thanks to her dedication to her studies and the 4 languages she spoke fluently, she had been picked up as a personal assistant to one of the most high-profile working men of their age, Toshiro Kensley. Of course, Harper had been upset at first. Athena had not worked hard all these years to be relegated to making someone's coffee and making sure they got to all their meetings on time. But when her sister assured her that being Toshiro Kensley's assistant was about as far from being a typical assistant as it was possible to be, she was intrigued. Athena had been charged with traveling with the man to all his exotic locales and serving as his translator for a few choice languages inaccessible to him. It was a position next to none, and the salary was ridiculous. Athena would have been insane not to take it. But that had never been an issue. The younger woman had all but jumped on the offer, and at this point she had been traveling for 2 weeks. According to Athena's reports, Toshiro was one of the best men she had ever worked for, and they got along wonderfully. She got to use her language skills, and was getting indispensable experience in the world of international business. She had never been happier. And Athena's happiness was all that Harper cared about. If she had to trade her sister's absence for her happiness, it was an exchange Harper was more than willing to make, even if her apartment felt a little emptier without Athena in it. After ordering dinner from a nearby sushi place, Harper took a long, relaxing shower before slipping into her favorite robe and slippers. She had just retrieved her food from the grinning kid at the door when her phone rang. At the first strains of Athena's ringtone, Harper pounced on it, answering with a rare smile. "Where are you now, Thee?" Athena laughed in delight from half a world away. "Were you standing by the phone, waiting for me to call? You are utterly hopeless, Harp." "I happened to be passing by. Do not get cute. I have always been the cuter one." Harper could not argue with her. Athena had a kind of pale, wide-eyed, ethereal beauty that made one want to protect and keep her from the world. She had always marveled at how her sister's inner idealism manifested on the outside as well. Yeah. That will not save you now. I cannot see you." Harper smirked. "Are you going to tell me where you are, or not?" "Maybe if you ask really, really nicely." "Oh, please, Thee. I can just look at the news, but I wait to hear it from my beloved sister. So spill." Athena laughed in response to her sister's threat. Fine. We just landed in Seoul this morning." "Nice." Harper grinned. "Do not forget to get me a souvenir." "Your souvenir bag is getting pretty heavy, Harp. I might have to ask Toshiro to carry it." The statement made Harper pause for a moment. Toshiro? Not my boss or even Mr. Kensley. That was a change, and a telling one in her book. "Your boss carrying your bags now," she returned casually. "I thought you were supposed to be the personal assistant." "Well, no. I mean, that is not what I meant." Athena backtracked rapidly, and Harper arched a blonde brow in inquiry. "Well, what did you mean?" her sister responded predictably. "How is business going?" The only time Athena even pretended to take an interest in Harper's peculiar form of matchmaking was when she wanted to change the subject. "Do not do that," Harper returned in warning. "What?" Athena practically oozed innocence. "I just want to know how you are doing." "You do not want me to ask you about Kensley? Or would you prefer that I call him Toshiro?" Athena made a trap sound in the back of her throat, and a beat or two of silence followed before she finally spoke. "He is just nice, Harp. And a gentleman. Maybe it is the Japanese thing or something else, I do not know. He is easy to like. And he told me he did not like me calling him Mr. Kensley. He prefers Toshiro. That is all, I swear." That was not all, but Harper elected to let it go for the moment. It had only been 2 weeks, and Toshiro Kensley did not seem like the type to prey on his employees. Like Athena pointed out, he was a gentleman, or at least he had been on every occasion Harper had ever witnessed. The man was the epitome of relaxed poise, a softer edge to his elder brother who seemed like he constantly had a stick up his backside. Harper supposed that running a multi-billion-dollar company could do that to someone, but Vladimir Kensley almost never showed his face to the media anyway. It would not hurt him to look a little friendlier on the occasions that he did. "Well, fine then. You just be careful, okay, Athena?" The younger girl gave a long-suffering sigh. "I am fine, Harper. Really. It is you I am more worried about. Are you interacting with other humans in my absence?" The blonde woman rolled her eyes at the question. Just because she preferred Athena's company to anyone else's did not mean that she did not have any other friends. She simply was not capable of collecting them as quickly as her more likable sister did. "Very funny, Thee. I will have you know that I am very content in your absence." "Really? When is the last time you went on a date?" Only Athena would measure how happy she was by whether or not she had recently been on a date. It was simultaneously ridiculous and terribly astute of her younger sister. Athena knew her too well. Harper was not a huge fan of dating, and she thought physical intimacy was overrated. The idea that a man could make her feel better than she could make herself feel was foreign to her, which made her rely on intellectual interest alone when she dated someone. And there were few men who interested her long enough to hold her attention for more than a month or two, let alone end up in a relationship with them. She could not, for the life of her, understand why so many women her age seemed so focused on physical matters. Athena had told her numerous times that she simply had not been with the right person. But Harper did not like the idea of sleeping her way through half of New York to find the right person any more than she liked the idea of dating someone she was not extremely interested in. When she was dating, it was usually because she had a sudden surge of self-confidence in her sexuality, usually boosted by Athena herself or one of Harper's few friends. But that always seemed to end in disappointment. "No, I have not been on any dates. I do not need to go on any dates. I have got a ton on my plate. I am sure you would find time if you found someone interesting enough." Harper smirked as she answered, "Pretty sure someone like that does not exist. Maybe you should see a matchmaker." "Ha ha," Harper replied dryly. Athena sighed, and her sister could all but see her shaking her head in disapproval. "You know I'd just like to see you happy, Harper. I do not need a man to make me happy. I am plenty happy by myself. If anything, a man would just mess all that up." She injected unintentional venom into the statement, and when Athena replied, her words were careful. "Harp, just because mom and dad could not work things out does not mean all relationships are like that." Harper stiffened at the very mention of their parents. She did not like to think about their particular brand of love, or why it had failed so spectacularly. People like her parents were poster children for why love was a formula rather than some romantic twist of fate. Romance faded. Compatibility was a real, tangible thing. And their parents had been about as incompatible as it was possible to be. "I am in the business of getting people together, she provided, as steadily as she could. "I do not always have time to take for myself. Besides, the next couple of weeks are jam-packed. But," she forced a smile, "I will let you know if I stumble upon anyone I deem worthy." It was a relief to hear the edge come out of Athena's voice. "You had better tell me every last detail." At a low, masculine murmuring in the background, Athena made a surprised sound before speaking again. "Oh dear, Harper, I have to go. We have got a meeting to get to. I will call you later on this week." "Sure thing, Harper was glad the conversation ended before Athena could lecture her any more about her love life, or lack thereof. "Love you. You too." When her sister hung up, Harper exhaled a long breath. Maybe it was a good thing that Athena was on the other side of the world, pursuing her dreams. Harper would admit to smothering her, but that was only because she felt she needed to somehow make up for their lackluster childhood. Their parents had divorced when she was 10, and Athena was 7, but only after years of verbal and physical mistreatment that had taken its toll on the young girls. Thankfully, Athena had come out unscathed in the end. She still held on to her wide-eyed, wonderful view of the world, and Harper certainly could not begrudge her that. Certainly not if she wanted her sister to be happy. She, on the other hand, bore the brunt of her parents' separation. It was what got her into matchmaking in the first place. Romance, Harper knew, had nothing to do with it. It was all about actual compatibility. Mental compatibility, financial compatibility, concrete configurations that worked flawlessly for her every single time. Maybe if someone had figured out her methods sooner, her parents would not have tried to destroy each other. Darn. Now she was in a bad mood. Harper considered the sushi on the table and ended up refrigerating it. She would eat when her appetite returned. She was tired. All she wanted to do was fall into a deep, dreamless sleep. If only she could be so lucky. Even though Harper had not been lying about her schedule, it was jam-packed for the next few weeks. She took a bit of Athena's advice and agreed to meet her friend Gary during her lunch break the following day. Gary was one of the first people she had met upon coming to New York, and she always appreciated his forthright way of speaking and thinking. It also helped that the man had a killer eye for fashion and was one of the only people she knew who could keep up with her when she went shopping. One of Gary's favorite bistros was down the street from her office, and when they met, as always, she admired his impeccable dress sense. Oh, this old thing. Gary struck a pose, showing off the vintage jacket he had snagged from a thrift store. It was a complete steal from the meatpacking district. I will take you the next time you have a day off. Harper smiled sardonically. Might not be for a while. Ooh, Gary perused the wine list with interest. Business booming? As a budding actor, he had to use his money wisely, and so he liked to live vicariously through Harper and her experiences serving the upper crust. More than ever. Harper ran a hand through her vivid blonde locks before crossing her long legs primly. People cannot seem to get enough of the idea that they can find their perfect mate without any actual legwork on their part. Gary chuckled. People are lazy, but that does not mean they do not want genuine romance. Harper made a face. I do not really deal with that side of things. I get them together, I send them off. As long as they are interested in each other, as long as they can respect one another's best qualities, things work out. Gary smiled lazily, gesturing to the waiter. You know, I do not think the prospect of a good old-fashioned romance would kill you, Harper. The blonde rolled her eyes. Not where my profits come from. Grumpy Gus. Gary stuck his tongue out at her, before ordering for both of them, as usual. Harper smirked. She knew what was coming next. She loved Gary to death, but he, like her sister, was on the looking for love bandwagon, and always trying to get her to join the club. Gary liked to gossip, and she could usually get him to give up if she offered him some juicy stories about her clients, keeping the actual individuals completely anonymous, of course. She told him about Picky Vicky and another client she had recently, a man who had been so crazy for red-headed lawyers that he dropped $25,000 on some jewelry just to get a date with one he liked but who was not interested in his profile. The figure made Gary's jaw drop and his eyes widen. I cannot even imagine what it must be like to have that much money. I mean, just throwing away $25,000. That is insane. For her part, Harper could not really imagine it either. She made a fair amount herself, but it was nowhere near enough to go tossing money like that around as if it were nothing. Have you ever actively sought after clients? The question caught her off guard, and Harper found herself eyeing Gary in surprise. What do you mean? I mean, have you ever seen two people and thought they would go perfect together and then tried to recruit them as your clients? Now that Harper had not touched since her college days. By now, she had most of her business done by word of mouth. She could not remember the last time she had to push two people together, and she had almost certainly never tried to recruit a high-profile client. If you could match anyone, who would you most like to work with? For Harper, it was a strange question. She had never actively watched television or read papers looking for a mark or anything of the sort. If there was someone she admired, it was usually for their ability to weather their life without the distraction of romance. The idea of genuinely liking someone she took on for a client was slightly disturbing to her. I have never really thought about it. There is no one you would like to meet? Gary rebutted, incredulously. No one? What about one of the Kensley brothers? He continued to prod, his grin turning mischievous. Goodness, just matching one of them would probably have you set for life, and I cannot imagine that it would be hard to do. But Harper was already laughing at the sheer ridiculousness of the notion. The Kensleys? One of the most recognizable and successful families in the entire world? They were business people, for goodness sake. She could not, for even 1 second, imagine a scenario in which Jackson Kensley would allow one of his children to be seen needing help to find a partner. Is it really that outlandish? Luckily enough for her, Gary was good-humored enough not to take offense at her sudden onset of hilarity. None of those boys are married, and they are all absolutely delightful. But Harper was already way ahead of him. Holding out a hand, she ticked the Kensley men off on slender fingers. Vladimir, tall, dark, quiet, and completely media-shy. He would never need a matchmaker. Women are all but salivating over the mystery. And the fact that he is rumored to be a complete, uptight person only adds to the allure for them. Alistair absolutely wild. He would want someone who can keep up with him, and all that skydiving and base jumping he adores so much, and that is not really my clientele. Toshiro, he is probably involved with someone in every country he visits. So he does not, Harper added to herself, need to have anything to do with my baby sister. He hardly needs someone to help him out stateside. On top of that, the man would probably die of mortification if it got out that he had been to see a matchmaker. Lucas is young and still has plenty of time. Plus, he probably will not go into the company business, which means that he almost certainly will not have a high-profile partner. This brings us to Ethan. Gary sighed the name almost like a prayer, clutching at his well-toned chest through the thin t-shirt he wore beneath his jacket. Be still, my beating heart. Harper snorted at the mere notion. And I suppose the fact that he has been involved with half of the socialites in the city does not bother you at all? Gary grinned indulgently. If he comes over to the rainbow side, I will be all he needs. That drew a genuine laugh from Harper. Out of all the Kensley men, Ethan had most proficiently proved himself to prefer the company of women. The man had a revolving door of actresses, models, ballerinas, and goodness knew who else in his life. He had even been caught in compromising situations a couple of times, and all he could do was grin for the camera. He thrived on the attention and his playboy status, and he was the absolute last person in the cosmos she could picture matching. People who came to her to find a match were usually ready to give their wandering days up. They wanted to settle down. They wanted forever. Ethan lived in the moment. At her very pronounced analysis of the man's character, Gary simply sipped his wine with a knowing smile. Spent a lot of time thinking about him, have you? Harper frowned. Most of the population of the world probably has. He is on the front page of a new gossip magazine every single day. I know. Like manna from heaven. Gary took the opportunity to pluck a magazine from his messenger bag and toss it onto the table. It was that day's issue of the Inquirer, and it was no surprise that Ethan Kensley was front and center in a tux, surrounded by women at a high-profile event. The headline for the picture was something or other about the man's secret admirers, but Harper ignored it completely. She mulled over the picture for perhaps 20 seconds. No one with eyes could deny that Ethan Kensley was attractive. He was a tall, broad, blonde-haired, green-eyed man who knew how to dress and had a smile that could probably stop any princess of high hottyland in her tracks. But looks were not everything. With a smirk, Harper slid the magazine back in Gary's direction. Good luck. Ethan Kensley is the kind of man destined to grow old with a beautiful woman on his arm, eagerly awaiting his last breath. Gary gasped in mock shock. Harper Jones, you are savage. The blonde raised her glass at the statement, her smile never wavering. I will drink to that.
Chapter 3. A New Client.
If Ethan thought that Vladimir leaving meant that he would get a breather, he had been completely wrong. The man was in high-stress mode trying to prepare everything to function like clockwork in his absence. And as a result, almost everyone in the main office was just as high-strung as he was. Ethan, in particular, was bearing the brunt of his brother's fabled obsession with perfect order. It was still a good 2 weeks before Vladimir shipped out, and he issued a steady stream of orders from the top floor that never seemed to stop. It was like everyone was holding their breath, waiting for him to collapse from sheer exhaustion. But they did not know Vladimir like Ethan did. He was inhuman. And as nerve-wracking as this entire process was, for Vladimir and for the company, it was necessary. Their father had built Kensley Enterprises from the ground up, innovated and spent his blood, sweat, and tears to make it the multinational corporation that it was today. Vladimir made it run like a Navy aircraft carrier, ruthlessly efficient and ridiculously productive. Even with Jackson at the helm in his absence, when Vladimir left, they would lose some of that momentum. And the thought was, no doubt, driving Vladimir crazy. Ethan did his best to support him, but spending time with Vladimir put him on edge. He found himself working long hours with little sleep, and there came a day when he was pretty sure he was going to break something in his frustration. He needed companionship. Carmen was out of the question. She had not thought very highly of his unwillingness to take her to the charity ball, and Ethan found himself wondering who might be able to satisfy his strong need in her absence. There were other women, yes, but Carmen was particularly avid in her attentions and with her stamina. He reached into his pocket to grab his phone, frowning when instead he drew out a business card. At the sight of it, he arched a brow in surprise. Harper Jones, discover your perfect match call to reserve your consultation. He realized, with no small amount of amusement, that he had grabbed his tuxedo jacket instead of his suit jacket. They were cut very similarly, and under normal circumstances, he cared less about matching suit pieces than he did about how the cut of a jacket flattered his shoulders, and he adored this one. But this was hilarious. He had not even thought of the card or the woman who had given it to him since the charity ball weeks ago. Strangely enough, Ethan's first impulse was not to toss the card into the trash. He contemplated it for a long moment, reading over the number several times. The card was not cheap. He doubted that this woman was someone operating out of a shack in Chinatown. No, to draw clients like the one who had so politely rejected him at the ball, she had to have a reputation. Ethan was in no way, shape, or form in the market for a wife. He had no current interest in marriage or settling down, but a compatible woman. Someone who could match his wit, and his strong appetite could be interesting. At the very least, he was restless and choosy enough just to call the number for amusement. At the very most, he could hang up if the situation sounded ridiculous. Ethan hesitated for a moment more before groping in his opposite pocket to find his phone. He entered the number before he could change his mind. Ethan expected an automated voice that would explain the services to him, and even allow him to set up an appointment, but to his complete shock, after the phone rang 3 times, a very human voice answered the phone. Match Perfection, this is Harper Jones speaking. How may I help you today? The voice was feminine and sultry, sweeping over him with shocking intensity. Ethan did not know if he had ever gotten so affected just by hearing a woman's voice, but here he was. Hello. It took a moment to regain his usual eloquence. I was calling to get some information on the system you use to match potential clients with their partners. It was surreal that he was even starting this conversation, that he had even called the number. May I ask why you are seeking this information? Is it for a media interview? A recommendation? A personal match? Personal match, Ethan responded quicker than even he had expected. I wanted to make an appointment. Ah well. A nominal amount of the frost in Harper Jones' voice evaporated, and she went on a bit more amicably. In that case, I will need to get some information from you before we set up the first appointment. Of course. Why was he so tongue-tied? Usually, Ethan was as glib as a singing canary, but something about this odd conversation was throwing him off his groove. Could you tell me a little more about the process first? All the details of the matching process will be explained at the first appointment. Appointments are $250 and payable at the time of our first meeting. $250? It was almost enough to make Ethan drop the phone. Just to secure an appointment? This woman must think she was on par with deities. Would you like to reserve an appointment, mister? Though Ethan might not quite be himself, he was nowhere near stupid enough to use his actual name. The last thing he needed was to be headlining entertainment tonight in his quest to find a loving partner. Thompson, he uttered the first name that came into his head. Trevor Thompson. Would you like to make an appointment, Mr. Thompson? It would be wise for him to hang up the phone. Ethan was the son of a billionaire and a millionaire in his own right, but $250 down for something he was beyond skeptical of was a hefty asking price. So why did he find himself agreeing? I would. Wonderful. Ethan expected to feel instant regret, but the only thought that ran through his mind was that the $250 were worth it just to hear the sensual satisfaction in Harper Jones' voice. "Well then, we will just get everything in order to begin a file for you, Mr. Thompson." What followed was, without a doubt, one of the most lengthy and strangest conversations he had ever had. Harper Jones wanted what seemed like endless reams of information, everything from his profession and income to his shoe size and the name brands he liked. Ethan did not see the need to amend much of his information. Anything that would blatantly give away his identity, certainly, but for the most part, he was absolutely truthful. He did, after all, want ideal results. After about 90 minutes, certainly longer than Ethan had ever spent on the phone in his entire life, Harper pronounced herself satisfied. "I think that is everything I need to work with." He could hear the sound of papers being stacked in the background. Ethan would not have been surprised in the slightest if the woman had written an entire book on him. Or at least, a book on Trevor Thompson. "I have set your appointment for 3 weeks, starting today, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at La Boulangerie in Soho. Is that convenient for you?" He would have to leave work early that day, but with 3 weeks' notice, Ethan hoped he would be able to manage it. Perfectly convenient. Wonderful. He could hear the smile in her voice, and it only made her more appealing. "I will see you then." Ethan was not sure what had just happened even 10 minutes after he hung up the phone. Had he really, truly just made an appointment with a matchmaker? An honest-to-goodness matchmaker? He had to be out of his mind. Remembering how flagrantly he had laughed at the woman he met at the charity ball for doing the exact same thing sobered him to the fact. While he had been on the phone with Harper Jones, it was as if things happened automatically. Her low, reassuring, and somehow sensual tone had eased him into an appointment and through the entire interview process. Now it was almost like waking up from a trance. Ethan drew a hand heavily over his face, wondering what had gotten into him. The call was supposed to have been for fun. He had no intention of giving a fake name or an hour-and-a-half-long interview, and now he was locked into an actual appointment. One where Harper Jones would surely know who he really was the moment she laid eyes on him. Then he hurried to reassure himself. Her discovering him was nothing to be terribly worried about. If he really wanted to cover his tracks, he could have her sign a non-disclosure agreement before agreeing to work with her any further. Ethan caught himself in the middle of that particularly insane thought. Any further? He had gone from wanting a reasonably compatible companion to dropping almost $300 on an appointment with a woman who purported to know what he needed better than he himself. Not only that, but there was no immediate gratification forthcoming. Ethan found that he did not want to roll into bed with just any woman. He would find no satisfaction in it. What he wanted was an experience mind-numbing enough to wipe away the stress of days at his work-obsessed brother's beck and call. And now he was going to wait, what? 3 weeks? He had to be out of his ever-loving mind. If he was smart, he would just count his foolishly spent money gone and do the work himself to find a worthy companion. But Ethan had to admit that there was a part of him, a very small part, that was curious about what he had bought. If Harper Jones was so great, what would there be to say that she would not find a woman who would blow his mind? It was possible, he supposed, if not at all probable. With a groan, Ethan forced his mind back to other matters. It was not his lunch break, which meant he had been neglecting his work for almost 2 hours. If Vladimir found out he was fooling around on the clock, there would be consequences. For now, there was little he could do save throw himself back into his hectic workday and hope he regained his senses in the next few weeks. But somehow, Ethan could never bring himself to call and cancel the appointment. The idea of hearing the probable concern in Harper Jones' voice when he told her Trevor Thompson had changed his mind was enough to keep the appointment. Ethan was so conflicted about his upcoming foray that he even mentioned it to Vladimir before he left work that day. Vladimir had warned him not to bother the poor woman. But how was Ethan supposed to bother her when he knew nothing about her? While it was relatively easy to find information about match perfection online, and Harper Jones' name came up more than a handful of times, Ethan could not find a single picture of her. She was like a ghost, and he supposed that was the way she wanted it. She probably believed it added to the allure of her services, or something ridiculous like that. It was this matter that Ethan was contemplating as he walked the halls of the main office more than a week later. He was supposed to be running some ledgers up to his father in the chief executive officer's office, but he nearly ran into the man on his way to the elevator 2 floors down. Jackson Kensley had used a cane since he broke his leg at the age of 60, and he insisted that he needed it, but a collision with his 6 feet 3 inches tall and 200-pound son had not even seemed to stun him. "Ethan, my boy, you might want to come back and join the rest of us back on Earth." That jogged Ethan back to the present, where he was faced by a strong, weathered face almost in line with his own. Jackson was eyeing him with no small amount of amusement, and when he was this close to Ethan, that was not all the younger man noticed. His father seemed tired. The bags under his eyes were darker than usual, and his complexion slightly pale. Ethan supposed that he should not be surprised. Even though their father was still technically chief executive officer, Vladimir had a way of working everyone to the bone when he was worked up, and Jackson got caught up in it too. At close to 70, he could not quite keep up like his sons could. "Sorry, Dad. I was not looking where I was going." "That much is obvious," Jackson chuckled. "Why do you not tell me what has got your mind so caught up?" Ethan's first impulse was to shy away from the question. One of his least favorite things to do was to talk to his father about his romantic prospects. Jackson Kensley made it clear that he wanted all his sons to find good women and settle down. He believed in old-fashioned romance, love at first sight, that kind of deal. Things that, in Ethan's opinion, belonged within the pages of romance novels. To his surprise, however, he found himself telling the truth. "You are going to think I am crazy." "Crazy?" Jackson arched a brow in skepticism. "Alistair wants me to go in a deep-water submersible with him to look for giant squid." He shot Ethan a wry smile. "I do not think it can get any crazier than that." He could not be serious. But one look at Jackson's slyly disbelieving face told Ethan he was. Goodness, he was going to have to talk to his oldest brother. Their father was getting up in years. His days of high adventure were probably behind him. He had gone skydiving with Alistair just a few years ago, and all of them had thrown a fit about it. Deepwater submersibles did not sound much safer. Ethan took a deep breath, checking to see if anyone was within earshot before adopting a casual tone more characteristic of his usual blasé self. "I have made an appointment with a modern-day matchmaker." He expected that Jackson might laugh or look at him like he had a few screws loose, but instead his father looked almost intrigued. "Really?" His brow raised even higher as he lifted a hand to rub over his carefully clipped beard. "Sounds interesting." "Interesting." Ethan deadpanned back at the older man. "I mean, yeah. I thought it might be a laugh." Ethan had always been the clown among them. It came naturally to him. In the days since he had made this appointment, however, he felt somehow out of his element. "Who is this matchmaker?" Ethan reached into his pants pocket, where he kept the card since he had made the appointment, hoping he would come to his senses and cancel it. Without a word, he handed it to his father. Jackson scanned it with surprisingly sharp eyes. The last time he went to the optometrist, she told him that she had never seen someone his age with such good vision. "Harper Jones, is it?" He turned the card over to see if he had missed any information. "Well, Ethan, I must say I am surprised that you are suddenly serious about settling down." Immediately, Ethan grimaced. That definitely was not what was happening here, but he did not have to discuss such matters with his father at work, did he? No, he would save the truth for later. "I cannot wait to hear about it." "Yeah," Ethan scratched the back of his neck guiltily. "I will let you know how it goes." Jackson Kensley beamed, thumping his son on the back before heading back to the top floor. It took Ethan about 5 minutes to realize that he had not given his father the papers that he meant to, and he muttered under his breath, hurrying after him. This would not do at all. He was literally so strung out that his brain was short-circuiting. He needed to relax, he needed companionship, and most of all, he needed to convince himself that he had no interest in Harper Jones and her matches. In the days that followed, Ethan did his best to dispel the tension that lingered even after Vladimir left. He took long lunch breaks, ate at his favorite places, and even contemplated getting a dog just to have something to concentrate on. On that note, he also contemplated calling any one of the willing girls in his contact list to scratch his ever-growing itch, but somehow could not bring himself to do so. Instead, he went to work when he was supposed to, got sloshed with half the accounting department at happy hours afterward, and stumbled home to try and sleep with a strong physical need the size of a small state. Ethan had no idea how he got through the 3 weeks leading up to his appointment, a lot of self-relief, and a great deal of alcohol, but suddenly the day arrived. He had not called it off or canceled it. His final remaining option was to just not show up. Perfectly legitimate, really. But he left work early that day, and he found himself headed towards Soho at 2:30, wondering what the heck he was doing. He did not even know what this woman looked like. Assuming that he did end up at the appointment, how would he even know who he was looking for? Nonetheless, he did not turn around. He did not go home, and at 3 he found himself outside La Boulangerie, checking his reflection in the mirror. He looked, as always, dapper and ridiculously charming, if a little nervous. Nervous to meet a matchmaker. He had to be out of his mind. The woman was probably some middle-aged old-money aristocrat who did this for fun. Running a hand through his hair, he stepped into the restaurant. There was an immediate flurry of attention. It was not the first time he had come here, and though Ethan did not see the need to travel with an entourage of bodyguards, he was used to drawing attention sometimes. He did his best to ignore the people goggling at him, and stepped up to the hostess, who appeared equally as starstruck. "Hey there. I have a 3 p.m. reservation with Harper Jones." The redhead, she looked all of 18 years old, took a moment to recover before she went to check the book in front of her. Right this way, Mr. Kensley." The hostess led him back through the crowded restaurant and towards a line of private rooms that lined the rear wall. They were intended for romantic dinners and the like, and she led him to the one on the end before opening a gilded single French door. Inside, he was met by a pair of startling gray eyes. Ethan stared unabashedly. Harper Jones was not a middle-aged aristocrat. The woman sitting in front of him had an almost regal carriage, her thick blonde hair swept up and back from her face into a high ponytail. She wore a scarlet peplum dress that hugged her figure and revealed long legs. Ethan's body reacted immediately, against his will, and he quickly slid into the seat across from Harper before he could embarrass himself. From this close he could smell her perfume, something spicy and far more alluring than it had any right to be. After a prolonged beat, during which Harper's expression remained unreadable, the blonde turned to the still goggling redhead. "Thanks, Sheila." There it was, the same sensual, smoky voice that had addressed him over the phone. Reaching up, Harper tucked a 20 into the hostess's shirt pocket. It was enough to jog her back to the present, and she beamed, quickly shutting them inside the private booth to take her leave. Ethan was still staring at Harper. It was pretty hard to take his eyes off her. That gorgeous mouth, those cautious, guarded eyes, and all that long blonde hair. "So, Mr. Thompson," Harper's voice held wry amusement as she gave him a pointed once-over. "I have to admit you have surprised me. No easy feat." Ethan managed somehow to snap out of his trance. This was not what he had expected at all. This was something he had been dealing with for his entire adult life. Ethan decided in that instant that he did not give 2 cents about whatever matches Harper thought she had found. He did not think he had ever wanted a woman so badly at first sight in his life. And he meant to have her. He was back in his element. "Well, Miss Jones, I did not exactly want it broadcast that I was seeking the efforts of a matchmaker." Not something I imagine would reflect favorably on me. I suppose not, Harper mused. She seemed more perplexed than surprised, and there was not a single hint of anger on her face. I would hope, however, in the interest of matching you with the right partner, that at least some of the information you gave me on the phone is correct. At that, Ethan grinned. Almost all of it. Do not go selling it to the media now. That drew a little frown from her. I assure you, Mr. Kensley, that I hold my client's privacy in the highest regard. If there are any papers you would have me sign, I would be glad to. I do not think it has to come to that, Ethan chuckled, somehow amused by her affront. This woman took her job, whatever that job happened to be, surprisingly seriously. After all that build-up, here was matchmaking in the flesh, and Harper Jones was serious as the grave. I trust you. You look very? He gave her a leisurely, indulgent once-over. Honest. For what I charge, I hope I would be. Harper's smile was prim and professional, her crimson-red lips plump and inviting. And I assure you my services are worth every penny. Too bad those were not the kind of services he was looking for. Ethan watched, hawk-like, as Harper opened a leather briefcase on the seat next to her and drew out a thick folder labeled with the name Trevor Thompson. She laid it on the table, before meeting his gaze once more. Her eyes really were piercing, almost as if they saw right to the core of him. I am sure they are. His reply made the blonde woman's lips quirk slightly in what might have been a hint of a smile, and Ethan knew he had her. By the end of this meeting, Harper Jones would be begging to have him. Harper thought she had done pretty well to hide her shock. She never in a million years expected Ethan Kensley to be the one she was meeting. After all, she had disregarded the man's allure as something completely animal. Now, sitting across from him, Harper saw the appeal. The Kensleys' most promiscuous member did indeed deserve his reputation. He was gorgeous in the way of men who cared fastidiously for their appearances, golden hair falling carelessly around his face, his perfectly tailored suit hugging a proportionally perfect form. But of course, a man like Ethan Kensley would not be so callous as not to maintain the perfect form. It was part of his image. But were those piercing green eyes also part of that image? The way he looked at her, as if she were wearing nothing at all? Of course they were. A man like Ethan Kensley lived to intimidate people, and women in particular. He thrived from the idea that women liked to be dominated. Well, Harper was about to throw him for a loop. So, Mr. Kensley, I suppose the most prudent first move would be to get the payment out of the way, then we can discuss the matchmaking process. She tore her gaze from him, focusing on the folder she had laid on the table. She had, after all, met bundles of men like Ethan Kensley in her life. She would not let him throw her off on a modicum of physical attraction. I already have a check made out for you, if that is all right, Ethan said as he removed the check from his suit pocket. It is more than acceptable, thank you, Mr. Kensley. Now, what were some of the questions that you had about this process? Inquired Harper. You created it yourself, I assume, he asked, arching a thick brow. Of course, Harper allowed herself an indulgent smile. I have never failed to make a match. Really? I find that hard to believe. This time it was Harper who arched a brow. She had expected Kensley to have a little more class than to insult her at their first meeting. On the phone, she had heard a fair amount of skepticism in his voice. For this reason, she had scheduled their first meeting outside her office. Harper only took clients she felt were seriously invested in the process to her office on their first meeting. She did not like to think she was leading those with possible bad intentions to the heart of her business. That was not to say, however, that she had ever believed that Trevor Ethan had bad intentions. There was a slim chance, if any at all, that men who sounded as skeptical as him even showed up, but now that he was here, he would try to justify his discomfort by discrediting her process. She had seen it all before. No faith in modern-day matchmakers? Harper asked him, her tone careful. I cannot say for sure. This is my first time, Ethan chuckled, as if the very notion amused him to no end, but I cannot imagine any man wanting to look for his future wife after laying eyes on you." For the second time that afternoon, Harper found herself surprised, but only briefly. She hid her smile, flipping open the folder on the table. "I am hardly as eligible as most New York bachelors require." "Married already? I do not see a ring." Harper smirked. "Married to my job, Mr. Kensley." "Ah, so you must be practically starved for some good old-fashioned romance." His attractive smile would have completely done in a lesser woman, and Harper thanked whatever deity might exist that her little sister would never be in this man's path. "Of course. Your romance. The more suitable your probable mate, the happier I will be." Her sweet smile earned her a perturbed look as Harper began going through the documents inside the folder. "So, I have already lined up 3 possibilities for you, Mr. Kensley. I would like you to take a look at these profiles and tell me what you think." She was immune. It did not matter how sultry that bedroom gaze he gave her was, Harper was not giving in. She was a stone statue, a marble pillar of indifference. But she was not blind, and that was the unfortunate bit. Though she always necessitated privacy with her clients, Harper suddenly regretted the private table she had booked. Within the minute room, she and Kensley were closed off in their own little world, and in that world she could smell the spicy male scent of his cologne, feel the warmth of his muscular thigh inches from hers under the table, and her belly tightened at the intensity of his gaze upon her. To his merit, Kensley gave her a brief reprieve. He looked over the pictures she had set before him briefly, and for a moment, Harper was certain one of them had caught his eye. Men were always suckers for a pretty face, and one could distract them from another. Or so she thought. "I do not like any of them." Ethan pushed the papers back in her direction, his expression dissatisfied. As always, Harper was infinitely patient. "Perhaps you should read over some of the profiles. In particular, Annette Redding has a very nice. Have you ever used this foolproof system of yours, Miss Jones?" The man just would not let this go. Normally, Harper would be irritated at being interrupted, but there was something about Ethan's plaintive interest that was just plain amusing. It was obvious that he was not used to women turning him down. She liked thinking that she would be the first, at least if she could keep her wits about her. "I am not on the table, Mr. Kensley." She arched a blonde brow teasingly. "Or were you hoping to get more from your deposit than a consultation?" The jibe worked. Womanizer he might be, but at the hint of insinuation that he might expect certain services in exchange for money, Ethan Kensley backpedaled rapidly. "That is not. I mean, I did not." She was enjoying this way too much. Harper supposed that, in a pinch, teasing him was sufficient payback for hiding his identity from her. "I know very well what you meant," her smile still saccharine sweet. Harper moved to deliver the final nail in the coffin. "The point of this meeting is to work on suitable matches for you, Mr. Kensley. I have no intention of becoming involved with a client." If anything, she expected the man to be abashed or affronted. Perhaps he would even get up and storm out in a huff. But Ethan did none of those things. Instead, he merely smiled. That godforsaken attractive smile of his. "I am guessing I am not the first man you have shot down." Harper offered him a smile of her own. "And you will not be the last." It was funny. She had almost forgotten what it was like to banter with someone who had more brains than bravado. It was more exciting than she remembered. Ethan held up his hands in surrender. All right. I can take a hint." Reaching across the table, he took up the papers that he had previously discounted. "Let us take a look here." He glanced up at her with a teasing smirk. "If I can keep from being distracted." Harper rolled her eyes, but found herself fighting a strange wave of disappointment. It could not be, she told herself, that she wanted him to keep going despite her stolid stance. Harper was focused on the job. She was always focused on her job. Even someone as renowned and flirtatious as Ethan Kensley was not going to change that. As he finally settled into looking over the profiles she had provided, Harper took the opportunity to more closely assess him. She could not say that anything she had ever read about him in a tabloid was wrong, that was for sure. The man was breathtakingly gorgeous, and he knew it. He carried an air of confidence that had to bring women running for miles. On top of that, he was a Kensley and successful in his own right. She supposed she could see why Gary was so intrigued. With him sitting a mere 2 feet away from her, Harper could admit a small part of her was intrigued. Someone like Ethan Kensley seemed bigger than life, and yet here he was looking to hire her services. That was perhaps the strangest thing of all. To his merit, Ethan took long enough looking over the paperwork that she was able to order her lunch and a glass of champagne. He himself ordered nothing but a martini, citing a strenuous workout later. Harper was not sure if his aim was to implant the image of him half-naked and sweating into her mind, but it worked. She was struggling to rein in the portion of her brain that was reacting when he finally looked up at her. "You found these women based on the information I gave you, right?" His voice was carefully neutral this time, a 180 from his earlier blatant flirtation. "They are only preliminary matches," Harper provided. "Very rarely do we find success within the first 10 results of matching. This was, after all, just a consultation. You were feeling me out, right?" She did not know if she had ever been so interested in watching a man sip a martini, but Harper had the act of feigning blasé down to an art. "Certainly. Meeting you in person gives me a better idea of what women might suit your tastes. And after meeting me, do you still think that any of these women are to my tastes?" If she was honest with herself, Harper did not know what to think, besides the fact that she was obviously to his tastes. But of course, Ethan was not thinking long-term. When Harper matched people, the end goal was marriage. Her clients were looking for someone to settle down with, throwing all their funds into that perfect romance. Harper did not believe for 1 second that Ethan was looking for holy matrimony. He was not the type, which meant that this endeavor would probably be her hardest challenge yet. "No, I suppose not." He chuckled, swirling the remainder of his martini around the glass before popping the single olive in his mouth. "I am already impressed. I can prepare a new set of matches for you in about a week. Is there any new information you would like me to take into account while I am searching? Besides the fact that he was Ethan Kensley. Just that I have been celibate ever since this little endeavor started, so she might want to be ready for that." Harper found her cheeks coloring slightly. She might have expected something like that to come. Ethan would not have given up completely. What she did not expect was to be impressed by the little tidbit of information. Celibate? Ethan Kensley. The very notion was an oxymoron. Promiscuity was part of his persona. He might be telling her to insinuate the size of his appetite, but all Harper saw was that the man had stopped listening to his physical urges for long enough to listen to something else. Exactly what was anyone's guess? Meaning that you have decided to be chaste and wait for your one true love? She could not help the jibe. The idea of Ethan Kensley holding out for a hero was just too precious. Meaning that when she comes along, I am going to make her forget everything else, yeah. Harper stiffened as a vein of heat shot straight to her core. Whatever she thought his retort might be, it was not that. He was unmistakably cocky, that was certain, and that sort of thing did not usually appeal to Harper. But it had been a long, long time. If she were to become involved with a man, she would not want to fumble around with someone who did not know what he was doing. Harper had seen enough of that to last her a lifetime. Her body wondered very enthusiastically what it might be like to be with a man of Ethan's supposed prowess. It was supposed to be the key word. Of course, if she had a nickel for every man who had bragged to her about the pleasure he had in store, she would be even more wealthy than she was. Swallowing thickly, Harper merely fixed her newest client with her usually enigmatic smile. "I will certainly take it into account." She was not really certain how she made her exit as gracefully as she had. When Harper stood, her legs were decidedly shaky, and she needed a moment to compose herself. She left Ethan Kensley sitting there with his cocky smirk, and cursed him all the way back to her office. They would just have to see about that.
Chapter 4. Mutual Agreement.
Harper never thought she was exceptionally strong-willed for going as long as she had without intimacy. For the endless months that she had been celibate, she found that she usually had little to no desire even to seek personal relief. But all that changed after her consultation with Ethan. The moment Harper returned to her office, she shut herself in the plushly appointed bathroom. She was hot. Much too hot. And it did not help that every time she closed her eyes, she saw Ethan Kensley's smoldering gaze in her mind's eye. What was wrong with her? This was completely and totally out of character. She was not some teenager who got carried away by movie stars. She was a matchmaker, and Ethan Kensley was her very real client. So why could she not forget what he had said? It was unorthodox for her to let something like this affect her. Harper prided herself on control, precision, order. Yet Ethan Kensley seemed to disrupt all of that without even trying. She leaned back against the bathroom wall, pressing her eyes closed as she tried to steady her thoughts. It was ridiculous, completely inappropriate, that a client she had barely expected to meet could leave her this unsettled. And yet here she was. "Get it together," she murmured under her breath. But her thoughts refused to quiet. Ethan lingered in her mind, his presence, his voice, the easy confidence he carried with him. He made it difficult to think clearly, difficult to maintain the boundaries she was so careful to keep. For a moment, she allowed herself to simply feel it. The tension, the pull, the undeniable awareness of him. It unsettled her more than she cared to admit. Harper exhaled slowly, forcing herself to regain control. This was not how she operated. This was not how she conducted herself. Not here. Not like this. When she finally opened her eyes, she took in her reflection with quiet scrutiny. Composed. Professional. Exactly as she should be. She smoothed her skirt, adjusted her hair, and steadied her breathing. Nothing about her outward appearance suggested anything out of the ordinary. And yet, she paused, her gaze sharpening slightly. "Ethan Kensley," she said softly as if testing the name. Even now, it carried a weight she could not ignore. The sooner she matched him with someone else, the better. She did not need this distraction, did not need him anywhere near her again. It was already becoming a problem. This was just a lapse, she told herself firmly. A side effect of stress, of isolation, of not letting anyone close for far too long. That was all. By the time she left the restroom, Harper had regained most of her composure. Not entirely, but enough. She returned to her desk, sat down, and opened her laptop, forcing her focus back where it belonged. Work. Logic. Control. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard just as her phone buzzed. She frowned. If it was Ethan. It wasn't. Her expression shifted instantly when she saw the name on the screen. Athena. A flicker of guilt rose unexpectedly, but she answered anyway. "Hey." Harper, her sister's cheerful voice rang through the phone, followed by a laugh. "You sound surprised. Did I interrupt something?" "Not at all," Harper said quickly. "Just dealing with the new client." "Working your magic," Athena teased. "Never stops amazing me." Harper huffed softly. "What, that I make it look easy? That you're so good at helping people fall in love when you don't even believe in it," Athena shot back. Harper smirked despite herself. "It's called talent, Thee. Try not to be jealous." "Right," Athena laughed. "So, want to guess where I am?" Harper leaned back slightly, grateful for the distraction. "Do I get a hint?" "Asia." She raised a brow. "That narrows it down so much. I thought you were the smart one." "Smart, not psychic." "Come on, China? Japan? If it's Japan, you'd better bring me something good. There was a brief pause. Then? Okay, that was actually impressive. Harper smiled faintly. Lucky guess. As Athena launched into an enthusiastic description of her travels, Harper listened, letting her sister's excitement pull her further away from her own tangled thoughts. Luxury hotels. Incredible food. A life that sounded almost unreal. And for a little while at least, Harper allowed herself to forget all about Ethan Kensley. I lucked out working for Toshiro, really. Everyone is always talking about how hard it is to work for Vladimir. The man is a machine. Alistair is supposed to be a little crazy, but Toshiro understands how I function. He makes allowances for me, and has turned an immense learning curve into something second nature. He is just so. Harper arched a brow as her sister trailed off. She had not come into the world just yesterday, and this was not the first time her sister had gone off on a tangent gushing about her new employer. She knew her sister better than anyone on earth, and Athena did not gush about someone unless she thought they were changing her life. It is great that he understands you, Harper responded with a small smile, torn between her overprotective instincts and genuine joy for her sister. As long as he does not exploit you. Exploit me? Athena sounded outraged at the very notion. How on earth would he do that? Harper sighed. Just give it to me straight, are you involved with him? What? No. The blonde immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that she believed that it could not happen, she was just glad it had not happened yet. Athena had never been a good liar, and if anyone could tell when she was being dishonest, it was Harper. That did not seem to be the case now. Just because I like someone does not mean I am involved with them, Harp. I did not say it did. But it did not sound as if her sister just liked Toshiro Kensley. There was something going on here that was akin to hero worship, and that was dangerous. You know, I am just worried about you, I want to know what is best for you, and I am glad you are happy. I just want to make sure this goes right for you. Mixing business with pleasure is always dangerous. Well, I am not mixing them, Athena professed. Harper could all but see the stubborn tilt of her sister's chin. I can be enthusiastic about Toshiro professionally, without coveting him. Harper could only hope so. She did not want to have to go on the warpath with a family as influential as the Kensleys. She was already going to have enough trouble dealing with her own Kensley. What about you? I feel like you definitely need something to distract you from me. Please tell me you are working overtime. It was on the tip of Harper's tongue to deny any such thing, and switch the subject right back to what might or might not be her sister's involvement with Toshiro Kensley. But that would not have been fair of her. Harper might be cold, but she told Athena everything. And she could not help but tell her that she was dealing with her employer's younger brother. Sighing, Harper toyed with her blonde ponytail. I actually do have something I need to tell you, but there is a story behind this, so be patient with me. Finally, something I can annoy you about. Harper rolled her eyes, trying unsuccessfully to keep from smiling. When she began to relay her tale to Athena, however, her expression turned thoughtful. She told her sister about Trevor Thompson and the appointment he had made, as well as her initial assessment of him on the phone. In hindsight, Harper should have realized even then that something was fishy. Not very many men with that much money lived in Manhattan. She might have heard of Trevor Thompson. But then, Trevor Thompson shows up for his consultation, and you will never guess who was using a pseudonym. Oh my goodness, who was it? You have to tell me. Ethan Kensley. It had to be pretty shocking if even Athena did not have anything to say. Her sister always had something to say. It was a strange twist of fate that they were both working with Kensleys now. So, what are you going to do? Harper blew out a long breath. What do you think? I am going to match him. I have never not matched someone who came to me. It all sounded so simple when she put it like that. She would just do her job, no more and no less. If she had just gone into this with that mentality, maybe she would not have gone running to the bathroom to seek relief every time she thought of Ethan Kensley. The mere notion was enough to make Harper wince. She had never been the sort of woman made a slave to her own desires, and she certainly was not about to start now. She hoped. I wonder if Toshiro knows. Do not tell him, Harper countered almost immediately. I am sure if Ethan wants it family knowledge, he will do it himself, but in the meantime, keep this under wraps for me, okay thee? She did not think her sister would refuse her, but Harper's heart was still in her throat until Athena agreed. Of course. The blonde exhaled a breath of relief. So, you are really going to do this then? Try to get one of the most flagrant bachelors of our time to settle down? I am. Harper steeled herself, straightening her spine as she dug the man's file out of her bag. Just wait and see. What is going on, little brother? If the way Lucas jumped was any indication, he certainly had not been expecting anyone else to join him at the bar. It was late, and most of the other patrons had gone home. Ethan sought out this particular bar because his brother frequented it. It was a good way from his penthouse, and he was dog-tired, having just gotten off work, but he needed an honest ear. And there was no one better for that than Lucas. As he dropped down on the bar stool next to his brother, Lucas frowned. Goodness, you look a mess. Was it that bad? Ethan had been working overtime for the past few days, despite Vladimir's absence, in a simple attempt to distract himself. Everyone in the office was pretty floored when he showed up on time 4 days in a row, his father included. But there was a method to his madness. When Ethan's mind was occupied with numbers, he did not have time to think of a certain matchmaker, or how desperately he needed her company. I do not look a mess, Ethan rebutted in his own defense, smoothing his hands over his impeccably tailored jacket. This is Ferragamo. Not talking about your jacket, you idiot. Lucas shot him a wry smile. When is the last time you slept? Goodness, now that you mentioned it. Ethan had been running off coffee and little rest since his little run-in with Harper the previous week. Every time he laid down to go to sleep, all he could see was her in that red dress. It was almost like she had become an obsession. It worried him. After all, he was not the obsessive kind. That was Vladimir. Ethan had always been the calm and collected one, to the point of infuriating his older brother on several occasions. But Harper Jones, she was something else. The woman professed that she was not on the menu, which of course only made him want her more. He was stubborn that way. I nodded off at my desk for an hour or so earlier this afternoon, Ethan mused, signaling the bartender to order a drink. She was a perky redhead, who winked at him before grabbing the whiskey bottle. A month ago, he would have taken it as a blatant invitation. What had become of him? That is not sleep, Lucas returned flatly, sipping at his own drink. Dad said you have been off lately. Seeing as how you came to find me, I assume you want to talk about it. The kid was too smart for his own good. Ethan had to take a gulp of his whiskey before he answered. You are the baby. Why are you such a smart aleck? Distance? Lucas arched a brow. You guys are all with each other all the time. I am on the outside looking in. He had a point. Lucas was the only Kensley who did not work for the corporation. Their father was still convinced that he would find his place, but Ethan did not think business was in Lucas's blood. He was and always had been a people person. So what do you see? Lucas ran a hand through dark blonde locks. Well, you are tired, and Dad is worried about you. And I heard something about a matchmaker. Though I can hardly believe that you are getting this worked up over a woman. Ethan merely stared at him. After a moment of silence, Lucas's eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? Ethan scowled, rolling his eyes. Just shout it to the whole bar, why do you not? No one is here anyway. Lucas was still struggling to come to terms with his brother's issue. So fill me in? Ethan had hoped that, magically, there might be some way for Lucas to help him without having to divulge the whole story to his brother, but he should have known better. With the help of his whiskey, he divulged as much as he was safely able to, beginning with the woman he met at the charity event, and ending with the appointment he had with Harper the next week. Lucas listened dutifully until he was finished, before ordering another drink. "So let me guess, you are not really interested in getting married. What tipped you off?" "Ethan, really, if you like this woman, there is no need to go through with this farce. Just ask her out. She is not really the type to mix business and pleasure." Ethan made a face, as he downed the last of his whiskey. "And I kind of get the feeling she does not like me." "You? The charmer of everything with 2 X chromosomes? No?" Ethan glared at his younger brother. "I thought you were the advice giver. Care to give me some advice?" "I just did." Lucas sighed. "Tell the truth. You are wasting her time, and a lot of money otherwise. Admit you do not want the match. You want her." Ethan just stared at him in confusion. "You mean just tell her outright that I want to be with her? That is forward even for me. I thought you liked her." Lucas accepted the bartender's offering, with a sour look. "If you just want to be with her, what makes her any different than any other woman you have pursued?" It was a question that Ethan had not really stopped to ask himself. He had been so wrapped up in his baser desires that contemplating their origins beyond bodily function had not occurred to him. In that instant, however, he was forced to address the issue. Why was he so intent on claiming Harper? It was not simply because she told him it would not happen, though he did love a challenge. Maybe it was that she could match him wit for wit in the banter they shared. There was something masterfully appealing about a woman who could play the game as well as he did, and he reveled in the memory of Harper's glib tongue. Maybe it was that smile of hers. Her red lips all but taunted him, daring him to pursue her. But most of all, Ethan was drawn to the cool shell that Harper effortlessly wore. Within minutes of sitting with her, he knew she was not the type to trust easily. She kept people at a distance, and chose her friends wisely and her companions even more fastidiously. He wondered if she had a companion now. The notion sent an unexpected spark of envy through him. What kind of man did Harper Jones, peddler of love, allow into her life? Earth to Ethan? He started. He had not even realized that he had not answered his brother. As much as he valued Lucas's opinion, he was not quite ready to allow him access to the inner workings of his mind. "She is interesting." It was the best answer he could come up with, and the words made Lucas exhale a long breath. He took a swig of his drink, before trying a different angle. "You know, Ethan, have you ever thought about why you go through women like you do? Really thought about it?" Oh boy. Despite his youth, Lucas gave pretty good advice. No one could ever contest that. The downside was that he always felt he had to go further to fix people. Ethan was not quite drunk enough for that. Nope. He gestured for another whiskey, though he hardly thought he could get drunk fast enough to avoid what was coming. "Maybe you should," Lucas ventured, "or else you are going to upset Dad. You know he is intent on us all settling down." Settling down. It sounded so final that Ethan shuddered. "I will settle when I am dead." Lucas rolled his eyes. "Who is the youngest again?" "You squirt." Ethan ruffled his brother's impeccably coiffed hair, so Lucas yelped. "Do not get cocky." Ethan expected to leave the bar feeling better about his obsession with Harper, but instead, he only found himself craving her more. Maybe Lucas was right. He should drop the pretense and go for it. But that would mean letting go of the notion that she might match him with someone he found more stimulating. The idea did not give Ethan nearly as much pause as he might have thought. He had spent weeks waiting for what he thought might be something tantalizing, but what he got was far more tempting. He had no problem dealing with what was right in front of him. What he wanted close to him. Goodness, he was going to need another appointment with his dominant hand if he expected to get any rest that night. The week dragged on. Ethan continued to be eerily punctual at work, much to his father's chagrin, and he did his best to stay focused while he was at the office. It did not help that Lucas kept showing up, asking if he had spent any time in self-reflection. Perhaps the only thing that soothed Ethan at all was that he was not the only one conflicted. It seemed that Vladimir was having a few issues with a particularly sassy architect in Los Angeles. His emails, at least, helped detract from Ethan's own case of restlessness, as the accountant came up with the figures to soothe his brother's numerous inquiries about whether or not his headstrong architect was as out of her mind as he suspected. By the time the date of his next meeting with Harper rolled around, Ethan had decided on his course of action. He was going to lay his cards on the table and hopefully, in doing so, get Harper to do the same. It was, of course, a long shot, especially considering how much the woman prided herself on her work, but Ethan decided to throw caution to the wind. Alistair would probably be proud if he knew. Funnily enough, the decision to go all in seemed to banish any lingering apprehension Ethan might have had. He knew what he was getting into this time, and it was familiar territory. His quarry, however, was of an entirely different breed. And he could not wait to spend time with her. It was dinner this time, but that, in Harper's opinion, was far safer than letting Ethan Kensley anywhere near her office. That idea seemed almost profane, knowing what she had done in it. Out at a restaurant, they would be surrounded by people. But that did not mean the sight of the man did not make her breath catch and her belly coil with heat. In the past week, Harper had somehow managed to convince herself that Ethan was not nearly as attractive as she remembered. She had not seen his face or heard his voice, so it was easy to continue with the delusion, to break him down into numbers and preferences so that she could peddle him off to someone else. But things were different when he was right in front of her. He had impeccable dress sense. Harper had not seen an image of the man badly clothed, and tonight it was no different. It was a common misconception that only the fairer sex could wear figure-flattering clothing. The suit Ethan wore left little to the imagination: broad shoulders, trim waist, a body that he obviously took care of. His flaxen locks were slicked back from his face today, enough for her to see the diamond stud that glinted in his left ear. It gave him just a touch of bad boy allure that affected her more than she was willing to admit. Dinner was going to be interesting, that was for sure. Mr. Kensley. She rose from her seat to extend a hand. It was best to be professional from the get-go this time. Harper hoped there would be no surprises. Harper. His fingers wrapped around hers with surprising firmness. She expected him to release her hand after shaking, but instead, the charming man lifted her fingers to his mouth to brush a kiss across their backs. Nice to see you again. For a split second, the blonde forgot what she was going to say. She forgot that she was supposed to be railroading him with the new matches she had come up with. She would not give him an opportunity to be anything but cordial. But it was already too late for that. She forced herself back to her senses, tugging her hand from his grip. She would not blush, and she certainly would not acknowledge that tingle of awareness low in her belly. Harper sank back into her chair, clearing her throat as she reached for her bag. I am sure you will be pleased to know I have come up with a number of matches I think you will find appealing. Instead of answering her, Ethan reached for the menus on the table to peruse them. Have you ordered yet? The duck l'orange is amazing. I am not particularly hungry. Nervous, Harper? I am flattered that I make you jittery. She scowled at him as he gestured a waiter over to their table. This man was something else. She watched, more than a little perturbed, as he ordered food and wine for them both. Harper had no real intention of eating, and she certainly was not going to drink around Ethan. Harper only drank when she was alone. She refused to act a fool in front of anyone. Once the waiter left, she made sure he did not have the wrong idea. You do not make me jittery. Do I not? Then I imagine you have quite the appetite after a long work day. Harper was caught somewhere between exasperation and the amusement that always seemed to crop up when Ethan was involved. She wanted to dislike him, to think him insufferable and full of himself. But she could not help wanting to smile. No one was this confident. It was practically a caricature of reality. But Ethan wore it well. "I have some new matches for you," she repeated, extracting a folder from her bag to set on the table before her. "I am excited for you to take a look." In reality, Harper was nothing of the sort. The truth of the matter was that Ethan was particularly hard to match. On paper he was all over the charts, and on top of that, her concentration was thrown off the moment he entered her mind. She had just done the best she could, and picked the youngest and most appealing women she could find. Knowing Ethan's and all men's proclivity to lose their minds at the prospect of a pretty face, he would find someone who tickled his fancy. If she was lucky, he would not even have to read over the profiles. His interest would lead him in the right direction. The interest she spent entirely too much time thinking about. "How about this, Harper? I will happily read through all your match profiles. But only after you tell me a little something about yourself." Harper took a steadying breath. Her first impulse was to forbid him from calling her by her Christian name. It was far too intimate. "I think I have told you before, Mr. Kensley, that this is not about me. It is about your potential happiness. It would make me happy to learn more about my matchmaker." Harper repressed a groan. He had an answer to everything, did he not? She could not deny there was a part of her that was tempted. The same part that had sought relief to the memory of the man several times over the past week, and had intervened when she tried to do her job. But Harper had not gotten to where she was by flirting with her clients. Quite the contrary. If she wanted her payday, she would be smart about this. "Ethan, I would appreciate if we could keep things professional between us." "What if I were to guess?" Harper blinked, completely nonplussed. He really was not giving up, was he? She frowned when the waiter returned to pour their wine, merely eyeing hers warily. Kensley was not going to cooperate unless she bit, which meant that she had little choice. It was either that, or walking out on him. Besides that, Harper would at least admit to herself that she was curious about what Ethan thought he knew about her. She sighed, reluctantly taking up her glass of wine. She needed something to do with her hands lest she start fidgeting. After insisting she was not nervous, she did not want to give herself away. "All right, fine. Guess away." She took a sip, surprised to find the Sauvignon Blanc he had chosen quite refreshing. "You have to tell me if I am right," he countered, green eyes flashing mischievously. Harper still refused to smile. "Fine?" Ethan looked her over, hard, for a long moment. He reached for his glass of wine with a surprising amount of grace, taking a lingering sip. Harper did her best not to squirm in her seat. It was hard enough when she caught the scent of his cologne the moment he sat down across from her. Now that he was staring at her unabashedly, she did everything she could to keep from meeting his intense green gaze. "Okay." He took another swallow of wine before setting his glass aside. Harper arched a brow. "Okay." Ethan rested his chin on a palm with a small, teasing smile. "You live alone, and you like the solitude. You would only ever consider living with someone you are really close to, maybe a sibling. You are more comfortable alone than in a crowd." He emitted a low sound of contemplation that was oddly arousing. Harper felt as if the man was attempting to pick through her psyche with a fine-toothed comb. And he was doing pretty well, considering she had not given him anything to work with. "You like the safety of your profession. You like quantifying love and taking the fantasy out of it because you are not a typical damsel in distress. You do not believe in all that happily ever after, do you? There are better ways of living." Harper's stomach twisted, and she swallowed thickly. That was more than a little bit eerie. This was not guessing. It was like he was reading her mind. And she could not let that stand. "Am I on the right track so far?" The blonde glared at him. Taking up her wineglass, she downed half of it in one swallow before preparing to retaliate. One glass of wine was not enough to make her lose her head. In fact, it was just enough to lend her a little liquid courage. "Fine," she snapped. "My turn?" Surprisingly, Ethan did not protest at her outburst. His only reaction was a slight arching of a brow before she continued. "You like women. Love them, in fact, and wonderfully enough, you respect them as well. So they flock to you in droves, drawn to your allure." Harper toyed with the edge of a napkin as she forged on. "You keep a revolving roster of your favorites and let the others down politely, always the absolute gentleman. But the fact of the matter is that you never let anyone stay around for very long. You have got secrets you want to keep, and the hassle of someone finding them out has never appealed to you." For a long beat, neither of them spoke. Harper was pretty sure that her assessment of Ethan had been just as apt as his of her, if not more so, but he did not seem half as ruffled as she felt. Perhaps the man could not be ruffled. "I would say that is about right," he finally acquiesced, finishing the rest of his wine. "Who does not have secrets?" Harper did laugh at that. She could not help it. Ethan had this uncanny ability to diffuse the tension of the situation effortlessly. He raised and lowered his eyebrows suggestively as he spoke, and the gesture was so ridiculous that she could not help but let her guard down. "You, Ethan Kensley," she finally managed, "are an open book." "You think so? Well, does not that make us just perfect for one another?" Ethan inquired, this time in complete seriousness. Harper exhaled a long breath, ready to deflect his advances again, only to have the man continue quickly. "You do not believe in romance, and it is not really in my repertoire. If there have ever been two people who need to fall into each other's arms more, I have not heard of them." As outlandish as the suggestion was, Harper could not deny the temptation that wound through her. Ethan had been on her mind almost constantly since their first meeting. At this point, she thought of him the moment she slipped beneath the coverlet to sleep at night. After all his bluster, she could not help but wonder if the real Ethan could live up to the specter in her mind. It was quite the tall order. Harper had an intensely vivid imagination. She drew her lower lip between her teeth contemplatively. This was insane. There was no way she was actually thinking about this. Fantasizing about Ethan was all well and good, but actually becoming involved with him? That had never been in the cards. Had it? When is the last time someone touched you the way you need to be touched, Harper? Ethan's question, low and smolderingly sensual, jogged her from her thoughts and back to the present. The man was looking at her, as if he had not just ordered a 3-course meal for the two of them, as if she was the main course on the menu. And Harper soaked it up. It had been a long time since a man looked at her like that. It was not as if she had not been coveted. She dealt with sleazy guys catcalling her every day on the streets of New York City. But one glance into Ethan's heated green gaze made her realize that he wanted exactly what she did. And who said it had to interfere with her matchmaking? She was not out to marry the man. This was simple attraction between them. After it was assuaged, maybe he would be more amenable to a real match. All right. The word left her before she could let herself think too much. Goodness knew where that would lead. She expected that Ethan might look surprised. After all, she had spent their last session together trying to stave him off. But Ethan's hungry expression never wavered. Without a word to her, he gestured to the waitress, who hurried over as if her life depended on it. "Please have our food wrapped up and sent to my home address." Harper hardly had a moment to register that he must frequent this restaurant pretty often if they knew his home address before Ethan was out of his seat and rounding the table. He took her hand, tugging her to her feet, and suddenly Harper was closer to him than she had ever been. Close enough to feel the slide of his front against hers, to be enveloped in the spicy, clean scent of him and feel his warmth. She could not remember a man ever affecting her this instantly, with just the barest touch. The moment the man stepped into her personal space, heat suffused her, and her thighs clenched in raw need. What the heck was wrong with her? "Come with me, sweet." It was a pet name. Harper told herself she didn't like pet names, but the way Ethan said it, low and certain, made her hesitate before pulling away. Instead, she found herself falling into step beside him. His hand settled at the base of her spine, guiding her with quiet confidence as they moved through the restaurant. Harper's composure wavered, her thoughts suddenly scattered. She had handled situations like this before. She was in control of her own life, her own choices. She just needed to remember that. But the moment they stepped outside, that resolve slipped. Ethan guided her to the side, away from the flow of people, and before she could gather her thoughts, he was closer than she expected, too close, in a way that made her breath catch. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Harper's gaze searched his, her pulse unsteady. Then Ethan leaned in, and the space between them disappeared. The kiss was unexpected, but it wasn't unwelcome. Harper froze at first, caught off guard, but only for a second. Then something shifted. Something deep and undeniable pulled her closer, and she responded without fully thinking it through. His confidence unsettled her. His presence overwhelmed her. And yet, she didn't pull away. Ethan's hand tightened slightly at her waist as the moment deepened, his control just as tested as hers. When he finally drew back, it was only enough to meet her eyes. For a brief moment, the noise of the city seemed far away. He exhaled, his expression easing into something quieter, something more grounded. "Sorry," he murmured, though there was little regret in his tone. "I couldn't wait." Harper didn't respond right away. Her composure was still catching up with her. Then carefully she straightened, reclaiming a bit of control even as her thoughts remained tangled. "You're impossible," she said, though her voice lacked its usual sharpness. And for once Ethan just smiled. We should get a cab." It was all she could manage, pressed up against him like she was. "No need. I will drive." With that he took her hand, leading her around the corner and down the block to a parking garage. Harper was surprised he had driven himself. The man had more than enough money to afford a chauffeur, but that concern was assuaged the moment she saw his car. It was, without a doubt, the kind of vehicle a man lived to drive. "Aston Martin," she observed, taking in the smooth lines and gleaming color. "I compliment your tastes." Ethan chuckled, unlocking the car before opening the passenger side door for her. "Color me impressed." He leaned in for another kiss, and Harper lost herself in the hungry slide of his mouth against hers. She found her fingers threading through his thick hair in a bid to keep him close, as he nipped at her lower lip before pulling back with extreme reluctance. "You, Harper Jones, are one surprise after another." She smirked. "You have not even gotten me home yet." If it was just going to be one night, she might as well have fun with it. A single evening to get all the wild energy out of their systems, and then things would go back to business between them. That was a deal she could get behind. Point taken. Ethan rounded the car in short order to slide in and start the engine. It positively purred, and Harper could not help but smile. Being in a luxury car certainly had its perks. As she ran her hand over the dash, Ethan stared at her. "That is distracting as heck." Harper merely laughed. "You had better drive, Kensley, before I change my mind." That was enough to kick Ethan into high gear. Within seconds, they were out of the parking garage and headed uptown. If Harper had any intention of receding back into her own private headspace, that was thwarted by Ethan's hand on her bare thigh, just beneath the hem of her dress. "Stay right here with me, Harper. Just for tonight." His words were surprisingly tender, and she forced herself to remember that he had done this with so many women that it was probably second nature. There was absolutely nothing special about this for Ethan Kensley. That particular train of thought, however, was hard to maintain when Ethan's deft fingers were toying with the sensitive skin of her inner thigh. He was supposed to be driving for goodness sake, and Harper looked to him in reprimand. But Ethan's eyes were firmly on the road, even if his mind was not. Though the ride lasted all of 10 minutes, it was without a doubt one of the longest drives of Harper's life. She all but writhed in impatience, which she could hardly do when she was trying to keep a cool exterior. By the time they got to the high rise where Ethan lived, her body was uncomfortably affected. She was up and out of the car before he could open the door for her, and heading for the elevator. "I assume you live in the penthouse," she called back to him, her finger poised over the button to call the car. Instead of replying, Ethan merely molded his body against hers, pressing her flush against the wall. Harper immediately raised her hands to protest, only to have him enfold them with his own, as he pressed a heated kiss to the back of her neck. Harper, you are so used to being in control, are you not?" Her efforts died the moment she felt the press of his body against the swell of her behind. "I assure you, that is not going to be the case tonight." The hushed promise sent a shiver down her spine, but Harper was not about to give up the ghost just like that. She bucked her hips back against his own, relishing his sharp intake of breath before she glanced at him over her shoulder. "Is it not?" Ethan's dark chuckle was all the answer she needed. When he kissed her neck again, he injected a sharp nip as he pressed the elevator button before finally releasing her. The moment he did, Harper turned to face him. The heat in his gaze only intensified the flames burning low in her belly, and she cupped his face to press her mouth to his once more. Goodness, he was a good kisser. He had had plenty of practice, she was sure, but she had never been so aroused from a mere kiss. When the elevator arrived, neither of them noticed. The car stood open for a full minute as their tongues tangled, and Harper's fingers slid through Ethan's already mussed hair. Her mind was full of him, his scent and his body against her, and Harper forgot that she was supposed to be playing hard to get. She had never wanted a man like she wanted Ethan. Why not indulge? When he lifted her, sliding his hands beneath her thighs to carry her into the elevator, Harper smirked up at him. "Perfected that one, have you? I can tell you are impressed." Before she could reply, he was pressing her against the wall, muffling her words with another needful kiss. Time might have ceased to exist. All Harper knew was the hardness at the crux of her thighs and Ethan's mouth against hers. When the elevator announced its arrival at the top floor, she noticed only because Ethan hefted her higher in his arms before carrying her over the threshold. She barely got a look at his apartment, high ceilings, maple floors, and plush furniture, before she stumbled onto the bed in a gargantuan master suite. Harper might have done some further investigation if she had not been transfixed by the sight of Ethan undoing his tie before shrugging out of his jacket. Not one to lie idle, she rose to her knees to help him with the buttons on his shirt, only to have him take hold of her hips and jerk her to the edge of the bed. The motion knocked her flat onto her back once more as he tugged off her heels. "I am sure you have been told," he said with a faint smile, his hands gliding lightly up her calves, "that you have amazing legs." His touch was warm and unhurried, and Harper lifted a brow, though her pulse had already begun to quicken. "A few times," she replied evenly. Ethan chuckled, clearly pleased. "I have been thinking about them since the moment I saw you." That caught her off guard. A flicker of heat stirred low in her chest, and Harper found herself watching him more closely now, aware of every small movement, every shift in his expression. There was something in the way he looked at her, focused and intent, that made it difficult to look away. He did not rush. That, more than anything, unsettled her. "Lovely," he murmured almost to himself. Harper swallowed, unsure whether to deflect or lean into the moment. There was something undeniably bold about him, something that made it difficult to stay entirely guarded. When he finally looked up at her again, his gaze had darkened, his expression calm but certain. "I am not in a hurry," he said quietly. That gave her pause. For a fleeting second, Harper considered stopping him, resetting the pace, regaining control before it slipped too far from her grasp. Quick, simple, and detached had always been easier. But this felt different. Harper had spent years keeping every part of her life under strict control. Letting go, even for one night, was both terrifying and strangely liberating. "Oh," she breathed softly, more to herself than to him, as the weight of that realization settled in. His attention never wavered, and despite herself she felt her resistance begin to loosen, drawn into the quiet intensity between them. The world narrowed to just the two of them. Harper's thoughts scattered. Part of her wanted to pull away. The other part wanted to see where this would go. Reaching for him, Harper caught the front of his shirt and drew him closer. When she kissed him, it was no longer tentative. There was intent behind it now, a quiet decision made. Or, she murmured, her voice low, "You could stop talking." His eyes flickered with amusement. "I'll get there," he said. "Patience." At that, Harper let out a soft laugh. "I have the patience of a saint." "Do you?" Ethan's smile turned knowing as his hands moved, easing the fabric from her shoulders with unhurried confidence. "Then this should be no problem for you." Her breath caught despite herself. He paused, not rushing, just looking, as though taking in the moment rather than claiming it. That alone made her pulse stutter. "You always surprise me," he said quietly. Harper swallowed, suddenly aware of how close they were, of how easily she was giving ground. "Ethan." But whatever she meant to say slipped away, as he drew her back into him, slower this time, more deliberate. The shift in pace only made it worse, made it harder to think, harder to hold on to control. She tightened her grip on him, pulling him closer instead. "Not very patient," he murmured. "Don't push your luck," she shot back, though the edge in her voice had softened. His answering smile was brief, gone just as quickly as the moment deepened again. This time there was no teasing pause. The tension that had been building finally tipped, quiet and inevitable, and Harper felt it in the way everything else seemed to fall away, the room, the noise, even her better judgment. "Ethan." His name came out softer now, less like a warning and more like surrender. He didn't respond with words. He didn't need to. The rest unfolded in a blur of closeness and heat, of unspoken understanding and choices neither of them bothered to question. And when it became too much, too intense to hold on to, Harper let go. The blonde let out a long breath, her body still tingling with the lingering effects of his attention. "You are impossible, you know that?" There was no real heat behind the words, only a mix of frustration and something far more dangerous. "And yet," Ethan murmured, his voice low against her skin, "you keep coming back." Her pulse quickened at that alone. Harper reached for him, her earlier composure unraveling as she closed the distance between them. For once he let her take the lead, watching, steady and intent, as she studied him with the same intensity he had given her. Their chemistry shifted, balance now between them in a way neither was willing to fully surrender. Ethan exhaled when she touched him, his control slipping in the smallest of ways. "Careful," he warned softly, though there was no real restraint in his voice. Harper only smiled faintly. This time, she wasn't the one holding back. The tension between them built quickly, each movement deliberate, each reaction drawing them closer to something neither could ignore. When Ethan finally pulled her back toward him, the world narrowed to the space between them, the quiet urgency, the shared breath, the unspoken agreement that neither of them intended to stop. Harper clung to him, her defenses dissolving under the intensity of it all. "Ethan," she breathed, her voice softer now. The sound of his name, spoken like that, was enough to undo him. He caught her hands, grounding her, holding her in place as he pressed his forehead briefly to hers. "Tell me what you want," he murmured, his tone gentler now. Harper hesitated, only for a moment. Then quietly, she answered him. Ethan's expression softened, something almost reverent passing across his features. "Good," he said. And this time, he didn't make her wait.
Chapter 5. Workaholic.
As lovely as Ethan thought Harper was in her prim pencil skirt and button-up, as alluring as she was with all that blonde hair flowing down around her shoulders and that defiant smile, this was what he had wanted most of all. She was beneath him, completely taken by the pleasure he had given her. She was completely gorgeous with her hair mussed, and those lovely gray eyes completely vacant, even more beautiful than he had imagined. Ethan barely managed to keep from collapsing against her. He could not remember the last time he had experienced such intense satisfaction. He chalked it up to the weeks he had remained celibate, perhaps, or all the fantasizing he had done, but being with Harper Jones was, without a doubt, the most memorable intimate experience of his life. Though his body was fatigued, just lying against her like this was enough to make him want her again. And again. With a low sound of satisfaction, he raised his head to gaze down at her once more. She seemed to be coming back to herself, tugging at his grip on her wrists as she came down from her high. "Dear Lord, let me go. I am going to cramp up again," she sighed, her eyes fluttering closed. She had a big mouth, and she had fought him all the way. But somehow, instead of irking him, Ethan found it endearing. Harper was as stubborn in private as she was out of it. It made him want to challenge her, until she was nothing but a babbling mess in his arms, all those sensibilities of hers gone. But this had been hard enough. With extreme reluctance, Ethan released her, rolling from her and onto his side to prop his head up on a hand. "You need another massage?" At the memory of how he had eased her taut muscles back into a relaxed state, his hands itched to touch her again. "Absolutely not." Harper rolled her eyes, but she was unable to help the little smile that played around the edges of her mouth. "I know better than that." Exhaling a long breath, she rolled onto her stomach, letting her eyes drift closed once more. In the moonlight streaming in from the window, she could have been a goddess, all tan skin, golden hair, and decadent curves. Ethan swallowed thickly, as he felt his body starting to respond. "Do you have a drink?" she finally mused. Ethan tore his gaze from her kiss-swollen lips. "Whiskey or bourbon?" "Yeah." He rose from the bed with no heed to his own nakedness. He felt her eyes on him all the way from the bedroom, and could not help the thrill of masculine pride that rose in him. It was apparent that he was not the only one thinking such thoughts. Ethan would pay a king's ransom to know what Harper was thinking at that moment, exhausted from their intimacy, watching him like a hawk. He made his way to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of straight bourbon before returning to the bedroom. She was already up. Harper found her underwear and stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out over the city. She was a vision in black lingerie, and Ethan clutched one of the glasses almost hard enough to crack it. If he thought that having her once would be enough to get her out of his system, Ethan was dead wrong. Somehow, he forced himself to cross the room and hand her the drink. Harper took it, glancing down before smirking. "Down, boy." She drained half her bourbon in one swallow before sighing in satisfaction. "Nice view?" Ethan's lips quirked. "Me or the city?" Harper tossed a cheeky glance in his direction. "You need to put some clothes on before a picture of you ends up in the National Enquirer." Ethan took a sip of his own drink before he set it aside. He stepped up behind Harper, aligning his body with hers to press against her from behind. "But I am not done with you yet." Ethan was not sure his hunger for this woman would ever be satisfied. There was just something about her, that stubborn tilt of her chin, the way she always had to be right. She got under his skin in a way no woman ever had. He expected Harper to melt back into him, to give herself to him again. He could very contentedly spend the whole night memorizing every inch of her. But instead, the blonde woman merely turned to him, her expression suddenly cool. "Oh, yes, you are." Ethan arched a brow, flummoxed by this sudden change of tone. "Is that so?" "You got what you wanted, Ethan." Harper handed him her glass, strutting past him to find her skirt and tug it up her long legs. "So now you are going to give me what I want." "And what is that?" He watched transfixed, as her slender fingers worked at the buttons of her top. "You are going to seriously look at the matches I have come up with for you." Harper could only have surprised him more if she had dumped her drink over his head. Matches. She wanted to talk about matches. Right now? After they had just been together so intensely? For a split second, he thought she might be joking, but then the blonde was extending the folder she had offered him during dinner once more. Her expression was all business. "Now that you are less distracted, maybe you can take this a little more seriously." His first impulse was to toss the folder aside, but one look into her stern gray eyes, and Ethan knew that would be the last he saw of her. She was right. He had gotten what he wanted, but it had not turned out as he had expected. Not at all. How was he supposed to consider a bevy of other women when his mind was full of her? It was impossible. But he could not let her know that. Fine. Taking the folder, Ethan made a show of flipping through the contents. I will take a look and let you know if I find anyone who meets my standards. Harper's satisfied smile heated him and infuriated him all at once. I appreciate it. I will come up with a few other candidates in the meantime. You can call me if you have any questions. She was leaving after all that. Harper hoisted her bag over her shoulder before glancing back at him. Enjoy the rest of your evening, Ethan. He watched, half longing, half in disbelief, as she sashayed her way from his bedroom and down the hall. When the elevator dinged a moment later, the sound was finally enough to jolt him from his reverie. Still naked, Ethan stalked across the room to his dresser to toss the folder down in disgust. He raked both hands through his hair, trying to decide what had just happened. He had been under the impression that she would stay the night, that their time together had been so explosive that neither of them could resist. But Harper was more business-minded than he thought. She was cold and calculating, so wily that he had to admire her even as he cursed her guile. He drank the rest of his bourbon before pouring himself another drink. Even if he did not know why, Ethan was upset. In all of his days of womanizing, a woman had never walked out on him like Harper did. When he could still smell her, taste her, feel her. With a bitter smile, he drained his second drink before stalking still naked towards the shower. Why was he upset? 6 months prior, he would have been happy she was not trying to cling to him. He would not have given two thoughts to the fact that she had shown herself out. But here now Ethan cared. And the feeling was unsettling. Harper was up all night, torn between a strange elation and self-castigation. What had she been thinking? She had let Ethan Kensley sweet-talk her out of her clothes. She was no better than any of the hundreds of women who had fallen prey to his charm over the years. Though she had handled things as admirably as she could, holding her head high and strutting out on her terms, she still felt as if she had broken her own rules. She had broken her own rules. Her job was to bring people together, not to become involved with the men looking for their perfect wives. Atop that, Ethan Kensley was the most profitable client she had ever landed. She had not given a single thought about her job when he had been with her so intimately. Since her childhood, Harper had sworn that she would always look after herself first and foremost, she and her sister. When her parents had been screaming and fighting with one another, she promised herself that she would never feel vulnerable again. She would stand on her own and master her own destiny. Ethan Kensley made her feel vulnerable, and it scared her. He had done exactly as he had promised, taken away her control. And Harper had liked it. Liked was an understatement. She had loved it. The memory alone was enough to make her want to prostrate herself at his feet and beg for a repeat performance. But she knew better than that. Continuing to be involved with Ethan would mean losing him as a client, and she certainly could not have that. Not before she had successfully matched him. He was a challenge, and she thrived off challenges. She ate them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But when it came to matching Ethan Kensley, her heart was hardly in the job. She had to be losing her mind. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She could use her methodologies to prove to everyone that even the world's biggest playboy could be brought to heel. Even if she had already been with him. Ultimately, Harper had to make peace with herself. She lay in bed alone at 3 a.m. and spoke 3 final words: "It does not matter." So they had been intimate. Intimacy was a purely carnal act, an animalistic sharing of 2 bodies. Now that they had gotten it out of the way, maybe she would be better able to concentrate. She knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the man was a mind-blowing romantic partner. One Harper promised herself that she would never indulge with again. Even as the thought comforted her, it incited a strange pang of regret. Harper thought to soothe it by rolling over and forcing herself to sleep. Things would be better in the morning, when she had some rest and a few hours' distance. Everything would be a lot clearer, and her night with Ethan Kensley would be just a distant memory. Harper could not stop staring at her phone. She was supposed to be working on both Ethan and another man she had a meeting with later that afternoon, but her attention kept drifting back to her phone. She was not expecting a call, so she might as well throw the thing in a drawer and forget about it. But what if he called and she missed it? What if he called to tell her he had already chosen one of the women she had matched him with, and he wanted to meet her? The notion was enough to make Harper stiffen, as she clutched the edge of her desk. Introducing another woman to Ethan Kensley, if they hit it off, would mean a big paycheck for her, and notoriety beyond measure. And imagining him doing all those things to another woman. But that was no business of hers, was it? There had been plenty of women before her, and there would be plenty after, she was sure. If Ethan wanted to pursue others, it was none of her affair. She did not even like him. How could she like a blatant womanizer like him? He might very well respect women, but heaven help any female who had her heart set on Ethan Kensley. They were on a one-way road to heartbreak. It had to be, Harper reasoned, that he was just exceptionally good in private. Good enough to change her warped perception of the way she thought intimacy was supposed to go. A drunk man seduces a woman, falls on top of her, grunts his satisfaction, and then they part ways. Ethan was so totally and completely devoted to his partner's pleasure. Well, it was no wonder she could think of little else. Before Ethan, Harper had not even known she could experience release more than once in one session. Setting her pen down, the blonde exhaled a long breath. This line of thought was not conducive to her work at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was quickly growing uncomfortable as her mind clouded with longing. She needed a break. Some air would do her good. Before she could change her mind, Harper grabbed her jacket and her wallet and took the elevator to the first floor. Her office was in the building of a huge conglomerate, so she always drew stares as the only one not dressed in a dowdy suit. As she stepped out into the sunshine, Harper breathed a sigh of relief. Yes. This was just what she needed. Time to forget about the complications of men and women for a while and have a leisurely lunch. At least that had been her plan. Harper had just settled down at one of her favorite restaurants when her phone rang. She scrabbled for it immediately, but it was not Ethan. "Hey Harp." Athena's enthusiastic hello immediately soothed her nerves. It was strange how quickly her sister could put her at ease, even from thousands of miles away. Harper found at that moment that she missed the younger woman profusely. "How are things?" "Great," Harper lied much more easily than her sister. "What far-flung corner of the world are you visiting today?" "Still in Japan," Athena replied with a laugh. "We have been here for a while. It is an amazing country, and Shiro is like a walking encyclopedia. There is so much to do and see." "Shiro?" For a moment, Harper glared at the phone. Since when had Athena been calling her boss by nickname? She felt a thread of anger and suspicion rising in her, and had to force herself to take a deep, calming breath. She had to talk to Athena. Make her realize the dangerous path she was walking. Her own issues with Ethan were forgotten in favor of her protective instincts. So, she adopted the most casual tone she could, considering the circumstances. "It is Shiro now, is it?" Athena paused, and it was evident she realized she had slipped up. "Harper, it is not like that." Her voice was so guilty that the phone almost went up in flames. "What is it like then, Thee? Do tell." Athena immediately floundered. She had always suffered from the virtue of complete honesty. When they were younger, Harper often had to lie to their parents for her. Athena's poker face would not have fooled a blind man. "Harper, you know you do not have to baby me. I am a grown woman." "A grown woman who is involved with her boss," Harper hissed lowly. "And that boss is a Kensley." "Athena, I am only trying to look out for you. You know better than to mix business and pleasure." "Harper," her sister groaned in exasperation, "I can make my own decisions." "Clearly not," Harper rebutted. You are lucky I do not come over there and get you. For the love of all that is good, Harper. Just because you are miserable does not mean I have to be. Harper's mouth snapped shut as her stomach twisted harshly. She swallowed thickly, her response faltering. Oh. Harp. Athena's tone was immediately apologetic. I am sorry. That came out wrong. I did not mean it. But that was just it. Athena had never said something she did not mean. That was who she was. Harper forced a smile, taking a big sip of the wine she had ordered. I know you did not, Thee. It is fine. I do not mean to get on your case. You know I just worry about you. I know, Athena returned softly. I wish you would redirect some of that energy towards yourself. Harper almost always came away from a conversation with Athena with a smile on her face and a spring in her step. When she hung up with her sister this time, however, she found that she could barely touch the food she had ordered. Did Athena really think she was miserable? What would have given her that impression? Harper was happy. With her life, her profession, her apartment, everything except Ethan Kensley. She decided to take her food to go, returning to her office in a decidedly somber mood. This was turning out to be one of the longest days in recent memory. Her concentration was shot, her baby sister was being influenced half a world away. What more could possibly go wrong? She supposed she should not have asked. When she returned home at the end of the day, Harper found her apartment under half an inch of water. One of the pipes in the ceiling had burst, and her landlord would not be able to call a plumber until the next day. Thankfully, Gary was more than happy to let her crash at his place. His apartment was a tiny bohemian studio in Soho, but his couch was comfy, and Gary made a mean pot of chili. He told Harper to make free use of the bathroom when she got up. He would sleep in until an evening audition. But Harper did not go to sleep right away. Instead, she pulled out her laptop and tried to get some of the work that she had neglected during the day done. First, she worked on her extra client. She had rescheduled the meeting she was supposed to have with the man for the next day. Luckily, she had already come up with most of his matches. He was very much her typical clientele, a middle-aged millionaire in search of a wife half his age to spend his money on. There were at least 6 women lined up to meet him. That one would go off without a hitch. But then she had to turn her attention back to Ethan. For a long while, Harper stared at the screen. His profile picture was one of the many covers she had found him on, and in hindsight, she realized that she did not really like the way he looked in it. Too buttoned up, the starched and perfect accountant extraordinaire. She much preferred him relaxed after he had been with her. A low sound of frustration escaped her, and Harper forced herself to go through the information he had given her for the umpteenth time. There had to be something here, something she was missing. No one was unmatchable, not even Ethan Kensley. Chewing on her lower lip thoughtfully, Harper scanned the information before glancing at the picture again. That charming smile. The man was a demon. He should look the part. With a long exhalation, she leaned back against the couch. Harper's fingers lingered over the keys. Errantly, she began to enter information into her compatibility generator. Age, height, weight, likes and dislikes. It was not until she was almost finished that she fully registered that the values she input were her own. Why she even bothered was beyond her. Just for fun, she had entered her own statistics into the system numerous times, and each and every time she got absolutely nothing. She often used the results as proof that she was happy just the way she was, enjoying the way her sister scoffed. Harper jabbed the enter button, waiting the precursory minute or so while the system calculated. Usually, when she input someone's data, the system she created spat out as many as 20 people who might be compatible with the original values. From there, it was up to Harper to narrow down the search using her own wits and experience. The program, after all, was only a faster extension of herself. This time her search turned up only one match. Harper stared at the screen until her eyes hurt, and the information did not change. According to the system that she created, she was a 94% match with Ethan Kensley. The blonde was jolted from her discovery when her phone buzzed. Frowning, she reached for it, wondering who could be messaging her so late. It was him. Look through your matches. Close but no cigar. Next Friday? How could those few words make her both angry and longing all at once? The man was clearly spitting in the face of her profession. Harper would be surprised if he had even read any of what she gave him. Ethan was just goading her, and if she knew what was good for her, she would not rise to his infantile teasing. She messaged him back. Make it 2 Fridays. I will need to pull out the big guns. Once she had answered, she turned her phone off and put it away. She needed to sleep. The only way she would be able to make the most profitable match of her career was if she was well rested, and if she forgot the way Ethan made her feel. Ethan spent the majority of the week in meetings with his father about a huge budget overhaul. After looking at the design of the Los Angeles building, courtesy of futuristic architect Charlotte Gardner, the old man had grand plans to redo half their major headquarters around the world. He could hardly imagine how Vlad would react when he found out. He was already losing his mind over the changes he faced in Los Angeles, and it did not help that he and the architect were at each other's throats. Ultimately, Ethan ended up sending his father home. Jackson was looking more and more tired these days. His son imagined it was the prospect of permanently handing the reins over to Vlad. As much faith as Jackson had in his son, it had to be hard to give it all up. But he had worked 60-hour weeks for most of his life. It was time he had a rest. I am not tired. His father would not have been his father if he did not fight him. He could be an ornery old codger when he wanted to, and Ethan ushered him firmly into the waiting car at the curb Friday evening. I can still work circles around you, boy. Ethan rolled his eyes. Dad, you are obviously exhausted. The last thing I need is to deal with both Vlad and you. Now go home and get some rest. Jackson might have acted upset, but there was gratitude in his eyes. He was one of the strongest men Ethan knew, but no one could escape Father Time. His father was beginning to show his age, though he would never admit it. Fine. Fine. You should come up to the manor this weekend. Your mother would love to see you. And you can tell us all how that meeting with the matchmaker went. Ethan hid a wince of discomfort. He had forgotten that he had told his father about that. Now, he would have to make up some excuse to avoid divulging the whole story. Not that there was that much to tell. Sure, Dad. Once the car was gone, Ethan frowned. He had done pretty well to keep from thinking about Harper for most of the day, but of course, his father's interrogation brought everything surging back. Another whole week until he saw her again. Ethan was pretty sure that by that time, he would have exhausted himself completely. Every time he went to bed, he remembered what it had been like to have Harper beside him, underneath him, and it drove him absolutely insane. Even though he had changed his sheets, he could still smell her. Still see her every time he rolled over. The simple solution, of course, would be to bring another woman home to his bed. Another wild night would hopefully drive all thoughts of Harper from his mind. But the option seemed somehow distasteful. Ethan could hardly believe his own thoughts, but he did not want to lose himself in anyone else. He wanted Harper, and he wanted her to come willingly. That was laughable. In her mind, she had already given all she would give. Now she wanted Ethan to pick someone else, something he had not really even wanted in the first place. Maybe it would just be better to forget the whole thing. Ethan headed back into the office to run a couple more figures. In the back of his mind, Harper Jones was silhouetted against his window in her black lingerie, and she would not be moved. He made up an excuse to keep from going home that weekend. Of course, his mother was down his throat, and even Lucas called him to guilt-trip him about staying away. But Ethan did not dare go to the manor when he knew his father would almost certainly interrogate him about Harper. Ethan had always considered himself a pretty smooth operator, but he had never been very good at lying to his father. No one was, not even Alistair, who would turn tail and run before he lied, could avoid the truth when faced with Jackson's fierce gaze. It always helped to know what the story was going to be when you planned on lying, but Ethan did not know what story he planned to tell. All he knew was that it had better be a lot better than the one he was telling himself. Harper had promised to come up with more matches, to bring out her big guns, whatever that meant. He had had a look through the women she already submitted, and while they were plenty attractive enough, there was nothing that drew him to any of them. He had read through their profiles, and could only see the pretentiousness behind each of them. They wanted someone to accommodate their needs, to cater to them hand and foot. While Ethan was all for worshipping women, he was hardly going to head into a relationship with that mentality. He found himself wondering errantly how Harper liked to be pampered. It would be something she hid from the world, a side of her that no one else ever saw. Did she like flowers and wine? Did she harbor a secret addiction to chocolate? She was the type of woman who would make you work for it, so fiercely independent that every gesture would be a struggle. But she would be pleased, just as secretly pleased as when she submitted to you in private. He told himself that he was going to take this weekend to himself, sipping liquor and relaxing on the couch. He needed to detox from Harper before the next time he saw her, or things would get messy in more ways than one. Rising from the couch, he stalked towards the kitchen. He would eat some of the fabulous cooking Rosita left for him, and then he would work out until he was exhausted. Then, there would be no time to worry about matches or work or anything of the sort. When was the last time he had gotten a good night's sleep? He could not help but wonder if he would sleep well with Harper in his arms, all that soft skin and long blonde hair. He had made a mess of things, and Ethan had no one to blame but himself. By the time that Friday rolled around, Ethan had indeed exhausted himself into sleeping through every night, but that was by sheer virtue of staying busy. It was, he found, the only way he could keep a clear mind. It helped that Vlad was preparing to go on a trip to Russia. Arranging for his expenses and accommodations was always a headache and a half, one that Ethan found himself surprisingly glad to be working on. He was in the middle of said figures when his mother appeared in the doorway of his office, surprising him greatly. One minute he was neck-deep in Russian translations, and the next, she was calling his name. "Mom." Ethan bolted out of his chair, somehow guilty. "What are you doing here?" "I feel like I should be asking the same of you," she returned wryly, enfolding him in her arms. As always, Olivia Kensley was as radiant as a woman half her age, and her smile was both shrewd and comforting. "It is past 6 in the evening. Usually, no one can keep you in the office a minute past quitting time." "Yeah, well," Ethan ran a hand through his hair sheepishly. "Vlad has been on my case to have this finished before he heads off to Russia. He has been irritable as heck lately, almost like he is still over my shoulder." His mother chuckled. "I am guessing it has something to do with Charlotte Gardner. Your father tells me Vlad has been struggling quite a bit to deal with her eccentricities." "Did not Dad hire her for those eccentricities?" Ethan inquired, arching a brow. He could not stop going on about the design. "Of course. It is brilliant, artistic and fresh, but we all know how much your brother loves change." Ethan winced at the very insinuation. Vlad liked things the way they were. If it was not broken, he did not think it should be fixed. Not quite up to par with their father's revolutionary way of thinking, but he still had time. "I am not here to talk about Vladimir though, darling." Taking his arm, his mother urged him back into his own office. "I am here for you." Ethan trained his expression into one of polite surprise, even as his stomach twisted. He might have guessed this was coming. When you worked with family, there was little viable escape. There were eyes and ears everywhere. "What about me, Mom?" He took a seat at his desk while she settled in one of the plush, low chairs before it. "You have been in the office constantly lately. Do not think any of us have not noticed." She crossed her legs primly to fix her son with her far too knowing stare. "And we have not seen you with any new lady friends in the paper." He should have known that little detail would ultimately come back to haunt him. Ethan Kensley, a famous womanizer, away from his usual habits. It had only been a matter of time. Does that mean you have met someone special? Ethan suppressed a groan. His parents had been overly concerned with happily ever afters for as long as he had known them. Whereas most parents, at least in his opinion, told their children to settle, that there was no perfection where love was concerned, his father was always going on about how there was a perfect woman for every man, and you would know her when you saw her. As much as he loved his father, Ethan had never really believed that particular piece of advice. If love was all sunshine and rainbows, he never would have known the Kensleys in the first place. Mom, I do not know what Dad has been telling you, but it is nothing like that. That was as close to the truth as he could get at the current juncture, and even that was a stretch. He has not told me anything, Olivia returned, her tone questioning. Only that the lazy bones has been overworking himself. Are you so surprised that I am concerned? Ethan exhaled a long breath. Am I really that bad? Olivia smirked. You have never been a morning person, Ethan. Not since you were a child. Well, that much was true. Getting him up for school had always been a chore that she sent one of his brothers to do. They lacked the gentility of their mother, but they certainly knew how to get the job done. Of course, that was because he had always been tired. Ethan never liked to discuss such things, but he suffered from nightmares until he was a teenager. Ethan, you know you can talk to me if something is wrong. Olivia's dark eyes were earnest as she eyed him over his desk. I know you are a grown man and that you can take care of yourself, but no one is an island. This was a talk she should have been giving Vlad. Ethan had never been the strong and silent type. Next to Lucas, he was probably the most outgoing of his siblings. That had never been the issue. Ethan? He forced himself back to the present, to find his mother gazing at him expectantly. Mom, I am fine. Olivia frowned. And you have been sleeping well? There it was. That was what this was all about. Ethan raked a hand through his hair. I have been exhausted, so yeah. Spending your nights alone, I imagine? Ethan flinched. It was horrible enough that she had come all the way down to the city to interrogate him. He did not need his mother butting into his private life. You know, Ethan, perhaps looking for one woman to lessen that pain instead of many. Mom. Ethan rarely ever took this particular tone with his parents. He would never ever want to hurt the people who raised him. But this was a sensitive subject, as anyone who knew him could attest to. His mother perhaps most of all. This is not about that. He finally managed in an effort to take some of the bite out of his reprimand. But it was. All at once the memories came pouring in. The unease that he thought he had conquered, the need that usually sent him searching for the nearest willing woman he could find. But at that particular juncture, Ethan found that he did not want just any woman. He wanted Harper. Harper, who he would see tomorrow and have to pretend that once was enough. If his mother was hurt by his brusqueness, she hid it well. If you say so, sweet. For a moment silence hung between them, and he felt like a fool. If he could not talk to the woman who taught him what it was really like to have a mother about this, then who could he talk to? The easy answer was no one. Talking about it made him feel vulnerable, and if there was one thing Ethan despised above all else, it was feeling anything less than in control of the life he had made for himself. Mom, I will come visit soon, I promise. I think I just need a break. His smile seemed enough to distract her, or at least enough that his mother sighed and stood defeated. No getting out of it this time, then. Your father nearly climbed the wall when you canceled last weekend. He could not believe it. This weekend? I swear. Leaning forward, Olivia cupped his jaw in a slender hand, her smile fond. You know that we only want the best for you, do you not? Ethan had never doubted that. If only he were as ambitious as his parents in seeking his own happiness, maybe he would not be so troubled mentally. I know, Mom. She kissed his forehead, as if he were not 30 years old, before leaving him alone in his office. No amount of work could exhaust Ethan that night. Despite his sore muscles and tired eyes, he lay in bed wide awake, staring at the ceiling. When he was younger, everyone had always told him that he would forget. The memories would fade with time as he grew to adulthood. In a way, they were right. Actual memories of Ethan's childhood had been replaced with specters that haunted him. In his dreams, his biological mother was a monster that shadowed his every step, that inflicted pain without mercy and delighted in it. That was not, he supposed, so far from the truth of things. But it was so long ago that this entire affair was ridiculous. The Kensleys had more than made up for anything his biological mother had lacked. And yet, he still sought the warmth of a female body every time his memories overwhelmed him. It was his vice. It had been for as long as he could remember. One would think that years of ingrained practice would not allow him to be picky now, but Ethan could not help but want more of the forbidden fruit he had been denied. Harper Jones. She was going to be the death of him.
Chapter 6. Invasion.
Harper stared out of the vast windows that lined the wall behind her desk. The view was incredible, one of the things that sold her on The Office. Every time she looked out those windows, she was reminded of how far she had come. It was also a distraction when she needed it. The sweeping view of Bryant Park was loveliest early in the morning, and when the sun set, though now mid-afternoon, it was certainly nothing to dismiss. Harper ran her fingers along the edge of the folder in her lap, frowning. She was not happy with the results inside. In fact, she was doing her very best to keep from having a personal vendetta against each and every one of them. She tried to tell herself it was because Ethan Kensley was making her job so very complicated, but that was not exactly it. As horrible as it was, the idea of him putting his hands on someone else made her uneasy. Even though he was not hers to claim, and they barely knew one another. Harper thought that a single night with the man would be enough to let both of them get on with their lives. She was beginning to realize how very wrong she was. Nice place you have got here. Though she thought she had been prepared for his arrival, Harper whirled in her chair to see him standing in the doorway. It was the first time he had ever been in her office, and she could not help but think he somehow dominated the space. Tall and imposing in the dark suit, he somehow eroded everything intricately feminine she had done with the place. Thank you. Her voice was admirably smooth as she gestured to the chairs before her desk. Have a seat. Can I get you anything? Coffee? Tea? Coffee would be great, he acquiesced. She could feel his eyes on her as she rose from her desk to make her way to the coffee maker. Harper found herself taking measured breaths as her heart hammered against her ribs. She would not let this man make her nervous. There was no reason for him to intimidate her any longer. They had both gotten what they wanted, had they not? Now there was only business. That, and the almost painful visceral awareness of his eyes on her. The way her skin heated, her cheeks flushed, and her thighs pressed against one another in distant memory. Harper poured his coffee. She knew the way he liked it from the many questions she had asked him, and when she handed it to him, he arched a brow in surprise. You remembered. I am touched. As his fingers brushed past hers, she fought the urge to jerk backward as if burned. When you have to look at the information on a daily basis, it is hard to forget. She sank down in the chair next to him, but did not extend the folder in her hand just yet. Truth be told, Harper did not think there was anything terribly different from the women she had submitted to him before. She knew he would be dissatisfied, and in her desperation, she was ready to approach the issue from a new angle. Anything was better than giving him a roster of women to choose from when he was staring at her. You stare at me all day? I am flattered. She would not smile. She would not. Your picture does not talk as much. Ouch. Ethan chuckled lowly, and the sound took her back to the very same gesture in private. Only back then, he had been doing it while they were together. Well, Harper, all you have to do is find my one true love, and I will be out of your hair. That smirk of his made her simultaneously want to push him away and pull him closer. He glanced down at the folder on her lap. Is that this week's prospects? Let us have a look. When he reached for it, however, Harper found herself holding the folder out of reach. The gesture brought his body dangerously close to hers, and her breath hitched as the heat of him enveloped her. He smelled good enough to make her forget herself. I need to speak with you first. He was so close he could have kissed her, and that dark gleam in his green eyes told her she was not the only one who thought so. All right. Ethan drew back, only to surprise her by yanking her chair closer by one wooden arm. Speak to me. Harper regained her composure quickly, clearing her throat. I thought I might be able to find you a better set of matches if I got a few more details about you. At that, the light-haired man snorted. You could write an encyclopedia about me at this point, Harper. What more is there to know? What happened before the billionaire? Harper cut him off before he could gain the upper hand. What about your childhood? How did you grow up? The change in Ethan was instantaneous. His easy smile disappeared, and his shoulders stiffened. He released the arm of Harper's chair and drew back into himself. It was jarring because it was the last thing Harper had expected. What does my past have to do with any of this? Harper realized instantly that she had touched something forbidden. She had never seen Ethan without his alluring smile. He looked somehow naked in its absence. Nothing yet? She continued carefully, her eyes never leaving his suddenly sullen expression. But I was hoping that a discussion might lead to some more palatable choices for you. I am certain, Ethan interjected, his tone firm, that no one would be interested in any of that. You would be surprised. Harper kept her smile soft, her position prim. It was obvious that she had somehow stumbled upon one of those secrets Ethan liked to keep hidden. Was it so wrong that she liked catching him off guard? He had certainly done it to her enough. I just want to make sure we are exploring all avenues here. There are matches in this folder. She tapped the manila where it lay on her lap. But why waste your time if we can come up with better options? No. Ethan was out of the chair in an instant, raking his hands through his hair as he turned from her to stalk away, every muscle in his body tense. Harper watched him, fascinated by the change she saw. The easygoing Ethan Kensley of the tabloids had utterly disappeared, and in his place was a stranger. No? Harper echoed, surprised. But you could be turning down the opportunity, to. No, Harper? She had risen to follow him, but now Harper inhaled sharply as Ethan turned on her, backing her against the edge of her desk. She dropped the folder, and the papers slid messily over the carpet, an amalgamation of pictures and information that had taken her all night to collect. Harper might have been angry if it were not for the way he was looking at her, all at once furious and incredibly vulnerable. She found herself drawn back up against the desk, her breath caught in her throat. She should have told him the information did not matter, that she would find another way. But when he looked at her like that, Harper found that she desperately wanted to know what had put that expression on his face. Who had hurt him? Ethan, But she did not have time to say anything. One moment she was thinking, rationalizing, resisting, and the next Ethan's mouth was on hers, and every coherent thought vanished. She had told herself it would not happen again. That once had been enough. That business would take precedence. In that instant, Harper knew she had lied to herself. Completely. The kiss was immediate, consuming, and far too familiar. Harper felt herself respond before she could stop it, her hands finding him, pulling him closer when she should have been doing the opposite. Somewhere in the back of her mind she registered the danger of it, how quickly she was slipping, how easily he unraveled her carefully constructed control. But it was already too late. Ethan made a low sound against her lips, and it sent a shiver through her, her breath catching as she leaned into him despite herself. It had been a mistake to think she could simply walk away from this, walk away from him, as if nothing had changed. Everything had. The world around them blurred into insignificance. Papers, plans, professionalism, none of it seemed to matter when he was this close, when every instinct she had was urging her not to stop. When he lifted her onto the edge of the desk, Harper barely noticed. Her focus narrowed entirely to him, to the warmth of his presence, the intensity of his attention. It was too much. Too fast. "Ethan," her voice came out softer than intended, unsteady. "There is an entire wall of windows. I do not care." His answer was immediate, low and certain. Harper did care. She should care. Her reputation, her business, her control, everything she had built depended on it. And yet? Her breath hitched as the moment stretched, her resolve wavering under the sheer force of him. She closed her eyes briefly, fighting for clarity, for distance. "I'm not here," she managed, the words more plea than protest. That seemed to reach him. For a brief moment the intensity between them shifted, just enough space for reason to slip back in. "Then where?" he murmured, his voice quieter now, though no less intent. Harper swallowed, forcing herself to think past the haze. "Bathroom," she said, breath still uneven. "There is a bathroom." A flicker of frustration crossed his expression, but it was gone almost as quickly as it appeared. He exhaled, stepping back just enough to give her space. "All right," he said, more controlled now. "Lead the way." Harper slid off the desk, steadying herself as her thoughts struggled to catch up with everything that had just happened. This was not how the meeting was supposed to go. This was exactly what she had intended to avoid. And yet, she was already moving. She barely registered the scattered papers or her disheveled state as she crossed the room, acutely aware of him behind her, of the charged silence that followed them both. The bathroom door closed behind them with a soft click. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ethan stepped forward, backing her gently toward the wall, his gaze fixed on her with quiet intensity. "This lighting suits you, Harper." A clever retort hovered on her lips, but it never made it out. Her attention caught instead on the slow, deliberate motion of Ethan loosening his tie. There was something unfair about the ease of it, about the way such a simple gesture held her focus completely. "Hold your hands out." Her eyes widened. "Ethan, you cannot." "Hands." His tone was quiet, but absolute. For a moment, Harper hesitated. Then, against her better judgment, she did as he asked. If her hands trembled, he gave no indication he noticed. The silk slid cool against her skin as he secured her wrists, not tight but enough to remind her of the shift that had taken place. Something in her chest tightened. She should stop this. She didn't. When his attention returned to her, the space between them seemed to shrink instantly. Harper barely had time to steady herself before he closed that distance again, and whatever protest she might have formed dissolved before it could take shape. The world narrowed, just the two of them, the quiet room, the unmistakable pull between them. He didn't rush. That, more than anything, unsettled her. There was a deliberate quality to everything he did, an unspoken confidence that made it impossible to predict his next move, and even harder to resist it. Harper felt it in the way her thoughts began to scatter, in the way her carefully maintained control slipped piece by piece. She was aware of him, of his presence, his focus, the way he seemed entirely intent on her and nothing else. And that awareness was dangerous. "I have thought about this," he murmured, his voice low, almost contemplative. Harper swallowed, fighting to hold onto some fragment of composure. "I am sure you have." That earned her a brief, quiet reaction, something that only seemed to sharpen the intensity in the room. "Stay right there," he said softly, though it carried the same unmistakable command. She should have argued. She didn't. Because the truth, the one she refused to examine too closely, was that part of her didn't want to. This was reckless. Completely out of character. Everything she had built, everything she prided herself on, was slipping through her fingers in the span of a few minutes. And still, she stayed. Ethan's focus never wavered, and Harper found herself caught in it, unable or unwilling to pull away. For him, this was something else entirely. He had not expected this turn, not expected her to challenge him, to shift the balance the way she had. It should have been enough reason to walk away, to put distance between them before things became complicated. But she was right here. And that was the problem. Harper Jones was not a distraction he could ignore. She had gotten under his skin in a way that defied logic, defied habit, and now that he had her here within reach, he had no intention of pretending otherwise. He would see this through. And now, with her back against the cool marble wall, Ethan stepped in close enough that the air between them felt charged, almost unbearable. Harper's breath stuttered. The shift in him was immediate. Focused. Intent. She barely had time to react before the moment overtook her again. Before the world narrowed to his presence, his attention, the way he seemed completely consumed by her. Ethan, she tried, but the word dissolved into something softer, less certain. He didn't rush. That, more than anything, undid her. The intensity built quickly, her composure slipping with every passing second. Harper braced herself against the wall, her thoughts scattering as sensation and awareness tangled together, impossible to separate. This was exactly what she had tried to avoid. And exactly what she couldn't stop. Ethan. Her voice came uneven now, caught somewhere between protest and something far more dangerous. Please? He didn't answer right away. The silence stretched, heavy and deliberate until it broke, until the tension finally snapped. Harper's breath hitched sharply, her head falling back against the marble as the moment crested, sudden and overwhelming. For a few seconds there was nothing but that, no control, no careful distance, just the raw intensity she had tried so hard to deny. When it passed, she stayed there, eyes closed, trying to steady herself, her breathing unsteady. Ethan shifted, and she felt it immediately, the closeness, the grounding presence of him, as the moment settled into something quieter but no less charged. They sank down together, the cool floor a stark contrast to the heat that still lingered between them. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then he leaned in, brushing his mouth against hers again, slower this time, deliberate, as if testing whether she was still there. "Still with me, Harper?" he murmured. That was enough. Her eyes opened sharp again despite everything, that familiar spark returning. "Untie me," she said, voice low but steady. He only smiled faintly, as if he had expected that. Rising to his feet, he helped her up with him, guiding her toward the counter. The urgency between them had not disappeared, if anything it had only sharpened, but now it carried a different edge. Less chaos. More intent. "Ethan," she warned again, though there was less resistance in it now. He hesitated this time, just for a second, searching her face as if making sure. Whatever he found there seemed to settle something in him. The distance between them vanished again. Harper's protest never quite formed. Instead, her hands found him, her breath catching as the moment pulled her under once more, faster this time, deeper, leaving no room for second-guessing. The world blurred. Time slipped. And then? Everything else faded. When the moment finally passed, the room felt too quiet. Harper drew in a slow breath, steadying herself as reality began to return in pieces. The cool marble, the muted light, the faint echo of everything that had just happened. Ethan leaned back slightly, watching her, his expression harder to read now. "You are not going to get me for that one?" he asked lightly, though there was something more searching beneath it. Harper didn't answer right away. Instead, she lifted her hand slightly, her gaze steady on his. "Untie me, please." There was a pause, brief but noticeable, before he reached up and loosened the tie binding her wrists. She rubbed at them absently once she was free, reclaiming herself piece by piece. By the time she reached for her skirt and straightened it into place, her composure had almost entirely returned. Almost. Running a hand through her hair, she met his gaze again, cool and controlled despite everything. "Maybe now," she said evenly, "you can think a little more clearly." At her question, Ethan could not help but laugh, bitter and amused all at the same time. If you think you are out of my system, sweet, you are dead wrong. His words seemed to surprise her. The emotion flickered through her gaze so quickly he might have imagined it, but Ethan did not think he had. Ethan, we had a deal. Once and then you cooperate with me. And you honestly want to tell me that once was enough for you? That would make us both horrible liars, Harper. He could not believe they were having this discussion. He did not think he had ever had this discussion with a woman. Harper did not answer him immediately. She straightened from where she had been leaning against the counter, and advanced on him until they were mere inches apart. The smell of her perfume wafted around him headily. Reaching up, the blonde cupped his face, drawing his mouth down to hers to kiss him slowly, so sensuously that Ethan found himself all but clamoring for her again. But that was not what Harper wanted. She withdrew shortly, and when he met her gaze again, he found the same searching look she had given him before. What are you hiding, Ethan? He felt his stomach tighten. Harper had told him that she wanted the information for a match, and even then, the idea of talking to her about his past was beyond repugnant. But now, Harper was not talking about matches. At least he did not think she was. I thought we agreed that part of my allure was my secrets, he murmured lowly against her mouth. Harper let him kiss her, but she did not let him disrupt her focus. Ethan, I want to help you. I cannot help you if you do not talk to me. He had not come here to talk. Ethan realized that now. He had known that Harper meant to foist more matches on him, that she would expect him to have a civilized discussion. From the moment he entered her office, however, all he could think of was having her. Of course, her interrogation had turned that desire into a pressing, immediate need. Anything but talking. If you want to talk, tell me about you. It was a classic misdirect, but it was not a wholly unfounded request. All of Harper's energies had been going toward pawning him off on someone else. He had told her almost everything about himself, and he knew virtually nothing of her. Ethan expected her to flat out refuse. After all, they had not even really agreed to this second little encounter. If anything, he owed her. But Harper merely sighed. Fine. Slipping from his arms, she moved past him towards the bathroom door. But I am not telling you my life story in the bathroom. Come on. For a long moment after she left, Ethan stared after her, absolutely flummoxed. It took him a moment to realize that he was supposed to follow her, but once he did, he slipped quickly from the bathroom and found her organizing the papers strewn about her desk, the ones they had knocked off before she had convinced him to move to the bathroom. He watched her bend to sweep the papers from the floor before stacking them neatly on her desk. A simple, completely casual motion that still managed to get him hot under the collar. But then, everything about Harper got him hot under the collar. By the time she took a seat at her desk, Ethan somehow managed to get a hold of himself. He could not help but think, however, that Harper looked amazingly unruffled for a woman who had just been thoroughly swept away. The only telltale signs were her missing jacket and her kiss-swollen lips. I just hope you know that if I am telling you my story, I fully expect yours in return. As if Ethan could do anything but nod in the face of that piercing stare of hers. With a sigh, Harper raked a hand through her blonde locks. She appeared to hesitate for just a moment before she finally began speaking. I guess the meat of the matter is the most important, right? Why I do what I do. It is nothing super surprising, I guess. She leaned back in her chair, and in that moment, her gaze was far away. I have never really seen a well-functioning relationship. By the time my parents had my sister, your brother's assistant, and I, they were not very fond of one another. The connection, which Ethan had only made faintly in the back of his mind, was brought forth immediately. Athena Jones. The dark-haired little waif, she is your sister? Harper immediately scowled. She is not a waif. That is not what I meant. Ethan hid a smile. This was supposed to be a serious conversation, but he found it interesting how much he had learned about Harper in the few sentences she had spoken. It was obvious that she felt like her sister's guardian. It was evident in the way she talked about her. And the pointed look she gave him when she mentioned Toshiro, almost as if in a warning. Sorry. You look nothing alike. Harper smirked. That is the trick. No one sees me coming when they do her dirty. Ethan did not doubt it for a moment. If Harper was fierce enough to trade her cooperation for his, he did not think she would hesitate to protect her little sister. Which did not bode well for Toshiro. Well, I assure you, Shiro is a gentleman. There will be no dirty doing on that front. At least he hoped not. Shiro could be unpredictable when it came to women. If anyone would know about his current situation, it would be Vlad, not Ethan. In truth, he was relieved that he was not privy to the knowledge. Harper might try to confront him. Were we not talking about your parents? Thankfully, that was enough to get them back on the subject at hand. We were. They divorced when I was about 12, but they were nasty to each other plenty before that. I was pretty sure at that point that being in love was synonymous with verbal abuse. Harper made a face that Ethan had not ever seen a woman make when talking about affection. It was something dangerously close to disgust. Whatever it was, I knew I did not want it. I have never been into the idea of lovey-dovey, and in college, I wanted to prove that love was more formulaic than psychological. So you came up with your system. Ethan finished for her, his smile bemused. And it worked? Still working. Harper came back with a smug smile. But do not talk to Athena about it. According to her, I am bastardizing the idea of love. No, you are quantifying it, Ethan replied, somewhere between fascinated and bemused at the way Harper's brain worked. Making it into a profession. Well, I am glad at least that we can see eye to eye on that. When Harper smiled, there was no ice in the gesture. It was genuine and warm, and Ethan felt his gut clench. How many other men had she smiled at like that? In that instant, he was jealous of them all. So now that I have divulged my sob story, it is your turn, Mr. Kensley. Ethan immediately stiffened. He should have known things were coming to this, but he had somehow had faith that he might be able to steer the conversation in another direction. Harper was amazingly single-minded, and it was both attractive and terrifying. Ethan eyed her from across the expanse of her desk, and knew there was no getting out of this one. He also knew that this had gone a little beyond matchmaking. He did not see any way that divulging his stereotypically tragic childhood would open up the path to any woman more intriguing than the one sitting right in front of him. He opened his mouth to speak, just as his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was audible enough for both of them to hear, and Harper arched a brow in immediate skepticism. But Ethan was not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. He answered the phone quickly. Ethan Kensley. Ethan, thank goodness. At Alistair's exasperated tone, Ethan glanced at the phone. I need you down here as soon as possible. Oh, what? He had not even heard from the man for weeks. Of course, he knew where he was, what project he was working on. As the head of accounting, that was just business. But Alistair had not sent him anything that might lead him to believe he needed him. Do not what me, Alistair snapped back almost immediately. I am telling you I need you. Vlad is off to Russia soon, and he would probably tell me to go away anyway. Come to Texas. Well, this was sudden as anything. Ethan glanced up to see if Harper was listening to this conversation with as much intensity as he was. The blonde was, in fact, watching with an amused smirk on her face, amused and entirely too knowing. I am kind of in the middle of a meeting right now, Alistair. Well then step out. This is insane, and I need you. Ethan met Harper's gaze. He knew that just about the only thing he could do to surprise her at this juncture was to stay and give her the information she had requested. But that would mean calling Alistair back, and he sounded upset as anything. His brother was on his way out, but Ethan had to admit that he felt like a fool as he rose from the chair to address her. I need to go. Of course you do. She raised a hand to crook her fingers at him in dismissal, and it was almost enough for Ethan to hang up the phone. Almost. If there was ever any small bit of coward in him, Harper managed to find and exploit it. Ethan grabbed his jacket and fled her office, wondering what the heck she must be thinking of him.
Chapter 7. Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
This better be important, Alistair. Ethan was already on his way back to the office, feeling like a fool and wondering what was so important that Alistair needed him so desperately. It is important. We are about to miss out on an acquisition here. That alone was enough to give Ethan pause. Lose out on an acquisition? They had never lost an acquisition when they sent Alistair after it. That was, after all, why they had put him in charge of acquisitions. He was good at it. What do you mean? Alistair groaned into the receiver. I mean, this woman is out of her mind. Absolutely crazy. She tried to harm me. Ethan could hardly believe that. Alistair was not only the eldest Kensley son, he was also the largest. Any woman would have to try pretty hard to take him out. Alistair, there is a great deal to do in the city right now. If I do not get this property, Ethan, half of that work will stall, and you know it. Just come down here. Ethan lamented that the immense Scotsman was not present, so he could glare at him. He certainly had not been planning to go to Texas any time soon. Their father was overworked, Vlad and Toshiro were halfway across the globe, and he could not get his mind off a certain blonde. Hardly the best circumstances. He exhaled a long breath. When would you need me? Now, Alistair returned succinctly. Immediately. As soon as you can get here. There came a faint crash from the background, and Ethan's eyes widened. What was that? He was treated to a few seconds of Alistair cursing in both English and Scottish Gaelic, before his brother returned, sounding significantly more ruffled. Please, Ethan. I am begging you. Well, begging certainly was not Alistair's style. He was more the demanding type, and the fact that he was pleading for anything was obviously a red flag. The problem was that Ethan did not know if he wanted to know what the red flag was over. If it was something serious enough to derail Alistair and his steamroller personality, maybe they would need Vlad. And he would not be happy about that. I will do my best. Let me look at tickets and call you back in a few hours. You are saving my life, Ethan. Literally. Alistair was not usually the dramatic type, and Ethan had no qualms admitting that by this point he was curious as to what all the craziness was about. He had almost reached the office by the time he hung up with Alistair, but before he went inside, Ethan hesitated. He checked his phone to see if he had missed any messages from Harper, perhaps something about their next meeting. At the very least, he was sure that she was going to be upset with him for leaving when they were in the middle of a conversation. But there was nothing. Not a single message, and no email. The discovery made him frown. He really should be concentrating on getting to Texas if Alistair needed him so badly, but for his life, he could never seem to keep from thinking about Harper for very long. Especially when he still smelled of her perfume. God, she was such an idiot. Even a full 20 hours after Ethan had all but fled her office, Harper was still self-deprecating. What had she been thinking? The moment he touched her, she should have shoved him off. She should have made him talk to her before he got all handsy. But when Ethan Kensley got handsy, all her good intentions seemed to fly out the window. It was like the man cast some sort of spell on her, and she was helpless every time he came within 3 feet of her. She, of all people. She had believed that intimacy was something intensely overstated and only just endurable at best. She had always believed that she held all the cards when it came to attraction and its factors. Ethan had blown all that out of the water. $500,000 or not, the safest thing to do would be to sever ties with him. It would mean admitting that she could not find him a suitable match, but was that not worth her sanity and peace of mind? Ethan was complicating her life in a way she could not abide by, both literally and metaphorically. With a low groan, Harper threw a hand over her eyes, blocking her view of the ceiling of her apartment. She had been lying on the couch for hours trying to work without much success. Of course, she had long finished paperwork for her other clients. The only one left was Ethan, and Harper was frustrated enough to dump the entire file in the garbage. She should just let it go. What was so terrible about letting it go? It was not as if the money was a make-or-break issue. She was very comfortable, currently. But it was not just the large paycheck that really sparked her interest. If Harper was completely honest with herself, she was dying to know what it was about Ethan Kensley that so drew her to him. If she were interested in dating, he certainly was not her type. For all intents and purposes, he was still all but a stranger to her. They had been intimate twice, but anything else that had happened between them was beneath the guise of business. And they both knew that was nonsense. Harper had always thought herself the queen of self-preservation. If something was not in her best interests, she tended to abandon it as quickly as possible. Ethan was the only exception to that rule, and despite her best intentions, she could not seem to shake him. Raking her hands through her hair, Harper scolded herself for a good 10 minutes before she found the wherewithal to get up and pour herself a glass of wine. Then she scolded herself some more. It was times like this that she wished Athena would call, but Harper had not heard from her sister since their last awkward conversation. Just remembering it was enough to make her frown even more deeply. Athena was convinced that she was a grouch because she needed a man in her life. If anything, her interactions with Ethan were evidence to the contrary. Men just complicated things, and the Kensleys were the pinnacle of that complication. For a long while, she contemplated calling Athena, then decided against it. If her sister was having fun wherever in the world she was, Harper did not want to dampen the mood, especially if Athena felt guilty. Maybe what she needed was a break, an extended break and a little bit of perspective. It was really the only reason she could come up with that would keep her from looking at her phone every 2 minutes, or wanting him to call, when he so obviously infuriated her. Harper's life had been fairly simple before the Kensleys came along, and now? Well, now it was complicated. After she finished her second glass of wine, Harper stared at her computer screen for a long time. At this juncture, the last thing she wanted was to work on Ethan's supposed matches a moment longer. She closed the match program, and instead opened up her internet browser. Harper had taken relatively few vacations in her life, but the image of a white beach and clear blue waters on the travel page she brought up immediately caught her eye. That was what she needed, to be as far away as she could, as fast as humanly possible. If her sister could escape, why could she not? The thought was probably one of the most selfish she had ever had, but at this point Harper hardly cared. She had let Ethan touch her in her office, her sacred ground, and she still was not entirely sure if she regretted it or not. Her trip was booked within minutes. Truthfully, Harper had never done anything so desperately in her life. A departure, she knew, would provide her with the clarity she needed. She would be able to talk to Athena and get the truth about Toshiro. She would be able to think of the best way to get Ethan Kensley off her plate and bring her life back into the careful balance she had maintained for so long. After her vacation, everything would work itself out, at least that was the plan. Gary called her on her way to the airport, and Harper found herself both amused and surprised at the concern in his voice. "I just checked your site, and it said that you were going to be unavailable next week or so. What is that supposed to mean? You are not sick, are you?" Harper swallowed a wry laugh. "Hello to you too, Gary." "Hi, honey. You are okay, right?" It was nice to be reminded that she was not as much of a grouch as her sister insisted that she was. At the very least, she had not driven Gary away. He was even worried about her. The only other person to do so on an ongoing basis was Athena herself. "Fine, Gary. I just need to get out of the city for a while. I cannot remember the last time I took a vacation." "And you would not happen to be fleeing the city for any other reason?" There was a slight edge to his voice that made Harper sit up a little straighter in the cab. She did not like that edge. "What are you talking about, Gary?" Her friend's beat of hesitation was just enough time for her to grow even more nervous. "Harp, you have not seen the news lately, have you?" "The news?" Harper scrambled to turn on the TV screen in front of her so quickly that she almost caught her fingers in the partition that separated her from the driver. She could not control the TV channels. At most, she could only peruse the headlining news, but Harper did not have to wait for very long before she saw exactly what Gary was talking about. She was on the television. Or rather, Ethan Kensley was on the television, and she, being with him, showed up by default. Someone had taken a picture of the two of them kissing outside the restaurant in Soho a few weeks ago, and it looked even worse than Harper might have feared. Ethan had all but gathered her up against the front window of the restaurant, and they were locked in an embrace that looked every bit as passionate as the newscasters claimed they were. Of course, like any good reporters, they had done their research. They knew who she was and what she did, and they were currently in the process of announcing it to the rest of the country. Apparently, she was Ethan Kensley's newest flame. For a long moment, Harper could only stare, horrified, at the screen in front of her. This had to be some type of nightmare that she would wake up from at any moment. She had done everything she could to ensure discretion, and yet he just had to try and seduce her out in public. Harper did not know what made her angrier: the fact that the media was clearly touting her as something she was not, or that the memory of her and Ethan's first kiss made her more than a little warm. "Gary, how long has this been running?" Her voice was so tight with incredulity that Harper could barely speak. "Babe, it was on when I got up this morning. All day. That is part of the reason I called. What with the reports running and your website, I was worried they might have driven you out of the city or something." Driven her out? New York was her city. Like anything, anyone would be able to drive her out. The very notion was insulting. But Harper also could not ignore the fact that her image was all over the TV. This was not good for business, and it certainly was not good for her privacy. Let me call you back, Gary." It was the only thing she could think of telling him currently. At that precise moment, Harper had bigger concerns, and one of them was the man who had gotten her into this mess to begin with. She hung up, hoping Gary would not be too angry with her, and immediately dialed Ethan's number. It barely occurred to her that she had not wanted to be the one to call him, that it would have been better if she never spoke to him again. Harper's temper had gotten the better of her, and it was times like these when she pitied whoever was in her way. That said, Harper really did not expect Ethan to answer. If he had run away from her the moment she attempted to have a civilized conversation with him, she hardly expected him to answer her calls. But that is exactly what he did. "Harper, to what do I owe the pleasure?" It was alarming how fast that smooth tenor of his threatened to disarm her. Harper found her anger stuttering for a moment before she forced it back into place, her gaze narrowing. "I take it you have seen the news, Ethan." Her tone was so sharp that even the driver winced, even though he was not following her conversation directly. "I have not actually," he returned, ever smooth. "I am currently in the middle of nowhere, Texas, trying to do my idiot brother's job for him." As if to give fuel to his current sentiment, a deluge of harshly accented curses followed his words, and Harper's eyes widened. "What was that?" "My brother," Ethan replied deadpan. "So I am a little busy at present." But he was not about to throw her off. Not just like that. Harper demanded satisfaction. "Ethan, my face is all over half the news channels in the country. That little stunt you pulled outside the restaurant, everyone saw." "Stunt?" He sounded more than a little amused at how she defined it. "It takes two to tango, Harper. You were hardly shoving me away." The blonde's mouth dropped open in outrage. "You are the most ridiculous," she seethed, searching for words that might give weight to her anger. "The most incorrigible. I cannot believe I can, Harper. I cannot believe I had you in my bed and in your office. And I can believe that it is nearly impossible to think about anything else, even 1,500 miles away. That did it. Despite how tightly she tried to clutch at her anger, Harper found the wind taken right out of her sails as she grew warm at the very prospect. It was not fair, not even for a moment was it fair. I am not inclined to continue to let you keep seeing me if we cannot even hold an adult conversation, she replied somewhat dryly. Harper could of course say this, because Ethan was in another state. If the man had been sitting right next to her, she was fairly certain he would be able to convince her otherwise. Harper. For the first time, Harper swore she heard a tinge of regret in Ethan's voice. Look, I know I left in a hurry, but that was not my intention. She would believe that when she saw it. It is fine. What more do I need to know about you, right? Just makes me even more determined to show you how adept I can be at finding a woman you will fall for. The words tasted surprisingly sour in her mouth, and Harper fought the guilt that rose in her belly. At this point, she was beginning to realize that she could hardly be objective with the man anymore, but that was no one's fault but her own. Fat chance of that, Ethan responded casually. There is only one woman I want, Harper. But if that means I have to keep pretending to be interested in your matches, that is fine with me. She should have been offended. At the very least, the correct response would be to want to bite the man's head off. Pretend to be interested in her matches? Her foot. Was he not the one who had come to her? Before he had even known who she was, or about her reputation? This was Ethan Kensley, a world-famous womanizer. He could not possibly be talking to her about a single woman. And that woman could not possibly be her. Harper opened her mouth, then shut it, then opened it again. She found herself at a surprising loss for words. Thankfully, she was spared having to answer when the taxi driver pulled up at the airport curb. Her plane was leaving in an hour and a half, which was cutting it rather closer than she would have liked, but it was decidedly harder for her to concentrate on that when Ethan had just told her that she was the only woman he wanted. Even if he did not mean it the way it sounded, Harper was far more vulnerable to his sweet talk than she might have liked. She had to get away. I have to go. Go where? Harper scowled at his question. You left the city. Why cannot I? Because I want you to be there when I get back. Harper hung up. She could not think of any other, appropriate way to respond. It was better to hang up than to attempt to answer the man, stammering and flustered. Who did he think he was, insulting her line of work? Completely turning her formerly boring private life on its head? The next time she saw him, she was going to. Halfway to the airport entrance, Harper froze. She wanted to think she would confront him, take out her weeks of frustration upon him. But the truth of the matter was that all she wanted was for the man to be close to her again. To impose on her that ridiculously easygoing manner, those bedroom eyes, and that glorious presence. She needed the beach. Hopefully, the sea air could somehow bring her back to the real world. Ethan was pretty sure towns did not get any smaller than Granbury, Texas. The main street was hardly a mile long, and the shops all closed at 6. There was far more farmland than land allocated for businesses, but that was not surprising. It was, after all, one of the reasons the corporation was attempting to acquire a huge chunk of it. For the most part, the citizens of Granbury were more than welcoming. The entire town was suffused with the old-world southern charm that so attracted northerners, like him and his family. And then there was Alistair. Ethan could hardly think of a location where his brother was more out of place. The loud, boisterous Scotsman drew attention wherever he went, and while most gazes were amused, the woman Alistair was trying to win over certainly was not. She was, admittedly, the only thing that had managed to tear Ethan's mind from Harper in a very long time. What was that? After his first encounter with Chloe Trellis, Ethan needed a very stiff drink. The woman had actually leveled a shotgun at his head the moment he set foot on her property, and apparently, that was better than the greeting Alistair got. Tell me something I do not know. Alistair was nursing his own drink, as well as a black eye from a woman half his size. She is out of her mind. Though Ethan knew that Alistair would never demand his presence for something that was not serious, he could not deny being shocked at just how abrasive the landowner was. The moment he arrived, Alistair described the situation as impossible and unbearable. He commented that he had never in his life considered harming a woman, but the trellis woman was out for his blood. So she insists that she does not want to sell? It was hardly a question that needed to be asked. Chloe Trellis' exact words were something to the effect of if she saw them on her land again, she would make sure they regretted it. Ethan did not even know what the heck she meant, but he was pretty sure he did not want to find out. She will not even talk to me, Alistair exclaimed. The woman cannot be reasoned with. Under normal circumstances, Ethan would have argued that anyone could be reasoned with. But under normal circumstances, they could have called Vlad down to deliver some of that stoic level-headedness he was so well known for. Normally, 5-foot-even women did not swing shotguns around like they ruled the universe. You have to find a way. Alistair looked at him incredulously. Me? That is why I called you down here. Ethan shot him a flat look. You are the head of land acquisitions. I am not doing your job for you. I am just here to offer moral support. What? Alistair exclaimed loud enough to draw the attention of the bar's few patrons. I do not need moral support, I need a legal team. She will harm us both. And how do you suppose we bring in a legal team when the land belongs to her? Ethan arched a brow. Despite being generally congenial with people, Alistair sometimes had to have things spelled out for him. When he came up against a problem he felt insurmountable, he often tried to headbutt it into submission. Which was not working here. You are crafty. Come up with some kind of loophole. Since when does crafty mean delinquent? Ethan retorted, tossing back the rest of his drink. We are supposed to do this by the book. You have never had a problem doing anything by the book. At least not where work was concerned. I have never had a woman point a gun at me and threaten me either. Alistair's reply was brusque, as he slammed his empty whiskey glass down and gestured for another. Despite the situation, Ethan found himself fighting a smile. It was not often that he got to see Alistair so flustered. The oldest Kensley son often spent his time making sure he caught other people off guard, including his own family. Ethan would be lying to himself if he did not admit that this was just a bit amusing, despite the close brush they had with danger. Well, I suppose there is a first time for everything, Ethan muttered lowly, ordering another drink for himself. They spent the next few hours bouncing ideas off each other in the bar. Ethan found himself surprised at how well Alistair had done on his own. He had been ready to tease his brother for failing to do his research and walking into the situation blind, but apparently, he had spoken to a number of people in town about Chloe in preparation to talk to her. Among the people that lived in Granbury, Chloe was apparently something of a legend, the last of a dying breed. Born to one of the last Apache Indians in the area, and a trader who had settled in town for good upon meeting the love of his life, she clung to her family's land with untold fierceness. She would tell anyone who asked about how much she cherished the 100 or so acres, and how only death would get her off the sizable plot. Apparently, she was utterly serious. However, this was not some sort of action movie, and no one in Kensley Corporation was anywhere near ruthless enough for something of that nature, but Ethan thought that there was something they might use as a bargaining chip where Chloe was concerned. There was a reason Vlad was the head of this operation, and they were not, but Ethan was not convinced that they were helpless in their brother's absence. When Ethan suggested they sleep on it, Alistair only grumbled that he did not know how that was going to help anything. Just another day we are down here that Vlad and Dad are going to be on our cases for not getting the job done. I highly doubt that you called me down here to sit on my backside. Ethan returned with a sly smile. And I did not leave the city to come to your pity party. Alistair glowered for almost a full minute before a thankful smile shone through. "You are something else." Ethan clapped him on the back. "For you, brother, anything." Ethan got a room in the same hotel as Alistair, more an inn than a hotel really, so it was only natural that they wandered home together. "So I assume there was nothing important happening in the city that you could rush to my aid." "Nothing insane," Ethan replied, loosening the tie he felt he had been wearing for ages. "Dad is looking haggard, but there have not been any emergencies in the office. The city is the city, and I am complicated." It was obvious that was the last thing Alistair expected him to say. Drunk or not, his head snapped around to eye Ethan with concern. "What do you mean you are complicated? I would not think that would be a problem for you." Under normal circumstances, Ethan might have taken a swipe at him, but he found at that moment that all he could do was laugh. Harper. He had been so wrapped up in things here that he had not thought of Harper for a good couple of hours, and now, his drunken mind brought her hurtling back to the forefront. She had tried to have a conversation with him, but he walked out on her. What is more, he was glad for the reprieve. Ethan had never been much of a talker, something his mother always lamented. But under the influence, his secret came spilling out. "There is a woman." Alistair snorted. "With you, there is always a woman." "Not like that," Ethan immediately rebutted, though it was the first time that he had admitted such a thing to himself. Harper was not like the other women he had been with. He did not want to simply add her to his list and call her when he was in need. He wanted to be near her all the time. To be with her, yes, but also to know her. To figure out what made her tick. To wipe away that cynical smile and show her a little true connection. And it scared him. Like what then? Ethan exhaled a long sigh. "She's this matchmaker back in the city. I thought it would be a good laugh to hire her and see what she came up with, but things got complicated." Alistair made a face. "I did not think you got complicated." "I usually do not," Ethan had to give him that. "But this is different." Alistair smirked. "Careful Dad does not find out. He will be out to get you two hitched." Ethan could not readily see Harper allowing that to happen. On that particular subject, she was just as cynical as he was. When she told him the story about her parents, she showed a fair amount of detachment, but nothing could completely erase the pain in her eyes. Their divorce had hurt her enough that she stopped believing in love altogether. They were more alike than she knew, but Ethan was loath to reveal any of that. "It is not like that. We are similar people, but I cannot get her to see past business." "Are you sure Vlad is not the one she should be seeing?" Ethan elbowed Alistair in the side so sharply that he groaned. "Not funny. I think it is about as funny as you getting caught up over a woman. Soon pigs will start flying." "Well, we could use some of that, considering the situation we are in." The statement was enough to make the larger man frown anew. "You know she is not going to sell." "No way in the world." Ethan smirked. "If I can get hung up over a woman, you can deal with a single difficult land acquisition, cannot you?" Alistair scowled. "Not if she harms me." Despite his somber tone, Ethan could see the cogs in his brother's mind beginning to work. Alistair fell silent for the rest of the trip back to the hotel, and bid his brother good night with a grunt. Ethan could only hope that he was a little more enthusiastic come morning. Getting Chloe to sell her land was pivotal to their future projects in this region, and if she held out, Vlad was going to be upset. Which was the last thing they needed just now. Ethan was tired. He had traveled a long way just to get chased off a plot of land and pulled into a situation that he had not budgeted time for. Unfortunately, even the alcohol buzzing through his brain was not enough to put him to sleep immediately. Not with Harper on his mind. He stared at the intricate plaster designs on the ceiling of his hotel room for a good 5 minutes before he reached for his phone. It was close to 1 in the morning, but Ethan had a feeling that if he called, Harper would answer the phone. She might be upset, but she would answer. He hesitated for only a moment before dialing her number. It rang enough times for Ethan to question his earlier confidence before he was finally blessed with what he wanted to hear. "I hope you are calling to tell me you got the news outlets to quiet down about me." "Ah, the dulcet tone of your voice. You sound remarkably awake for the hour." Harper gave a long-suffering sigh. "I am in Tahiti." Ethan immediately sat up. He did not like the way his heart lurched and his throat dried at that particular tidbit of news. "Why would you need to be in Tahiti?" "It is not about need," Harper returned with a scoff. "I am taking a much-deserved vacation." The mental image did nothing for Ethan's current state of restlessness. Imagining the knockout blonde laid out on a beach somewhere had almost the exact opposite effect. "When will you be back?" Ethan had not meant his voice to come out half as desperate sounding as it did, and he cursed himself silently. "When are you coming back?" Harper countered, almost immediately. "Might I remind you that you are the one who ran from me before we finished our conversation?" Well, she certainly knew how to hit him where it hurt, but Ethan could admit that the jibe was nothing less than what he deserved, at least upon this occasion. "I did. Something I intend to rectify when I return." "Somehow I doubt that," Harper returned dryly. "You are not much of a talker, Ethan." "That is because I rarely find people I enjoy talking to." He slid his free hand behind his head. "But you are one of the few, Harper." "Am I supposed to be flattered?" "My apologies, Ethan, but if you want to compliment me, helping me do my job would go a long way." "Right," Ethan replied silkily, "because divulging my past is about helping you do your job." A long beat of silence passed between them, and he realized that it had been a low blow. Harper had divulged to him, and he was dangling the information she wanted teasingly before her with no concrete intention of sharing it, making him even more of an ass than usual. "I am hanging up, Ethan. I am on vacation." Her cool tone made him wince. "Harper, wait. That was unkind of me. I am sorry." "It is fine, Ethan. I work for you. There is no need for you to be cordial with me." Ethan suppressed a groan. "Yes, there is, and you know it. I do not want you working for me, Harper. I just want you." Another moment of silence, in which Ethan thought he could hear the sounds of the ocean in the background. "You have already had me. Twice. Which is more than we agreed on." Ethan knew he sounded like a lovesick idiot, but it helped him to remember that neither he nor Harper was in this for love. They were like-minded people, who merely happened to be incredibly compatible in private. Why not take advantage of that? "You should know by now that I do not give a darn about agreements. I just do it to see you." Harper's reply was amused. "See me? You could just turn on the news for that." Ethan had not had an opportunity to do so all day. He had been too busy fleeing a certain Texan landowner. "Not just to see you. To be close to you. Kiss you." Harper was, without a doubt, the most intoxicating woman he had ever known. It was all he could think about for days afterward. Ethan was certainly thinking about it now. Stop that. Was it just wishful thinking, or did he detect a hint of breathlessness in Harper's tone? "I am in a public place." Now that sounded interesting. How public? He found himself grinning. "What are you wearing?" There came the sound of air whistling through clenched teeth. "I am upset with you, you know. I am hardly inclined to want to play games with you right now, Ethan." He could all but see the way she was probably blushing, her chin held high in indignation. If anything, Harper's stubbornness only endeared her more to Ethan. It made everything sweeter when she finally softened. "Tell me what you are wearing, Harper." Ethan's tone dropped, low and certain, and somewhere across the world Harper went still. There was a pause before she answered. "A swimsuit." Just as he suspected. "What color?" "Blue," she replied. "Navy blue." Ethan leaned back slightly, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. Even from a distance he could imagine it, how it might suit her, how she would carry herself in it. "I can only imagine," he said. "You always look good when you are confident." A quiet breath came through the line. "I am sure you are imagining plenty." There was a hint of something lighter in her voice now, something that softened the edges of their earlier disagreement. "I hope you are not somewhere too public," she added. "I am in my hotel room." "Where are you?" she asked. "A quiet one," he replied. "Not nearly as interesting as a beach, I would imagine." "That depends," she said, "on what you consider interesting." Ethan exhaled a quiet laugh. "Fair enough." A moment of silence passed between them, not empty, but charged with everything neither of them said out loud. "I miss you," he admitted. The words felt more honest than anything else he had said that day. There was a small pause on the other end. "You have a strange way of showing it," Harper replied, though her voice had softened. "I am trying." "Try less," she said lightly. "And get some rest." "You are dismissing me." "I am prioritizing sleep," she corrected. "You should do the same." He smiled faintly at that. "Go on then." "I will talk to you later," she said. The line clicked as she ended the call. Ethan lowered the phone slowly, staring at it for a moment before setting it aside. The room felt quieter without her voice, the absence more noticeable than he expected. He leaned back against the pillows, eyes drifting toward the ceiling. Sleep did not come easily. And neither did the thought of anything else.
Chapter 8. Changing Tides.
When Ethan woke the next morning, Alistair was not in his room. At first, his brother thought he might just be sleeping in. Of all his brothers, Alistair certainly understood Ethan's fondness for sleeping in. Their sleeping habits were probably the most similar, and had been since they were kids. But when pounding on Alistair's door did not bring the surly Scotsman bursting out, Ethan headed down to reception. The blushing teen there informed him that Alistair had been gone for hours, and Ethan wondered what he could be up to. He ordered some breakfast in a nearby cafe, while he went over some of the paperwork the office had sent him. Ethan hoped that he would be gone for less than a week, but if they did not get some kind of breakthrough with Chloe soon, he might be stuck in Texas for quite a while. For the third or fourth time since he had arrived, he toyed with the idea of calling Vlad. Was it worth the verbal reaming he would get in exchange for his brother's patented business expertise? Perhaps. He could also call their father, but the old man needed all the rest he could get to preserve that brilliant mind. Which meant that it was down to him, Alistair, and their wits. His brother showed up when he was almost finished with his breakfast, and to Ethan's surprise, he was grinning. He arched a dark brow as the Scotsman slid into the booth across from him. "What has got you so happy?" "What?" Alistair did not seem to have heard him. He was gesturing to the waiter to order his own breakfast. Ethan rolled his eyes. "Why are you grinning? You went to bed upset last night." "Oh well, a lot of things have changed since last night." Ethan did not know if he liked the look Alistair was giving him. It was far too knowing. "Things like what?" Ethan sipped his coffee slowly, his gaze never leaving the Scots. To his annoyance, Alistair only shrugged, accepting his own cup of coffee before changing the subject completely. "So, you going to tell me more about this girl that has you so hung up?" Ethan glared at him. "You going to tell me where you have been all morning?" Alistair smirked. "No. I am too interested in your life." Had they been 10 years younger, Ethan might have punched him. One of the few times in recent memory, he lamented being an adult. "I am interested in Vlad not being upset with us." "Oh come on, Ethan." Alistair took a long sip of his coffee, before sighing in satisfaction. "You have come all the way down here, and we have not seen each other for ages." "I came down here because you begged me to," his brother returned wryly. "So now is hardly the time to be keeping secrets." Alistair just smiled at him. "Likewise, brother." Geez, he had almost forgotten what it was like to try and have a civilized conversation with the man. He was supposed to be the oldest, but Alistair was by far the most childish. Ethan exhaled a long sigh before taking a last forkful of eggs. Since when have you ever been interested in anything that does not involve taking your life in your hands? You would be surprised. Do you not want to hear that I have missed you? Ethan rolled his eyes. Right? If it were genuine, sure. Well, I have, Alistair emphasized, gazing right into Ethan's eyes. And if you are interested in a girl, I want to hear about it. For a long time, Ethan merely graced his brother with a hard stare. He was not stupid enough to believe there was not something Alistair was trying to get out of here. But, seeing as he had been up all night thinking about a certain blonde, maybe it would not hurt to divulge. After all, Lucas and his mother were always trying to get him to talk more. Even if they did not mean to Alistair, per se. Her name is Harper. His brother did not interrupt him, instead he only gestured for him to go on. She is stubborn, independent, single-minded, and completely infuriating. Alistair grinned. Sounds familiar. It was not as if Ethan never had the thought before. He and Harper were very similar people, while he, of course, would never deny that his family name and history had contributed to his good fortune. Ethan was very much self-made, just like Harper. He did not tend to believe in the trappings of romance, very much like Harper. And he could barely be bothered with things he did not feel garnered his attention, which was Harper all over. Was he really so surprised that they butted heads? Or that the chemistry between them was absolute fire? She is supposed to be finding me my ideal match, and all I want is her. Physically? Alistair arched a brow. Or metaphorically? Ethan groaned. This was why he never liked talking about this type of thing. I do not know both. Alistair's grin only widened. Do not tell me, our resident womanizer has finally fallen in love. Perish the thought. The mere notion was enough to make Ethan cringe. What he and Harper had was barely a sort of grudging tolerance that sometimes erupted into all-out longing. It certainly was not what anyone in his family was trying to make it out to be. You have been talking to Dad too much. And you have not been talking to him enough. Alistair paused for just long enough to accept the large plate of food the waiter brought him. You have been avoiding going back to the manor. He told me. Ethan did his best to keep from looking guilty. Only because he does not want to talk about anything other than finding the love of my life. Alistair sighed. He wants to see you happy. Dad's idea of happiness is just unique. Ethan groaned. It is stifling. I do not want to hurt the old man, but I am pretty sure I am not the marrying and settling down type. Alistair munched on a piece of bacon. Even with this Harper girl? Especially not with Harper. Ethan could hardly imagine Harper somewhere in the suburbs, her belly round with child number 3, as she stooped down to tend to the back garden. She would probably confront him for mentioning something so ridiculous. The sophisticated blonde would never be the type to settle for anything less than a future of her own making. She wanted success, her reputation, and the glitz and glamour of New York City. She was very much a product of her environment, and Ethan adored her single-minded drive. It was probably one of the most attractive things about her. That, and the way his name sounded when she called it. So, what is the deal then? I would imagine there is no reason you cannot get with another woman and purge her from your system. Ethan made a face. I want her to admit that there is something there. That it is not just the matches. I do not even want to look at another picture. So ask her to be your woman. With Alistair's accent, the suggestion came out sounding like some medieval quest, and Ethan was prepared to shoot him down in an instant, until he was not. Ask her to. Geez, the notion was just crazy enough to work. If Ethan asked Harper something like that, she was bound to realize that the matches were not an option anymore. If he went about it the right way, if he talked to her, though easier said than done, she might very well agree. Why would she not? After all, it was not as if he was asking for all the fuss of a traditional relationship. Neither one of them was that kind of person. All he wanted was for her to be his. To be able to kiss her, to have her in his arms, to be able to listen to that smart mouth whenever he wanted. And in return, well, Ethan did not think he would have too big of a problem keeping Harper happy, as long as she gave up on those matches. Maybe they could go out on a real date, wine and dine, or perhaps go to a comedy club. And this time, when he got her in his arms, he would make sure she did not run out on him. Ethan meant to take his dear, sweet time the next time he got his hands on the matchmaker. He would show her how sweet things could be when she took a break from work. Was it something I said? Ethan was jerked back to the present when Alistair spoke to him once more. His brother was gazing at him expectantly, and Ethan realized that he still had not replied. No. Ethan trailed off, shaking his head a moment before his earlier scowl returned. So now that we have talked about Harper, are you going to tell me where you went this morning? This time when he asked, Alistair merely smirked through a mouthful of eggs. I went to negotiate. Ethan's eyes widened. Not to her house? Alistair's expression never wavered. Ethan's heart leapt into his throat as his voice lowered to a hiss of indignation. Are you out of your mind? Did you forget about the shotgun? Hardly, Alistair returned with a chuckle. I have been dealing with that thing for longer than you. Well, obviously she did not shoot you. What the heck happened? As if in answer to his question, at that very moment, the diner bell chimed. Ethan looked instinctively, and when he did, he almost fell out of his chair. Chloe Trellis stood in the doorway, minus her shotgun but looking no less surly than she had the first time Ethan had laid eyes on her. It was funny, if it were not for that scowl on her face, she would actually be pretty cute. She was a bit more diminutive than Ethan liked his women, and tiny in comparison to his taller brother, but she had alluring dark eyes and dark hair that she wore in a single braid down her back. Chloe glanced around the diner for a beat, until her eyes fell on their table. When her scowl deepened, Ethan stiffened. She did not look like she needed a shotgun to take them out. Chloe stalked over to them with surprising grace, and Ethan wondered if it might be a good idea to sweep all the cutlery off the table. However, she did not appear to have any designs on their lives. Instead, Chloe fixed her attention on Ethan for the briefest of moments. Why is he here? If words could kill, the younger man might have been on the floor. As much as he respected and adored women, this one scared him. I cannot control the fact that he was eating breakfast, Chloe. Though Alistair's words were undeniably sarcastic, Ethan could not help but notice that he said them with a certain level of caution. He glanced from his brother to Chloe, and then back again. Something was obviously different. When he had last seen the two, they had all but been at one another's throats. Though Alistair did not have a shotgun, he might have gone for Chloe with his bare hands if he had just been a little bit less self-preserving. While a certain amount of tension remained between the two of them, they appeared to be almost familiar with one another. The lack of animosity in the air was definitely odd, and caught Ethan completely off guard. Well, I am not talking about anything with him sitting there. Under normal circumstances, Ethan might be perturbed that they were dismissing him. He had, after all, been the first one to the table. But when Alistair shot him a pleading look, he rose almost immediately. If this had something to do with the land acquisition, he sure as heck was not going to interfere. They had too few options on that front already. I just finished anyway. I will catch up with you later, Alistair. Leveling his brother a look that demanded an explanation later, Ethan took his leave from the diner. He did not mind sticking Alistair with the bill as long as progress was made, though he had to wonder, what brilliant idea had his brother come up with? And why could he not have come up with it before he summoned Ethan all the way down to the middle of nowhere? He was considering heading back to his room to do some paperwork when his phone buzzed in his back pocket. Ethan winced. By now, his father might have told Vlad that Alistair had summoned him to Texas, but that could not possibly bode well. Their brother tended to freak out more about his perceived control when he was farther away, and Vlad was currently in Russia. A verbal reaming was the last thing he needed right now. But it was not Vlad who was calling him. Instead, Ethan had received a text, or more accurately, a single image. A sun-drenched beach, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and a lone lounge chair with a glorious figure upon it. Clad in her minuscule navy swimsuit, Harper stared at him over the rim of her sunglasses, her gray eyes almost mischievous. The caption made Ethan grin with its savagery. "Glad you are not here." Quite frankly, Ethan was equally glad. If he had been there, he probably would have taken advantage of the moment right on that beach, and both of them would have gotten sand in some very unsavory places. But that did not mean he did not take a good, long look at the picture she had sent before saving it to his phone. 2 seconds later, another message appeared. "You better not have saved it." Ethan's grin only widened. He leaned against the weathered brick wall of a nearby building, pausing to message her back. "For my eyes only." Her reply came back almost immediately. Somehow, that is worse than internet circulation. She had no idea. "You make me out to be such a criminal, Harper. I am really a big softie." While he waited for her response, Ethan stopped at a nearby convenience store and bought a few essentials. He barely noticed the freckled cashier grinning at him, or the way she undid a few more of her shirt buttons to get his attention. All he wanted was some privacy to take another long look at that picture of Harper. Blue was definitely her color. Ethan resolved that he had to get some work done while Alistair was dealing with Chloe, but another glance at his phone rapidly sent that plan down the drain. "I do not think you have ever been soft when we are together." This began the longest week of Ethan's life. Granted, the 7 days he was away from New York were markedly better while Harper was talking to him. For some reason he probably did not deserve it, she had deigned to speak to him despite the way he had left her office. It was probably the most normal interaction either of them had ever had with one another, and by normal, Ethan meant that Harper did not mention work or matches a single time. Ethan spent most of his time trying to get Alistair to cooperate with him on getting Chloe Trellis to agree to sell at least a portion of her land, but his brother was suspiciously less worried about the scenario than when he had called Ethan down to Texas in the first place. Whenever Ethan tried to get him to brainstorm, the Scotsman merely redirected him, citing some new email or zoning policy that he needed the figures for. Quite frankly, Ethan had never seen Alistair so absorbed in work in his entire life. He might have known something was up if it were not for the fact that Vlad finally seemed to have discovered that he was in Texas and not in New York. To say the least, he did not take it well. After giving Ethan a 20-minute-long lecture about how he was supposed to be in the city to support their father, he heaped even more work atop him to make up for his absence. Between Vlad and Alistair, Ethan was not really sure who he wanted to confront first. Considering how much stress he was under, Ethan found himself reconsidering the decision to stay away from Tahiti. Though the messages Harper sent him were not always racy, just knowing she had written the words was enough to make his blood run hot. Even if his mind could run on autopilot, it was hard to concentrate on budgeting and ledgers when he was planning what he would do when he returned to the city. "I doubt you are actually getting any work done. Has the Trellis woman shot you yet? I am having a cocktail, and I am certainly not thinking of you, Ethan." She was driving him up the wall. Ethan was pretty certain that if he had to spend more than a week in Texas, he might internally combust. On his last particularly frustrating night, Ethan managed to tear himself away from one of the many pictures Harper had sent him of her in swimsuits or clinging dresses to answer the door when his brother knocked. Like a guilty teenager, he shoved his phone under his pillow before stalking across the small motel suite and yanking the door open. By this time, he knew better than to ask Alistair what was going on. "You had better have something for me." His brother, amicable as ever, merely waltzed into the room to collapse on the bed, looking far too pleased with himself. "I have come to brainstorm." For a long moment Ethan just glared at him. Just like that. Well, is that not what you have been trying to get me to do all week? Ethan swallowed a groan of exasperation. Might I remind you that it was you who called me here? And now I barely see you. Now, all of a sudden, you want to address the problem? Oh, lighten up, Ethan. I thought you would be happy I gave you a little extra time to fit in the rest of Vlad's workload. If he were not his brother, Ethan was pretty sure that he might strangle Alistair. While he had always believed himself to get along with Alistair rather amicably, he was no Lucas. He did not know what the man was thinking. And what about your workload? Have you come up with a brilliant idea to get Chloe to sell? Alistair's eyes took on a self-satisfied gleam that had Ethan arching a brow. What the heck was that? I will have you know, the Scotsman returned, that I think Chloe might be a little more agreeable to negotiations just now. That smile. Ethan did not like that smile. It reminded him far too much of his own disposition, right after he had banished his problems in a woman. You are involved with her. It was not a question. Ethan now realized he had been an idiot not to see it from the first moment the woman entered the diner. Holy heck, you are involved with her. Alistair at least had the good sense to look abashed. What makes you think that? Geez, did she bring the shotgun to bed? Do not be a child, Ethan. Of course not. The younger man threw his hands up. Alistair was telling him not to be a child. What the heck did you even call me down here for? Well, at the time, I was pretty sure you would be better at handling the problem than I would. Alistair, the fact that we operate independently is what helps us in fact operate. I am supposed to be in New York. Geez, Ethan. What do you want from me? I saw her and I freaked out, all right? And it was not just the shotgun. For almost a full minute, Ethan just stared at his brother in disbelief. This was Alistair they were talking about here. He had jumped out of planes and explored uncharted cave systems. There was nothing too big, too bad, or too difficult for him to tackle, and while a woman with a shotgun was certainly imposing, if she made Alistair freeze up like that, there was something more at work here. Ethan blew out a long breath. Oh boy. Oh boy is right. Alistair shoved a hand through ruddy red hair. Being involved with her is one thing. Personally offending her sensibilities is another. I am up a creek, man. No kidding. This was usually the point at which Ethan would turn tail and run. Call Lucas and have him come and deal with the tide of male emotions that he, frankly, was extremely ill-equipped to handle. But Alistair was his brother and he had called him, which meant that leaving him now would be almost as bad as walking out on Harper. So for once in his life, Ethan decided to step up, even if he thought he might regret the consequences. Harper had always been a very resourceful woman. Though she would never deny that Ethan upset her by fleeing her office, her vacation gave her just the distance she needed to realize that she could just as easily get her information elsewhere. After all, she thrived on gathering information. It was easy to be cordial, even flirtatious with the man when Harper had a secret up her sleeve. It just so happened that this secret was a little harder to find than she might have imagined. Harper gave herself time away from the monumental task of finding Ethan a match that would allow her to collect the biggest paycheck of her life, in favor of finding out about the man himself. It was, she told herself, fair payback for all the honeyed words that fairly dripped from his lips. Or fingers, rather. Once Harper opened the doors, the man was a ravenous texter, and she was embarrassed by how flustered a few words on a screen could make her. So, when it was not all fun in the sun, the blonde retired to her suite to take advantage of the resort's open Wi-Fi and do a little digging. It was not at all difficult to find information on the Kensleys. They were, after all, one of the most prolific families in the world, and you could hardly pick up a daily paper without finding something about them. Harper clicked through several articles that detailed Vladimir Kensley's recent trip in Russia. Apparently, he was there to handle some family business. There were also rumors flying about the red-headed architect he was traveling with, but that was hardly any of Harper's concern. There were a few more big-ticket articles, one about Jackson Kensley's retirement at the end of the coming year, and Lucas's investment in a Soho gallery, and the rest of the information Harper found, reams and reams of it, was pure gossip column fodder. And the gossip columns were very fond of Ethan Kensley. Clad in a breezy yellow sundress, Harper sat out on her balcony, ignoring the breathtaking view of the ocean before her in favor of the computer screen in her lap. Over the course of hours, days really, she sifted through the information. Everyone and their sister had a complete compendium of exactly how the Kensley family had come together. Jackson had adopted 5 boys over the course of 3 or 4 years, all of them from different countries and backgrounds. Ethan, interestingly enough, was the only American. Harper found plenty about his teenage years. Apparently, he had been charming women since he had been able to form complex sentences. He had gone to the same private school as the rest of his brothers, played soccer and lacrosse, and been accepted to Brown, from which he had graduated in a mere 2 years with a degree in advanced mathematics and a minor in accounting. From there he had gone straight to work at his father's company. No surprises there. But before he was adopted? Harper could not find a single shred of information. Over 3 or 4 mimosas, she tried her luck with the other brothers, to see if Ethan was special or if the Kensleys were so secretive with all of their sons. But Harper found information on Lucas, Alistair, Toshiro, and Vladimir's pre-adoption lives so quickly it was a bit disconcerting. Why hide the information on Ethan? By the middle of her vacation, Harper was alternating between the small, secretive smiles that Ethan's ridiculous texts pulled from her, and her growing suspicion that Ethan's childhood was a source of more contention than he let on. When she asked about his past in her office, he had immediately locked up, almost as if it were a reflex. The next thing she knew, he was reaching for her, desperation in his eyes. Exactly what made him so desperate? For a whole 48 hours, Harper found herself absolutely stumped. She channel surfed at 3 in the morning, unable to sleep because of the curiosity burning in her gut. Ethan had admitted he had secrets, but Harper was almost certain that she would never get him to discuss them if she did not preempt him. It was, she attested to herself, all in the eventual service of work. If something had happened to him as a child, it was important that she find a woman who could handle that sort of thing. Though, as much as the blonde hated to admit it, she loathed the idea of Ethan seeking comfort in another woman's arms. When her text tone sounded, she reached for her phone automatically. It would be an evening in Texas, so she was not surprised to see a text from the man constantly in her thoughts. "Are you still sunning on the beach? You must be a nice shade of caramel by now. I love caramel." It was cheesy, and Harper rolled her eyes even as her thighs clenched and her stomach fluttered. She texted him back, tugging her lower lip between her teeth hopefully. "It is almost 4 in the morning. No sun to sun. Sorry to disappoint you." His reply popped up while she sipped on the last of a bottle of wine she had been finishing off. "You could never disappoint me, Harper. Just keep those sensual, tropical pictures coming." She smirked. "Just wait. You do not know me very well." When Ethan responded, her brow arched in surprise at his rebuttal. "Do I not? You are stubborn, driven, maddening blonde appeal all wrapped up into an infuriatingly intellectual and sensually reserved package." Harper did not know whether to be surprised, flattered, or insulted by this very candid assessment of her character. Under normal circumstances, she would pick his breakdown of her apart piece by excruciating piece, but now she just stared at the text on the screen before her. When she did answer him, it was impulsively. Sensually reserved? It was a full minute before she got her answer. If a man had taken care of you, really taken care of you the way you needed, you would not have that cute, shocked, decadent expression on your face every time I make you feel good. And that was the end of texting for that particular night. Harper tossed her phone over the edge of the bed, but it was too late. She could already feel the silky material of the pajama pants she wore slickening between her thighs. God bless him. After bringing herself to breathless release thinking of Ethan Kensley's hands and mouth, Harper was even more determined to discover his secret. Harper had less than 48 hours left in Tahiti by the time she actually stumbled across something useful. She was on the beach, surfing through articles from the year Ethan was adopted when something caught her eye. Sitting up straight, the blonde took a closer look at the text. A news article from a major Michigan town about a child being taken from a mother out of a home barely fit for human habitation. Apparently, the 7-year-old had only been taken from the environment when a friend's mother had arrived for a playdate to discover her in the process of harming him over the loss of some of whatever she was addicted to. The child was immediately delivered into foster care, and the mother was incarcerated, where she died months later of an overdose. Harper was not quite sure why this particular article had caught her attention, other than the fact that reading it made her stomach turn and her heart heavy. The article was cited as one of the most disturbing of the year, from a relatively small town where crime almost never occurred. Harper was about to click away when she found an image of the boy. And her heart stopped. Despite the fact that it was more than 20 years younger, she immediately recognized the face. Smudged with dirt, bruised, and host to the brightest pair of green eyes she had ever seen. In real life, Harper had never seen those eyes so confused and full of pain. But it was unmistakably Ethan. She had to set her phone aside for a few minutes and take some deep breaths. If Ethan was the little boy, then that meant that he really was the only Kensley whose past had never come to light. Unlike his brothers, who all used their pasts as platforms for present and future work, Ethan had always been absolutely mum. His family had always been absolutely mum, which could only mean that he believed this was something worth hiding. Something that he was ashamed of, perhaps even still dealt with internally. It was enough to turn Harper's entire perception of the man on its head. The confident, rich, and powerful Ethan Kensley, a man whose image alone was enough to make women the world over salivate, was vulnerable. Harper might have imagined that any skeletons Ethan might have kept in his closet would have to do with vices, but this was disturbing. Ethan's mother had almost harmed him, and then the Kensleys had, what? Saved him? Fostered to adopt? Harper could not dream of someone like Olivia Kensley being anything other than nurturing, whether in public or behind closed doors, which meant that any trauma Ethan was still holding onto could come only from his birth mother. And he had been hiding it for almost 2 decades. Harper ran a hand through her hair, considering. She had planned on confronting Ethan with the information she discovered the moment they saw one another again, whenever that might be. Harper was ashamed to admit that she hoped it would be sooner rather than later. But this was a delicate matter, more delicate than anything she had ever dealt with. Truth be told, Harper's matches relied perhaps 70% on surface compatibility. It was a rather shallow way of operating perhaps, but Harper's own view of love was rather insubstantial. She had never seen a romantic movie that made her feel anything other than skepticism. Real love was screaming, arguing, and an eventual traumatizing split that left deep scars. When she matched people, there was no psychological questionnaire. And the idea that she had all but invented one as a pretense for matching Ethan was, in hindsight, a bit alarming. She had never delved so deep. Why would she? Things like that were none of her business. If people were supposed to be in love, they would accept everything about one another, would they not? At the very least, by the time they found out about such things, it would be far beyond her realm of expertise. Harper considered it a testament to her system that such things happened rarely, if ever. People did not really want to know one another's deep, dark secrets. Everything was all sunshine and daisies until it was not. Geez, when had her thoughts become so macabre? For the first time since Athena had brought it up, Harper really wondered if she was as bad as her sister believed her to be. Was she really some sort of over-aggressive monster who brushed off the idea of love simply because it was something she could not or would not understand? The blonde shuddered. Somewhere she could sense that Athena was laughing at her. Her younger sister delighted in being right, and as much as Harper abhorred it, she was inclined to let it happen sometimes, just so she could see Athena smile. The notion was enough to lighten the mood for the barest of moments. Long enough for Harper to remember that when she had impulsively aired her dirty laundry to Ethan, he might not have returned the favor. But he had not shunned her. He had not scoffed, had not insisted that she was naive or made fun of her. In fact, he was probably the only person who had agreed with her point of view since she started her matchmaking business. And for the briefest of moments, his reaction had gratified Harper. Made her a little less lonely. She blew out a long breath as her brain worked overtime. What the heck was she supposed to do with this? She certainly was not vindictive or cruel enough to dangle it before Ethan's nose, or use it as the root of all his problems. If Harper were honest with herself, what she really wanted was simply for the man to talk to her. Really talk. An odd request, considering she was certain she wanted it more for his sake than for any match she might make him. She wanted to see the root of his vulnerability, and incredibly, Harper wanted to comfort him. To reassure him that he was just as much a product of the unpredictable world as she was. She had to be losing her mind. Despite the fact that she had promised herself that nothing would stress her out during her vacation, Harper found herself unable to enjoy the sand and surf on her last day. It was not because she dreaded speaking to Ethan about what she had found out. Quite the contrary. She was anxious to get back to the city. She was so anxious, in fact, that the little detail of her having been on every entertainment channel in the country before she left the United States happened to slip her mind. Going from the peace and quiet of her business-class seat to the pandemonium of the airport was, in the best of times, difficult. On this particular day, the moment she left customs, Harper was immediately bombarded by at least 10 reporters. Cameras left her blinking blearily as she struggled to grasp what was going on. "Miss Jones? Is it true that you and Ethan Kensley are an item? Did you go on vacation together? Are there wedding bells in your future? How does it feel to be dating one of the world's most eligible bachelors?" There were so many questions fired at once that Harper could not have chosen which one to answer, even if she wanted to. The reporters were absolutely rabid, intent on blocking her way no matter how she tried to escape. The blonde liked to think she kept her cool even in the most trying of situations, but she felt her temper rising quickly. She had just been on a flight for 12 hours, and the last thing she needed was to be interrogated. She just wanted to go home and get some rest. "Miss Jones?" Something that almost certainly would have gotten her in trouble if she had said it was on the tip of Harper's tongue, when a man clad in a starched black suit, who was about as wide as she was tall, shoved his way through the crowd. Before Harper could protest, he had an arm around her, his jacket sheltering her as he ushered her from the airport. Harper could not manage to get a word in before he ushered her, along with her luggage, into a waiting car. She wondered, vaguely, if her name had become so huge so quickly that someone was actually kidnapping her moments before the intensely muscular man slid into the driver's seat, firmly closing the door behind him. "Sorry about that, Miss Jones. I was sent by Mr. Kensley to get you from the airport." He anticipated that something like this might happen. Harper's eyebrows shot up to her hairline. "Ethan sent you?" The driver chuckled. "His father, actually. Jackson Kensley." Harper was momentarily shocked into silence. Why the heck would Jackson Kensley send a driver for her? She had heard the man was kind, but he did not even know her. What possible impetus could he have for coming to her rescue? Jackson Kensley? She could not recall the last time she had acted so densely, but Harper would certainly say that this particular situation called for it. She was exhausted, and one of the most influential men in the world was concerned about her. Should she be concerned? "Do not look so intimidated." The driver gave her a warm smile, which she was sure was meant to reassure her, but Harper was too wary to relax. "Mr. Kensley would very much like to meet with you." Dear Christ, Harper had almost forgotten about the notoriety she might get for matching Ethan. There had been far more intricate matters on her mind when she left Tahiti, matters she was almost certain the man would not like to hear she had been prying into. Ethan Kensley's past, after all, was none of her business. Yet here she was, in a car bound to meet with the Kensley patriarch himself. When she took Ethan on as her client, Harper swore she had not signed up for this sort of stress. She had not signed up to look Jackson Kensley in the eye when she had been involved with his son, twice. And the jet lag, on top of all of that, just added insult to injury. For one brief, insane moment, Harper contemplated her chances of survival if she simply jumped out of the car on the highway. The thought was gone as soon as it popped into her mind, but the fact that she had even gone there was proof of how desperately tired she was. Harper did not ever lose her cool for anyone. Unless that person was Ethan, but he was not back from Texas yet. Harper watched the streets of Manhattan pass by, sighing longingly when they drove through her neighborhood headed uptown. She barely had 10 minutes to make sure she looked somewhat presentable before they had arrived at the Kensley Corporation's main office. Harper saw it at least once a week as she ran around the city, but she had never imagined she might need to go inside. She had never been involved in the kind of business the Kensleys ran. Nonetheless, the driver ushered her from the car as soon as they had parked, promising to keep her luggage safe in the trunk. The interior of the building was every bit as prim and professional as Harper might have imagined. She was whisked across the marble floor of the lobby and into the nearest available elevator, which was on its way upwards before anyone else could board. The entire building housed an incredible air of efficiency. No one was idle. The few times the elevator stopped, everyone Harper saw was working, all cogs in a gigantic mechanism that moved ever forward. In the back of her mind, she wondered where Ethan's office was. She knew that he was the head of accounting for the entire company, so probably somewhere near the top floor, exactly where they were going. Where the rest of the building had been bustling with activity, the top floor was almost eerily quiet. The only person present was a silent secretary, doing a stack of paperwork outside a single door. Harper stepped forward at the driver's urging, and he spoke before she could. "I have brought Miss Jones in to see Mr. Kensley." Well, that just made it sound about 10 times more real, and that was saying something. Harper had no choice but to follow the immense man to the door and wait while he knocked briskly and announced her. And then all at once, she was on her way in. It was a big office for a big man, and yet Harper could not help but think how very human he looked sitting there. His face, a face she had seen hundreds of times on television or in magazines, seemed a little more tired, a little more weathered, but he was still without a doubt Jackson Kensley in the flesh. "Miss Jones?" At the sight of her, his smile widened incrementally. "Please have a seat." The driver had already gone, leaving Harper to face her fate alone. Slowly, she straightened, suddenly painfully aware of how haggard she must look despite any attempts she had made to freshen up. 12 hours of travel could do that to a woman. "I thank you for the pickup," she finally managed, sitting in the first armchair before his desk. It was a little overwhelming. "I can only imagine." Far from seeming angry that she had been caught kissing his son on live television, Jackson seemed strangely amused. "You have been quite the trend in the news lately." Harper could feel her face flaming. "Mr. Kensley, I think there has been some kind of misunderstanding." "Has there?" He arched a brow. "I thought you were eager to take on his very special case." "I am. I was. Geez, how did all of this get so convoluted? It has just been a bit difficult." The man would have been completely within his rights to throw her from his office, but instead he merely chuckled. "Difficult, is it? Ethan has always been so agreeable. I am surprised he is giving you any trouble." He had to be joking, and when the man's smile stayed firmly in place, Harper realized he was. She relaxed slightly. "Miss Jones, have you considered yourself a match for Ethan? Do not feel you should exclude yourself." "No." Harper burst almost immediately. "No, that is not it at all. At that moment she was the textbook definition of desperation, and Harper winced at how shrill her voice was. She forced herself to take a deep breath and regain her composure. Is it a match for Ethan? Regardless of what her system said, of how good they were together, or how ridiculously good the man was at making her laugh, Ethan Kensley was, without a doubt, the most confusing thing that had ever happened to her. Mr. Kensley, I have been actively trying to find a match for your son. That much was the truth, at least even if she was not making much headway. I think I am very close. Harper had never been a blatant liar, and the words tasted sour in her mouth. Even after the encounter was over, she would never quite know what happened. When faced with the notion that Jackson might prevent her from interacting with Ethan, a part of her panicked. Really? Her response seemed to genuinely please him. Harper was halfway expected to be interrogated about how she was finding matches while being involved with the man, or why she was mixing business with pleasure, but Jackson did not bother with any of that. Instead, he kept the conversation strictly business. That is wonderful to hear. I actually called you here to present you with another tidbit of information. An additional challenge, if you will. Harper did not think there was a bigger challenge than dealing with Ethan, but she kept her response neutral. Any information you have would be greatly appreciated. Jackson grinned, showing remarkably even white teeth. I am sad to say I do not have very much to offer that you do not already know, only extra impetus. I am sure, Miss Jones, that you have heard I am retiring at the end of this year. It was pretty much all everyone was talking about in any reputable business magazine. That, and the question of whether Vladimir Kensley was ready to take up his father's mantle or not. I have. You have earned it. Jackson smirked. I should darn well think so. But I cannot help heading into retirement with a few hang-ups, the principal of which being that I just want to see all my sons settled down. If you can successfully pair Ethan with someone by the end of this year, I would be truly grateful. And I would add $1 million to whatever my son is paying you to see it happen. For a moment, the world stopped spinning. Harper realized that for a man like Jackson Kensley, talking figures like this was completely commonplace, but for her, they were discussing $1 million for one match. For the briefest of moments, the prospect was enough to tempt her sorely. It was not because Harper desperately needed the money, but instead the renewed challenge. If she did somehow match Ethan, it would be the largest commission she had ever landed. She would gain the respect of his father. Heck, maybe she would even gain his respect. She would just have to send him off with another woman. For a long beat, Harper said absolutely nothing at all. It seemed like ever since she had met Ethan, her mind had been working overtime, and this moment was particularly taxing. She had never failed to rise to a challenge, but for the first time in her life, Harper found that she might not want all the fruits this one reaped. Folding her fingers together over her lap, she exhaled a long breath. Mr. Kensley, all I can tell you for certain is that I will try my utmost to deliver. She could not decide whether that enigmatic smile of his warmed or intimidated her. That is all I can ask you for, Miss Jones. When he made to rise from his seat, Harper almost stopped him, as if a force as indomitable as Jackson Kensley could be stopped. I may be old, but the least I can do is see a pretty guest in the elevator bay. Well, at least she knew where Ethan got his charm. Harper could not resist the small smile that curved her lips, as she rose and took Jackson's proffered arm. In the end, it was more her helping him than him escorting her, but she hardly minded. It was the thought that counted. No sooner had they emerged from the office than the driver, who, admittedly, probably could have bench-pressed both her and Jackson, rushed to his assistance. Before he could even touch the older man, however, Jackson waved him off. For goodness sake, Russell, I am old, not inept. He groused, scowling half-heartedly. Please take Miss Jones home. And have Pamela let the media know that we do not take kindly to their shadowing her every step. Of course, sir. Jackson turned to Harper, pressing her hand firmly. Thank you for humoring an old man, Miss Jones. I am sure you are eager to rest. We will speak again soon." And just like that, he was gone, back into the silent solitude of his office. It was one of the most singular experiences Harper ever had. So much so that she was still thinking about it hours later, when jet lag should have knocked her out like a light. Instead, she lingered at her desk, tapping idly at the keys without actually doing any work. Jackson Kensley wanted to give her $1 million to see his son happy and settled before his retirement. That was a matter of months from now, and Harper had never been more conflicted over the man. Considering the Kensley patriarch's easygoing nature, she would love to ease his way into retirement. She would love to do her job. But unfortunately, things were not that easy. The blonde reluctantly pulled out Ethan's file from where she had squirreled it away in her desk. It was, without contest, the thickest client file she had ever accumulated, and it helped her the least. The irony was punishing. Despite the fact that she knew almost every tidbit of information inside, Harper was about to open it to see if she could salvage something, when she got a message on her phone. "Where are you?" A little thrill shot up her spine at the sight of Ethan's message. Harper bit her lip, hesitating a moment before she replied. "At home. I am jet-lagged out of my mind." He answered almost immediately. "I am on my way back to the city. Will you be well rested by dinner?" Well, he certainly did not make any pretenses. A pre-Ethan Harper might have rejected him, turned him away without the slightest hesitation. Once upon a time, Harper had been cold and calculating. It was what made her so darn good at what she did. But he was turning that all on its head. "Do you not have to go to your office and report? I am sure they have missed you." It was a snarky thing to say, but then she and Ethan had long mastered the art of snark with one another. She expected his reply to be something equally as witty, but Harper should have known better than to assume Ethan might behave as expected. "I need you. Have dinner with me." Her breath caught, and she immediately felt guilty for it. It was not as if the man was expressing some great wealth of emotion. He wanted to be with her. That was all that had ever been between them. But that did not mean Harper could not curse him for knowing exactly how to make her knees weak. She countered the only way she knew how. "Does that mean you are ready to talk?" It was the one calculated move she knew would send him running in the other direction. At that precise moment, Harper felt a little overwhelmed. Jackson Kensley had just called her into his office to convey how important it was to him that Ethan be matched. Then there was the not insignificant discovery she had made about Ethan's past scant days ago, a discovery she still did not quite know what to do with. Harper did not necessarily want to have the upper hand if it meant dragging skeletons like that out of the closet, but she certainly could not deny that she wanted to see Ethan. And not just to shove him at another woman. She answered him, knowing she was damning herself. "What time?" She could practically see the man gloating in her mind's eye. "Around 9 in the evening. My place. Wear something nice." Harper's toes curled in anticipatory need, even as her stomach clenched with nerves. God help her.
Chapter 9. Triumphant Return.
Thankfully, Ethan's stay in Texas did not last long. It was enough to reassure his brother that he was not a complete fool, while simultaneously wondering when he and Lucas had switched lives. He decided to leave the land acquisition in Alistair's very capable hands. It was his job, after all. Alistair could call him if he needed to, though the problems he faced now would doubtless have more to do with emotional than physical woes. It would have been a lot cleaner if Chloe had just ended things quickly. Despite his preoccupation with matters down south, however, the moment Ethan arrived back in New York, he was reminded of what awaited him. Harper. He was not even aware that he was smiling like a fool until Rosita pointed it out, and even then he still could not stop himself. Harper had been the only reason he had not gone stir-crazy while Alistair puttered around, And now he was going to make an absolute fool of himself asking something that she had no impetus whatsoever to agree to. With a low, self-deprecating chuckle, he stared at his reflection in the mirror the moment he stepped out of the shower. 6 months ago, this situation would have been laughable. He, of all people, was begging for a woman's favor. A single woman. But then, Harper was no ordinary woman. It would be tough for him to put his pride aside. That was for certain. But if Harper wanted to talk, he would talk to her. About anything and everything she might want, as long as she did not try to convince him that it was all for the sake of the match. By now, in Ethan's mind, the match was moot. There was only the matchmaker. Harper was right. In all honesty, he should go to the office and speak with his father. He had no doubt their old man would want to know how things were going down south, but all that could be done tomorrow. Right now, he had business to attend to. Ethan did not usually tell Rosita when he meant to have guests, and the fact that he, somewhat embarrassedly, asked her to make dinner for two earned him quite the look. But the food would be worth it. Not to mention the company. Somehow, he managed to get Rosita to leave without having to offer her any details about half an hour before Harper was set to arrive. He promised her a day of paid vacation in recompense. While he did not think that would be the end of it, it was enough to give him and his guest the privacy they needed. It was, Ethan realized with the start of something horribly like apprehension, the first time he had ever invited a woman to his apartment for anything other than to sat his physical needs. Of course, Ethan meant to deal with those as well, but not until he had convinced Harper to be his. For him, there was no other option. Since their first meeting, he had been unable to think of anyone else. This, surely, was the best way to address that issue. As usual, Harper was concise and on time. He sent the elevator down for her, and swallowed the spike of nervousness that rose in his gut. Ethan Kensley did not get nervous, and especially not over women. Even if Harper was no ordinary woman. The moment she stepped into the foyer, Ethan regretted dictating what she might wear. Harper was already an inadvertently sensual woman, so asking her to do something sensual was asking for trouble. For a long moment, he just stared. The knee-length sleek wisp of silk she wore might have been a negligee, pulled tight across her ample bust and with a slit that crept high up her thigh. Ethan found himself affronted that another man might have seen her in it. All that smooth skin, kissed by the sun, her bare shoulders, long legs, those full lips, and those deep gray eyes. It had only been a week, but Ethan found himself rapidly losing the wherewithal for rational discussion. Hello, Ethan. How did she do this to him? Harper. He gave her what he could only hope was a stunning smile. Somehow, he managed to keep from immediately drawing her close. Instead, Ethan moved toward her, taking hold of her shoulders to let his eyes rake over her figure once more. That dress is dangerous. She smirked, that little twitching of her lips that he found he adored more every time he saw it. Do not get any ideas. I am only here for the conversation. Ethan wanted to kiss that smart mouth of hers, but he knew he would not be able to stop there. Instead, he merely released her, gesturing toward the kitchen. Of course. Our dinner is waiting. Harper arched a brow in incredulity. You cooked? He snorted. Not one of my many talents, but Rosita is amazing. And Rosita is Harper trailed off, shooting him a wary look that he liked to imagine was tinged with jealousy. But Ethan had never been a cruel man. Housekeeper, of course. Of course. Rolling her eyes, the blonde followed him to the kitchen. Ethan poured the wine, doing his best not to stare as Harper settled in the chair next to him. Her tan skin all but glowed under the low light, and he was suddenly reminded of the pictures still on his phone. Harper was in a bikini. He did not know if he was going to make it through this meal alive. Rosita had made roast pork, and of course it was delicious. Decadent, even. But Ethan could hardly concentrate on the food. He was hungry for something else. The tension in the room was almost stifling, and still Harper feigned ultimate innocence, a crime considering the dress she was wearing. So, how was Texas? Hot. He sipped at his wine, hoping it would cool him. Earl. I almost got shot a few times. Shot? Harper stopped with a bite of potato halfway to her mouth. Her eyes went round as saucers. What do you mean, shot? Ethan arched a brow. Is that concern I hear in your voice, Miss Jones? Of course I am concerned, she rebutted, her eye narrowing slightly. If you are walking into the barrel of a gun, you obviously need some kind of mental evaluation. That was what he got for pushing his luck. Trying mightily to hide his smile, Ethan released a long-suffering sigh. Heartless. I am gone for a week, and you cannot even worry when my life is in jeopardy. Too busy soaking up all that sun. Harper's returning grin was so wickedly mischievous that Ethan swallowed a groan. Sorry about that. I am not. Reaching out, Ethan trailed a thumb over her bare shoulder and down her arm. Your tan suits you. The little shiver that ran through her when he touched her was absolute nirvana. It was nice to be reminded that he was not the only one affected by the animal magnetism between them. The dinner. He wanted her right now. Ethan slipped his hand lower until his fingers curled around one of the chair legs. When he used it to tug Harper's chair close, a low sound of surprise escaped her. Ethan, I. His mouth closed over hers, and Harper's words dissolved into a low sound. If she had pushed him away or made the slightest protest, Ethan would have heeded her no matter how crazily his body demanded he claim her. But she did not. Her fingers slid through his hair, and her mouth opened for his. Ethan groaned, hoisting her onto his lap almost immediately. Had it really only been a week since he kissed her? Ethan was a man in a desert, dying of thirst, and Harper was a cool, fresh spring. No woman had ever felt so perfect in his arms. Ethan stood, taking her with him. Dinner could always be tended to later. For now, there was a far more pressing need. Unfortunately, before he could take a single step, Harper drew away from him. Wait. Setting her on the edge of the table instead of spiriting her off to his room was probably one of the most painful things Ethan had ever done, but somehow he got through it. What is it? The blonde stared up at him with kiss-swollen lips. When Harper raised a hand, Ethan prayed she might be headed southward, but instead she merely placed it on his chest. The gleam of desire in her eye dimmed somewhat as the blonde cleared her throat. Ethan. I know. The light-haired man stared at her, confusion creeping in on the want that suffused him. What do you know? In that instant he could have sworn Harper looked apprehensive, even a bit scared. For a moment he wondered if he might have rushed into things, but then she spoke, and the entire world turned on its head. I know about your mother. For almost a full minute, Ethan was too shocked to do much more than stare at her in disbelief as a myriad of emotions warred inside him. His mother. Olivia Kensley was his mother, but there was no doubt as to what Harper was referring to. The woman he had been born to. The woman who had very nearly ended his life before it really began. The source of memories that he had never been able to bury deep enough, and the last person he wanted to think about at that particular moment. Ethan, Harper spoke his name low and careful, drawing his gaze to hers. Talk to me. Those gray eyes of hers could be hot with desire or cold with disdain, but Ethan most hated it when he could not read her at all. What do you want me to say? He finally managed, the words tight. Congratulations? No, she replied immediately, evenly. I am sorry. I should not have pried. I know it is your personal business, and I swear I will never tell a soul. I just needed answers. Answers? He bristled at the audacity of that particular excuse. Have I not given you all the answers you could ever possibly need? You could write a book on me, Harper. What do you not know? He was loud and he knew it, but Ethan could not help the way his temper rose. It was involuntary. Somehow, Harper had managed to do something no one ever had. Ethan had spent years building the careful shell of emotional distance he surrounded himself with. He was not a talker. He was not a romantic partner. He did not let anyone get close enough for that. This was why. The moment his biological mother came into the equation, everything came racing back. Fear, feelings of inadequacy, pain that even decades surrounded by a loving family could not completely erase. It was better to pretend that none of it had ever happened, to bury it as deep as he could. But Harper was not going to let him do that. "I do not know why you do this," she replied, her gaze never leaving his. If she was cowed by the way he raised his voice, Harper gave no indication. She did not wince, and she made no effort to put any space between them. "Why I do what?" he demanded, his hands coming down on either side of her. The force was enough to rattle the plates behind them and send a wine bottle crashing to the floor, but not to deter the blonde woman before him. "This." When Harper raised her hands to cup his face, Ethan flinched. 5 minutes prior, he would have given anything to have her all over him, but now the emotions warring in his gut threatened to drive him over the edge. Desperation. Need. The moment someone mentions anything about your past, you dive right into the physical, do you not? To smother the memories. Stop. Ethan thought he was prepared to talk about any subject Harper might bring up, but not this. He never imagined she would invade his privacy this way, never imagined any woman could make him feel this vulnerable. "Ethan, it is all right. Just talk to me. You cannot pretend this has anything to do with your precious matches, so why does it matter?" His words came out a low hiss, designed to hurt, and if the pain in Harper's gaze was any indication, they hit their mark. But she refused to back down. "Because it is hurting you." Ethan barked a laugh. "Now you are pretending to care about me? I do not need pity, Harper, yours or anyone else's." He had already had enough of that from the family that adopted him, and the few people that had somehow found it and been paid to keep quiet. If he had to look in one more person's eyes and see that they felt sorry for him, he was going to tear his hair out. He was past it. That part of his life was over. How could he keep letting a ghost hurt him? "Do I look like I pity you?" Harper's tone was just as hard as his, and Ethan forced himself to look at her. There was uncertainty there, yes. Perhaps a bit of regret, but she was not looking at him like she wanted to protect him from the world, like he was not a man in his own right. Instead, Harper looked almost angry. "Why would I waste my time pitying you, Ethan? You have done nothing but complicate my life. Sure, you have answered all my questions, but I do not really know you. Accounting savant, poster boy for Armani, international playboy, everyone knows that. Things like this make you human. And considering what you do to me, it is nice to be reminded of that every once in a while." Ethan merely stared at her, green eyes wide. What did he do to her? He hardly had to ask the question before it answered itself. Since he met Harper, Ethan had not had the slightest desire to take another woman into his bed. He had developed sudden and violent tunnel vision for Harper, and no one else could satisfy that craving. As huge as his appetite was, however, it was not just the physical he wanted. Ethan needed to see her. To hear her voice and read her stubborn texts. When she was not around, he spent hours wondering what she was doing, and exactly how he could work his way past that impassive shell of hers. It was a profound effect that went far beyond the reach of simple desire. And apparently, it was not a one-way street. "Talk to me." This time when she spoke, Harper's voice was softer, almost pleading. The steel was gone from her eyes, and the genuine warmth Ethan saw there took his breath away. "Not for the matches, for me." In the absence of the rage that filled him only moments earlier, Ethan felt oddly weak. He took a step toward the table, toward Harper, and before he knew it, his head was dropping to her shoulder. He inhaled her scent, heady and fragrant, and allowed her nearness to calm him. Slowly, incredibly, the chaos in his mind faded. Memories that seemed so vivid were all at once far away, and the only woman who had ever controlled him somehow seemed to lose her grip. When Ethan exhaled, his body sagged. He slumped to his knees, his arms around Harper's waist as he held her close. Her fingers sifted idly through his hair, and he did not know if he had ever felt anything better. This was peace. While being close to Harper felt divine, this was something else entirely. He could sit here contentedly for the rest of his life with her fingers on his scalp, just like this. There was no worry that she would find him inadequate, that he would wake from the nightmares that plagued him, and have to hide his cold sweat. She knew, and she did not pity him. "Are you all right?" Harper's tone was as soft as her touch, and Ethan basked in it. He nodded. "I do not mean to pressure you. We can go to bed if you want," she murmured quietly. "I only wanted..." "No, I needed to know why you looked at me like that. If being close to me takes the pain away, Ethan, I can do that for you." Ethan's heart stuttered in his chest. He looked up at her, both stunned and somehow humbled. "But you have to talk to me." It was the only true justification for dredging up the past that had ever convinced him, but not just because he wanted Harper. She was offering herself to him. This was supposed to be a physical arrangement, two people scratching an itch. Somewhere along the way, however, things had changed. Harper Jones, the matchmaker, would never do this for him. She was hardwired to do her job. Compassion was not in her vocabulary. But this Harper, she was something different altogether. And Ethan wanted more of her. "All right. Let us talk." It was hard, but Ethan might have expected that. He could not remember the time he had actually spoken to someone about his birth mother. It was a taboo subject. He had only been 7, so most people who knew assumed that the trauma had faded with time. In truth, not even Ethan's family knew how viciously his past plagued him. They had brought him out of poverty, raised him up, and made him a household name. Who was he to burden them with something better off forgotten? Ethan kept the memories to himself, and over the course of decades they festered. If Harper had been any other woman, she would not have the stomach for what he told her. What man wanted to admit that he had nightmares? That there were nights he could not sleep? What woman could look at him and still see someone desirable, after he had spilled his vulnerabilities until he was hoarse from talking? Ethan lay with Harper until dawn started to lighten the sky. He talked for hours and said things he had never been able to put into words, and not once did she look at him with disdain in her gaze. The blonde was silent. Her eyes never left his face as he spoke. She only got up to refill their wine glasses. Otherwise, she lay beside him in bed, her attention fixed on him. By the time he was finally finished, Ethan began to hanker for coffee instead of wine. A bone-deep exhaustion, both mental and physical, settled in, and he found that he could barely keep his eyes open. A glance at the clock told him that it was close to 7 in the morning. This was hardly the way he had wanted to keep Harper up all night, but Ethan could not say that he regretted it. Instead, it was as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders. For years he had hoarded the pain of his childhood within, convinced that the slightest glimpse would bring people after him like hounds. Reliving the past could only make him weaker, and weakness had almost gotten him killed. Needless to say, the blonde in his bed heartily disagreed. "Your past makes you who you are, Ethan. Of course it hurts sometimes. It hurts terribly. But that does not mean you should just bury it." "Well, excuse me if no one has been quite as persuasive as you. I do not speak my mind to just anyone you know." He sipped at the water she had brought him. Fatigue brought back his characteristic snark. "Right?" Harper rolled her eyes with a small smile of her own. "You speak your mind to everyone. That is the problem." "Do you know what my problem is?" In a trice, Ethan had the water glass on the bedside table and rolled over to press Harper to the mattress. "You, Harper Jones. You are my problem." "Is that a fact?" Even tired as he was, Ethan could still marvel at how well their bodies fit together. "I hardly think getting the infamous Ethan Kensley to open up is a problem." "It is," he countered, lowering his head so his mouth touched hers in the barest of contact with every word he spoke. "It is a huge problem. Now that you know my secrets, I cannot let you go." Unlike their earlier encounters, the heat between them was slow and languid, and Ethan quite enjoyed watching the flush that stole down Harper's neck. "Well, I assume you have to go to work." "And I definitely have to work." "Harper, I want you." Those 4 words were enough to make her soften against him, for her eyes to glaze. "Why am I not surprised?" Slowly, Ethan shook his head. "No. I want you. I do not give a darn about being matched with someone else. I need you to be mine." The blonde opened her mouth as if to speak, and then closed it. For a long, tortuous moment, her eyes slid shut. "Ethan, I am not. I am hardly the one you want." When she spoke, her tone held an edge of self-deprecating humor. "You could literally have any woman in the entire world. Miss Universe would be impressed if you looked in her general direction." He could not help but chuckle at that. "You are a smart one, you know that?" "I am a mess, Ethan," Harper returned, her tone oddly hollow. "I turn human emotion into numbers for a living. My own sister is convinced that I have bastardized the very notion of happily ever afters." "We are both messes," he countered, searching her gray eyes for the warmth she hid behind a wall of self-preservation. "I would say that makes us just about perfect for one another." Harper eyed him for perhaps the longest beat of his life. "I am just one woman, Ethan. You sure you can deal with that?" He smirked. "How many women do you think I have been with since I met you?" Harper blew out a long breath, and Ethan knew he had her there. The way the media followed him, she would have known in a second if he had complimented the Queen of England's coronation gown. The next time her gaze met his, the gleam of humor he saw there made his heart swell. 2 conditions. Ethan bit immediately. His pride had gone out the window the moment he had revealed his inner demons. "Let us hear them." 1. Harper held up a single finger in demonstration. "It stays between us. I do not want to be part of a media circus. I refuse to be." "All right." Easier said than done, but somehow Ethan would manage. Especially if it meant having Harper to himself. "And 2? Harper shifted beneath him, and for the briefest moment her eyes slid from his. "I still want to try and match you." Ethan groaned, dropping his head to the pillow between her breasts. "You have got to be kidding me." "I am serious, Ethan. My job is important to me, and I hope that I can find someone better for you. Someone who makes you happier." Somehow he doubted that. In Ethan's opinion, he could not be happier than he was right now. "Ethan." The edge in her tone drew his attention, and he forced himself to look up at her. "If I find someone you could really be interested in, would you consider meeting them?" His first instinct was to tell her no. If Ethan never heard the word match again, it would be too soon. But Harper was offering him the sun and the moon here. If he agreed to her 2 conditions, she would be his. And that was all Ethan could think about. "I would consider it." It was the most diplomatic answer he could come up with, and conveniently, it promised nothing. But it garnered him a small, very real smile. "All right then." With that, Harper's hand sifted through his hair once more as she redirected him toward his haven of comfort. "That is settled." Ethan did not have to be told twice. He settled back with a sound of profound satisfaction. He wrapped his arm around her, utterly content. For now, the rest could wait. When he woke up, Harper would still be there, his for the taking. Ethan expected to be woken to the tune of his incessant ringtone. After all, he had fallen asleep at 8 in the morning on a workday, right about the time he should be headed into the office. Instead, he woke on his own, slowly, to the sun-drenched interior of his room. Nothing in particular had changed. There were still clothes strewn on the floor. It was still the same New York City beyond the window. But Ethan could not remember the last time he had woken so refreshed. He turned over, wincing slightly as he caught a glimpse of the clock, but an instant later time ceased to flow entirely. Harper was still in his bed. Sometime in the morning she had taken off her dress, and was now only clad in his cotton sheets and a waterfall of golden hair. The sight of one tanned, slender leg thrown over the coverlet was enough to bring his latent desire surging to the forefront. Slowly, Ethan reached for her, his touch careful at first, as if he were committing the moment to memory. Harper always seemed different like this, unguarded, softened by sleep, and it stirred something deep in him. He shifted closer, settling beside her, watching the rise and fall of her breathing. For a long moment, he simply looked at her, taking in every detail he had come to know so well. "Harper," he murmured softly. "Are you awake?" There was no answer. A quiet smile touched his lips. He brushed his fingers lightly against her, gentle enough not to startle her, but enough to draw a subtle response. Harper stirred faintly, turning toward him as though instinctively seeking his presence. Ethan exhaled slowly, his composure slipping. There was something about her like this, something unguarded, something entirely his in this quiet private moment. When her eyes finally fluttered open, confusion passed across her features before awareness slowly returned. "Ethan," she murmured, her voice soft with sleep. His answer was quiet, his voice low and certain. "Good morning." Harper shifted slightly, her expression catching between surprise and something warmer, something that lingered just beneath the surface. "You woke me up," she said, though there was no real accusation in it. "I did," he admitted easily. "And I would do it again." Her gaze held his for a moment longer, and the space between them seemed to narrow, familiar, charged, and entirely their own. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ethan leaned in, closing the distance between them. The kiss was slower this time, intentional, unhurried, and Harper didn't pull away. Instead, she responded. Time seemed to stretch and soften around them, the world outside their bedroom fading into something distant and unimportant. When they finally parted, Harper exhaled quietly, her composure returning in small, steady pieces. "I have work," she said, though her tone lacked conviction. Ethan smiled faintly. "You can take one day." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "That is not how responsibility works." "Just this once," he replied, his voice quieter now. "Stay." There was a pause. Harper studied him, searching his expression as if weighing something unseen. The moment lingered, suspended between them. Then, with a small, reluctant breath, she shifted closer instead of pulling away. Ethan's smile softened. "Good," he murmured. 1 month later. She was not going to indulge him. At least, that was what Harper liked to tell herself. If Ethan had his way, he would monopolize every moment of her spare time and then some. That she would not allow. She was still running a business, still doing her best to make it in the dog-eat-dog environment of New York City. And he was sending her roses. In 4 weeks, she had received 8 bouquets, 3 of which still adorned her office. Pink, yellow, and white roses. All gorgeous buds, hand-picked and undoubtedly expensive. As many times as Harper told herself she was immune to such gestures, she could not deny that the sight of the roses sent an unexpected thrill of excitement through her. It was, she knew, totally unlike her to get this worked up over a man. Besides that, she only dated Ethan until she found his match. Then she would be even more lost than she was now. With a groan, Harper pushed away from her desk, toying with her blonde braid. She could not remember the last time she had even looked at Ethan's folder. It had been collecting dust on the top shelf of her filing cabinet as she worked on other clients, and she told herself time and time again that she would return to it. If she were honest with herself, however, Harper was not sure she would. The option was there, tempting her with both its neatness and rationality. Finding a match for Ethan meant that she would not be wrapped up in him anymore. That she would not get any closer to him, and he would not continue to chip away at the barriers she had designed to keep everyone out. It was enough that Gary commented that she all but glowed, and even Athena commented that she sounded happy without having to deal with her own emotional turmoil. Did she like spending time with Ethan? The answer was undoubtedly yes. The man was infuriating, and several times Harper had to convince him that his ideas of dates were not discreet enough for her liking. She was totally serious, when she insisted that no one be privy to their relationship but she and him. In hindsight, the notion was more than a little facetious, considering every media outlet that wanted to sell was still speculating on whether or not they were an item. But Harper refused to fuel the flames. And Ethan did his best to accommodate her. There were lots of late-night dinners, a movie here and there, and once, incredibly, a weekend in the Hamptons so lavish that she winced to think of the figures on the hotel bill. But Ethan insisted that the expense was well worth it. Harper could admit that the weekend had been rather stimulating. Of course, she and Ethan were very physical. She could not help it that the man was walking temptation, and he seemed perfectly willing to oblige any fantasy she might have. But they could not be in bed all the time, and when they were not, Harper found that Ethan's company was not half as trying as she might have expected. He made her laugh, as he always had, and managed somehow to make her forget the mountain of work she had every time they were together. The man was probably the most prevalent accountant in the world, but he was the exact opposite of a starched businessman. Ethan liked to have fun, something that Harper had never been privy to much of. She received several texts daily that insisted that she was a workaholic, to which she rebutted that obviously someone did not work enough. As if handling billions of dollars in accounting were not enough for one person, Ethan tended to treat the matter rather lackadaisically, even if he was never quite irresponsible. Vladimir apparently thought him undignified, but Harper thought his personality suited him. In fact, despite her best efforts, Ethan Kensley was rapidly on his way to becoming one of her favorite people, and therein lay Harper's dilemma. When things between them were just physical, everything was much simpler. Not simple, but simpler. Harper had known what she was doing was wrong. She had taken steps to prevent herself from falling prey to the man. But now he was making her contemplate things she never had. He made her somehow hungry for him, for his body, his touch, his laugh, even that snarky, infuriating smile. To her recollection, Harper had never been overly fond of any of her boyfriends. It was clear what they wanted. She indulged them for a while, and then they went their separate ways. She had never known dating someone could be like it was when she was with Ethan. And she wanted to retain it for as long as she could. So his file remained untouched and her guilt grew. Harper tried to reason with herself, to think of what she could do with $1 million paycheck. The fact of the matter, however, was that she valued the time she spent with Ethan far more than any paycheck, and that much may have been true from the very start. Several times, she found herself writing emails to the contact who kept her in touch with Jackson Kensley. She wanted to tell him to forget the deal. Wanted to toss Ethan's file in the trash. But that would mean admitting she had feelings for him, a prospect that quite frankly terrified her. Feelings complicated things. Feelings meant fighting chaos and eventual loss. Harper was not her sister. She did not go falling for men left and right. She had built her livelihood based on the idea that people's perceptions could be manipulated. And now, horrifically, she began to see the frigidity of her methods. People were, well, people. Each one was a different and intriguing amalgamation of characteristics. Boiling that down to figures was a drastic oversimplification. Ethan Kensley certainly could not be defined in figures, and Harper found that upon occasion, she acquired clients who perhaps deserved better than to be shoved at someone who numerically fit the bill. For the first time in all her years as a matchmaker, Harper found herself talking to them, particularly the men. And learning. It was a lot to take in, and Ethan certainly was not making things easier. Harper could hardly get through her day without him calling her every hour. But that did not mean that she did not smile as she told him off, or that she did not anticipate the next time she would see him. She was, in fact, rather consumed with the man until reality came knocking rather harshly at the door to her fantasy. Harper was preparing to leave her office and meet Ethan for dinner when she received a call from her sister. That in itself was nothing unusual. Athena was always checking up on her. Only this time, Thee had not called to interrogate her older sister. Thee? When Harper first answered the phone, she thought perhaps that the connection must be faulty. All she could hear were a series of hitches and hiccups. I think we have a bad connection. I cannot hear you. Harper. But then all at once, she could. Harper's blood ran cold, and she realized the connection was not the issue. Athena was literally sobbing so hard she could barely speak. Harper. Athena, the older woman exclaimed, sinking back into her chair as her heart began to race. In that instant, everything else was forgotten, as concern for her sister consumed her entirely. Honey, what is wrong? Where are you? Talk to me. I am here. Harper, you were right. Love is terrible and men are dogs. What? Harper could barely understand her sister through the intensity of her grief. What are you talking about? What is going on? Toshiro. The name made Harper's eyes widen. Everything is ruined, Harper. I quit. I am coming home. Oh, honey. She knew something like this was going to happen. If only she had been more vigilant. If only there was some way she could protect Athena every single moment. Come home. I am here. I am right here waiting for you. I am sorry, Harper. You were right. You have always been right. It took her a good 20 minutes to calm her sister down, and even then Harper could not extract the story of what had happened from Athena. All the younger woman would say was that everything had been ruined and she needed to get away. Harper felt absolutely helpless. There was nothing worse than being thousands of miles away when her baby sister was in pain. She helped Athena buy tickets for the next flight home from Nairobi and assured her sister that she would be waiting. Then, gathering her composure, she called Ethan. Harper had never been an irrational person, but she found herself swallowing the impulse to rage at the man. His brother had hurt Athena. Ethan might know something about it, but jumping to conclusions was not going to help anyone. Ethan? Harper? Are you still at the office? Even when her emotions were wrecked, his voice made her stomach do a little jig of excitement. I am already on my way to the restaurant. The blonde took a deep breath. Ethan, do you know anything about Toshiro and my sister? There was no long silence, no telling pause that might have suggested he was hiding a secret. Instead, Ethan sounded genuinely concerned when he replied. Well, I heard there was something between them, but Vlad is closer to Shiro than I am. I have not talked to him in a while. Harper breathed a sigh of relief. Athena just called me in tears. She said something about everything being ruined and that she had to come home. Oh no. Harper was pretty sure truer words had never been spoken. He did not say a word to me. What could have happened? This is Toshiro we are talking about. I am pretty sure he does not have a callous bone in his body. Harper did not care if they were callous or not. She wanted to break every bone in the man's body, and she had never even met him. Ethan. She struggled to gather a veneer of calmness about herself. This is my sister we are talking about. My baby sister. It was obvious that Ethan sensed the tension that bled through in her desperation. Calm down, Harper. Look, I will call Toshiro and see if I can get anything out of him. He paused for a moment before continuing, his tone careful. We can reschedule dinner. Despite her frustration, Harper found that her desire to see the man was still stronger than her fury. I do not think I am fit for decent human company now, but you can come over, if you like. A long beat of silence followed her statement, and the blonde's stomach clenched. It was an unspoken rule between them that Harper's home remained off-limits. Their encounters thus far had been restrained to Ethan's apartment and a few fateful encounters in her office. Her flat remained her private sanctuary. Or at least it had. Harper was pretty certain that if she were left to her own devices at that particular moment, she might destroy half of her most treasured possessions. She needed to see Athena. Needed to know that her sister was all right. But until then, Ethan could distract her, at the very least. "All right. I will bring dinner then." She appreciated his respect for the situation. Under any other circumstances, Ethan might have cracked a joke to make her feel better, but now was hardly the time. Not when he had a direct line to someone she might have to deal with. Harper was on edge the entire way home. The moment she arrived, she dropped her bag on the sofa and headed to her bathroom to fill the tub full to the brim. When all else failed, she liked to soak until the heat numbed her mind to the thoughts that threatened to consume her. Harper had long ago learned that a bath was a far more effective way to channel her protective impulses when it came to her sister. Despite her fastidiously cool nature, several men who had hurt Athena had been on the receiving end of her sharp tongue, or more dangerously, the violent byproduct of her protective instincts. Harper did not hesitate before stepping into the tub. She had purposely run the water hot enough to make her aware of its scalding heat, and as she sank down, she bit her lip. Her eyes slid closed as the discomfort slowly eased. Athena had always been the light of Harper's life. When they were young, surrounded by the chaos of their parents' failing marriage, she had done her best to protect her younger sister. Athena had always been resilient. The screaming fights late at night and their father's blatant hostility never seemed to faze her. She always had a smile, and even when she was the only one laughing, the sight always filled Harper with immeasurable joy. Athena was all that was good in the world. She deserved nothing but the very best. If Harper could, she would protect her from any and all harm. But they were not children anymore, and the real world could be incredibly cruel. The water had cooled significantly by the time Ethan arrived. Harper had told him where her spare key was hidden, so she was far from surprised when the bathroom door creaked open. The urge to snap, to demand answers, threatened to consume her before she stifled it. And opened her eyes. Ethan stood in the doorway with a bottle of wine she remembered telling him she liked. It was enough to elicit a small smile. "Hi. Hi yourself." His gaze roamed her form a moment before he visibly reined himself in. "You know, I came to provide emotional support, but I cannot say this is not distracting." Harper smirked. "Unfortunately, this is not for your benefit. It is for mine." She let her eyes slip closed once more before exhaling a long breath. If she tried, she could keep from thinking about Athena traveling alone and aggrieved for perhaps 10 seconds. Any more than that was a bit too taxing for her to handle. "Did you manage to get in touch with your brother?" Somehow she kept her tone light. No mean feat when she would have preferred to steal Ethan's phone and personally deliver the verbal reaming of a lifetime to Toshiro herself. "I did not. He is not answering his phone, which leads me to believe that he is just as distraught about whatever is happening as your sister." Harper shot him a warning glare. "Forgive me if I do not give him the benefit of the doubt." "Of course." Ethan held the wine bottle up in blatant surrender. "But if you feel for Athena, you have to understand that I am obligated to hear Toshiro's side of the story. I am a neutral party, but he is my brother." Before Harper could retort, he arched a brow. "Shall I get some glasses? You look pretty comfortable." "Sure." And he looked amazing. Harper never failed to notice the way his carefully tailored suits hugged his body, or how his day at work left him scrumptiously disheveled. Truth be told, his simple presence was enough to work at the trappings of her anxiety, but her love for Athena was too deeply ingrained for Harper to give in to desire before she knew the younger woman was safe and sound in New York. Ethan returned in short order to perch on the edge of the bathtub and offer Harper a glass of wine. She sipped errantly, unable to keep herself grounded in the present moment. Despite having been in the tub for almost an hour, her shoulders were so stiff they ached, and Harper was all but grinding her teeth. Helpless. She felt so helpless. Harper's eyes snapped open when Ethan took her glass from her to set it aside. Before she could protest, however, his hands settled on her shoulders and began to knead with concise, firm motions. "Breathe, Harper. She said she was on her way back, did she not? She will be here for you to smother soon enough." The blonde could not even summon the wherewithal for a clever retort. Instead, she merely sagged forward and allowed Ethan to soothe the tension from her stroke by stroke. Despite all the anxiety pent up within her, she felt her muscles relax in slow increments. Within a half hour, she was leaning back against the rim of the tub, completely boneless. "Better?" Ethan murmured lowly in her ear. Harper merely exhaled a long breath. Her body was more at ease, but her mind was still tortured. "Athena is the best part of me." The words left her before she could stop them. "She is everything. And every time this happens, I feel like I failed somehow. Like I could not protect her." Ethan frowned, leaning against the side of the tub. "How are you supposed to protect her from life? You cannot shelter her forever, Harper. She is a grown woman." The blonde raised her gray eyes to his, her expression intense. "You do not know her like I do. Athena is, well, she is innocent. She is kind and sweet. She could not get mad at anyone to save her life. People take advantage of that, and I cannot stand it." If it were not for Athena, Harper did not know how she would have survived her childhood. In an atmosphere charged with tension, her sister had been a ray of sunshine. "You know," Ethan mused, "I seem to remember someone telling me that our weaknesses make us human." Harper scowled deeply. "Well, hers make her vulnerable." Ethan smirked. "I was not talking about Athena." The blonde stared at him, her expression perplexed. "Oh, come on, Harper. If we can talk about my mother, we can certainly talk about your sister. If you have a weakness, it is her, and I like that." Harper felt her cheeks heating and looked away, suddenly embarrassed. She could not tell whether it was pleasure that caused the blush, shame, or something in between. All she knew was that Ethan always seemed to know the right thing to say. "You just like knowing I have a weakness," she finally grumbled reluctantly. "You like stripping me bare." Ethan chuckled, reaching out to draw her mouth to his in a lingering kiss. "I do. I really do." Harper thought he might seduce her, but instead Ethan merely helped her bathe. The scenario was both intimate and oddly sweet, and she knew it had to pain him to touch her without taking things further. Ethan Kensley, Harper realized, was far more than the playboy the tabloids painted him as. Certainly he was sharp-tongued and sly. There were times she wanted to slap him more than kiss him. But considering her current mood and his tolerance for her anxiety, Harper realized she had misjudged him severely. When they were finished in the bathroom, Ethan bundled her into a robe and settled her on the couch. As promised, he had brought dinner, and they finished the rest of the wine while they ate. Harper did the dishes afterward, desperate to give her hands something to do, and was surprised to find Ethan looking up Athena's flight when she returned to the living room. "She has been delayed a bit." He scanned over the information his phone screen presented. "But she should be here by 2 tomorrow afternoon. Less than 24 hours. When his lips quirked into a reassuring smile, Harper fought one of her own. "Do you want me to stay?" The blonde ran fingers through her damp hair, considering the man before her. In the month that they had been dating, she had seen a different side of him. Ethan was an inherently sensual man, but here he was, acting almost like a proper boyfriend. It was like something out of one of Athena's fantasies. But Harper could not deny she appreciated it. Being close with someone like this, if that was what Athena referred to when she mentioned happily ever afters, Harper supposed the real-life equivalent was not half bad. At least not with Ethan. "Why are you doing this?" He shifted on the couch to face her, frowning slightly in confusion. "Doing what?" Harper shrugged, rubbing up and down her arms self-consciously. She was not used to people seeing her this vulnerable, but somehow she did not mind Ethan. "You do not owe me anything, Ethan. And I am sure you have realized by now that I am not exactly in the mood for anything physical." The man had the absolute gall to laugh. Rising from the couch, Ethan advanced on her even as Harper backed away. "Harper, you slay me, you know that?" When he took her into his arms, Harper struggled weakly for about half a second before giving in to him. Why do I have to owe you something? It would not kill you to let someone take care of you, you know. In that moment, Harper was sorely tempted. Ethan smelled like heaven, and she could think of nothing she would rather do than surrender herself to oblivion in his arms. Still, her stubbornness endured. I can take care of myself. In reply, Ethan merely lifted her into his arms. Of course you can. Harper told herself she was letting him be sweet to her. Letting him carry her down the hall toward her bedroom, like he was some kind of knight in shining armor. When Athena got back, and everything was set right, she would allow herself no more indulgence. After all, something that felt this good could not possibly last. Ethan was fastidious in putting her to bed. He laid her back against the coverlet, and even tucked her in like she was a child. All the while, Harper watched him with a curious mixture of wariness and undeniable affection. Will you quit glaring at me? He settled next to her, still fully clothed, pillowing his head on his arms as his eyes slid closed. Harper scowled. I am not glaring. Your default expression is a glare. Harper rolled over just enough to smack him on the arm. In a trice, Ethan had captured her wrist to drag her close. Sleep, Harper. The sooner you do, the sooner she will be here. And I will not have to worry about you knifing me in my sleep. That drew a snort of amusement from her, but Harper did not attempt to break his grip. Instead, she merely settled against him, closing her eyes. You should be more worried about Toshiro. To that, he had no reply. When the man simply stroked her back, Harper marveled that there was nothing physical in it. For that moment, she and Ethan simply were, and it was shockingly peaceful. It was almost enough to banish her fears over Athena. Almost.
Chapter 10. Life's Intervention.
He left her in the morning. If there was one thing Ethan could say he was adept at, it was avoiding mornings after. But that certainly was not why he crept out of Harper's apartment before she woke. Ethan had not slept much the previous night. Instead, he lay awake watching Harper slumber fitfully, wondering what he was doing. He did not date people. He did not stay the night in women's apartments. He was pretty much the worst candidate for emotional comfort. And yet there he was, doing all of those things for Harper. Before her, they had never really existed. While Ethan had always respected women, he had never really taken the time to get to know any of them. They scratched his itch, and he continued with his life. Perhaps it was for the best. Ethan quickly found out just how dangerous sleeping next to a woman was. He tended to watch Harper sleep more than getting any actual rest, which was blasphemy, considering how much he prized his sleep. The only time Harper ever let her guard down was when she was unconscious. It was a beautiful thing that he wished he could see more of. Thus the lack of sleep. Staying awake to watch someone sleep, however, sounded like something right out of a bad romance novel, but that did not make him do it any less. When Ethan left Harper, he justified his actions by telling himself that she would need time alone with her sister. There was a mountain of work he needed to do anyway, and he was hoping Toshiro would call so he could figure out exactly what had happened. But really, he was fleeing a deep-seated, unshakable need to never leave her side at all. When Alistair called, he was glad to be distracted. Tell me things are going well. Because I am sure not coming down there to bail you out again. Alistair snorted. As I recall, you did not do too much bailing really. Ethan rolled his eyes. Only because you took matters into your own hands. I hope that was not meant to be a joke, because you are horrible at those. Ethan could not help but smile at the banter. As he had left Harper after the morning rush, traffic was clear all the way uptown, and he could actually appreciate the commute. Is there any actual reason you called? What? I cannot check up on you. Alistair put on a pained air that did not suit him at all. I thought we bonded, Ethan. Do not shut me out. Yeah. What do you want? How are things going with your matchmaker? Ethan honestly found himself slightly taken aback by Alistair's bluntness, even though he himself had requested it. As Harper had requested, they were discreet enough to keep the media outlets guessing, and Ethan had thought that no one in his family knew she was in the picture either. But was that not what they planned? Between her and me. Fine. We have a very nice little arrangement. One that was a little strained when Toshiro went missing in action. What? Alistair's incredulity was apparent. What do you mean, missing in action? He does not know the meaning of the word. This was, of course, coming from an expert in the matter. Though Ethan did not know too much about the situation himself, he did his best to explain what had happened to Alistair. Athena worked for Toshiro, and they were involved, but somewhere along the line something had gone wrong. Alistair groaned. Should we be taking him into witness protection? Ethan sighed. With Toshiro, there is always some deeper explanation. Any chance you have talked to Vlad lately? He might have details. A frustrated sound escaped the older man. You know he does not talk to me. I am the difficult one. You are the oldest, Ethan returned wryly. If anything, you should be reining him in. Like anyone but Dad could control Vlad. We are not talking about Vlad. We are talking about Toshiro. Try to get in contact with him for me, will you? Ethan hated to ask Alistair to help when he still had his hands full with the land acquisition, but this was important to him. Because it was important to Harper. Alistair expelled a long sigh. I will do my best. No promises. That was all he could ask. When Ethan arrived at the office, he was surprised to find his father absent. Usually the man liked to remind him of responsibility and duty when he was late. But upon his arrival on the top floor, the secretary announced that Jackson had called out for the day. Ethan could not ever recall his old man calling out without explaining why at least a month beforehand. The development made him a little uneasy, and he resolved to call his mother once he had bulldozed his way through his workload to check on things back at the manor. Vlad had just solidified things on a new building for a subsidiary he was working with in Russia, and was apparently on his way back to California with architect Charlotte Gardner. That meant that he was going to have a great deal of work to do in the next few weeks. And then, in 3 months, their father was going to retire permanently. Though Ethan had no doubt that Vlad was ready to fill the old man's shoes, it was hard to picture coming to the office without him. Jackson Kensley had been a fixture in New York since before Ethan had been born, before he had been a Kensley. His entire childhood had been based around the man's work in the company, in the pride he had in the firm he had built from the ground up. The name Kensley was more than business. It was more than family. For Ethan, it was everything. The Kensleys had saved him from being lost in a system that might have ruined him. They had given him every tool he might ever need. If it were not for his family, he might never have met Harper, and Jackson Kensley was the purveyor of it all. It would certainly be strange to see him step out of the office for the last time. Ethan did his best not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he set to work, and when he had a spare moment to himself, he wondered how Harper was faring with her sister. Since the blonde told him something had gone wrong between Athena and Toshiro, Ethan had been trying to reach his brother. Neither Toshiro nor Vlad was picking up, and they were supposed to be the sane ones. They would have to come back to the office eventually, however, and then everything would come out for certain. Whatever everything was. There was, unfortunately, no call from Harper to distract him from his workload, and without his father or Vlad on the premises, Ethan found he had a lot on his plate. There was no time for a lunch break, and he barely got a chance to leave the office until well past 5 in the evening. By that time, the light-haired man had a headache, and was seriously contemplating confronting the next person who came to him with a request. More than anything, he wanted to return to Harper's apartment, but he knew better than to intrude. It was a longing for the comforts of home that drew him to leave the city as soon as he got a chance. It must have been months since Ethan had last visited the manor, at least since he had come at the behest of his mother when they were planning the charity ball. Ethan had an apartment in Midtown Manhattan, but Long Island was home, the place that had given him a normal childhood and taught him what it was really like to live. Even though going home often meant getting smothered by his parents, sometimes it was worth it. Ethan was prepared to answer any questions they might have about his love life or otherwise. Was it not a son's duty to humor his folks every now and then? By the time Ethan began up the drive to the manor, healthy anticipation had swelled in his chest. He would let his father rib him a little, and let his mother feed him. Maybe if he were lucky, he would even run into Lucas. But then all at once, the bubble within him burst. Halfway up the drive, Ethan caught flashes of red, blue, and white. His blood ran cold. Why were there emergency vehicles at the house? Immediately, Ethan floored the gas pedal. The engine revved and gravel crunched as he came around the corner to sight from his worst nightmares. The manor was surrounded by a few police cars, a fire truck, an ambulance, and even some news trucks. For a moment, Ethan thought something might have happened to the house itself, but then he realized that all the medical personnel were in a frenzy. And his father had called out that morning. Ethan could not park fast enough. As soon as he turned the car off, he was rushing toward the front walk. A few policemen made to stop him, but held off when they realized who he was. Even still, with everyone swarming over the property, it took Ethan a good 5 minutes to get inside. They were, without a doubt, the longest 5 minutes of his life. All the activity in the house was centered in the east wing, and when Ethan skidded to a halt outside his parents' bedroom, he forgot how to breathe. His father was on a stretcher on the bedroom floor, unmoving, as a number of paramedics moved frantically around him. "Mom!" At his shout, Olivia Kensley jerked to attention from where she had been wringing her hands over her husband. Her eyes were red with crying, and she all but flew into Ethan's arms. His mother was one of the strongest women Ethan had ever known. She had shown him what true motherhood was all about. She had raised 5 boys with a skill, strength, and poise he had not even known it was possible to possess. Despite her grace, she was firm when she needed to be, and compassionate whenever he needed a sympathetic ear. He had never seen her like this. "Mom, what happened?" Ethan held her close, his heart hammering crazily against his ribs. Was his father unconscious? Please just say he was unconscious. What is going on? I do not know. Olivia Kensley's voice shook uncontrollably. 1 minute he was fine. The next, he was on the floor and unresponsive. I called 911 and now? I do not know, Ethan. I do not know. Seeing his usually strong mother in such distress was enough to raise every protective instinct Ethan possessed. He wanted to take her away from the sight of the medics swarming her husband, but knew better than to try to drag her from his side. Ethan himself was transfixed. He was convinced that his father, the stubborn man that he was, would suddenly sit up as if nothing had happened at all. Instead, he was taken away in an ambulance. The medics who sought Ethan out spoke much too quickly for him to make out much more than unresponsive and breathing. They needed to take his father to the hospital for more tests, and Olivia insisted on going with him, begging Ethan to call his brothers and let them know what had happened. It was a heavy task that Ethan agreed to, but with solemn reluctance. More than anything, he wanted to enter the ambulance himself. He wanted to be there when Jackson Kensley opened his eyes and demanded to know what all the fuss was about, but he had been slapped with a greater responsibility. One he was not looking forward to. Ethan spent the night at the manor with his phone next to his ear. Ideally, he would have a better idea of his father's condition before he started to call his brothers. As such, he barely slept a wink. He attempted to call his mother several times, and did his best not to panic when she did not answer. She would be involved at the hospital. It did not mean anything. Except anxiety, of course, and the overwhelming fear that there was something horribly wrong with his father. It seemed like when things went wrong, they did so completely, and Ethan was at a loss for what course of action to take. He nursed a cup of coffee for a good hour before he worked up the courage to begin calling everyone. and it was an absolute mess. He called Lucas first, and barely managed to get the words out before his youngest brother vowed that he was on his way that very instant. With Alistair, there was a long string of frustrated exclamations that sounded more desperate even than his reaction in the wake of facing down a shotgun-wielding Chloe Trellis. Vlad had only just hopped off a Russian plane, but he told Ethan that he would be on the next flight to New York, and no questions were asked. Toshiro still seemed to be missing in action, but Ethan left no less than 4 messages on his voicemail, each more desperate than the last. Ethan did not know which was worse, being alone in the manor when his father should be puttering around, or having to be the bearer of such bad news all around. When everything was said and done about an hour before dawn, he was almost exhausted enough to sleep. The only thing he was missing was Harper. Ethan was struck with a sudden, powerful longing, so intense the need was almost painful. Harper. He wanted Harper here beside him, her arms wrapped around him, that knowing smile of hers chastising him. He wanted her to tell him that he had nothing to fear, no matter how untrue that might be. It was a strange notion. Whenever Ethan went through trying times, his first impulse was, of course, a woman. Depending on the nature of the trial, his second desire was usually to ask Lucas or someone equally versed for guidance. But in that moment, his needs were very specific. Harper. With him. Around him. Beside him. He reached for the phone to call her and hesitated. Would she even be awake at this hour? And if she was, Ethan was sure she would be busy with her sister. Before he had the chance to call her, Isabella arrived at work. The older woman immediately came to him, her face pale and concerned. "Ethan, where are your mother and father? Have they left on a trip? I was not told." Ethan took one look at her face and braced himself for waterworks. Isabella had been working at the manor for the last 20 years. She might as well be a part of the family herself. She would not take this well. When Ethan explained what happened, Isabella groped for the nearest armchair, sinking down into it as she paled even further. Selfishly, Ethan found himself glad that she would most likely be the only person he had to tell face to face. He could not imagine any of his brothers reacting any better. It took him about 20 minutes to calm Isabella down, which was hard, considering that he did not have any more information than she did. As terrifying as it was, the only thing that Ethan could be certain of was that his father was still alive. At the very least, the hospital would have called if there had been any news otherwise. She had never seen her sister like this. All their lives, Harper had been the one to suppress her emotions. She would do anything to keep her sister smiling, and that often meant burying her own unease to show Athena a stiff upper lip. The dark-haired girl was always smiling, always laughing. Harper did everything she could to protect her from the cruelty of the world, and into her sister she poured the very best of herself. But Athena was not smiling now. When Harper picked her up from the airport, Athena embraced her tightly for a long time without speaking. Her sister's usually bright blue eyes were dull and tired, and she looked as if she had not slept in days. She said little on the drive home, and the moment she entered the apartment, she went to her room and shut the door behind her. Harper waited for a good 2 or 3 hours, until her anxiety got the better of her. She wanted to give Athena space, but could not stand the thought of her sister alone and miserable if there might be something she could do to help. The first time she knocked, Athena did not answer. Harper kept her voice soft as she leaned against the door. "I know you are awake. Are you okay?" "Nothing." Sighing, Harper pressed her forehead against the door, her throat tight with worry. She waited, perhaps another minute before she opened the door. Athena was inside the room she had left vacant for months, but the lights were still off. As far as Harper could tell, the young woman had not even touched her luggage. Athena lay on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, her eyes wet with tears. For a long beat, Harper just stared, startled to feel her own vision blurring. At that moment, she might have confronted Toshiro Kensley. She had no idea what had happened between the man and her sister, no idea what might have hurt Athena so deeply, but there was no way the younger woman deserved it. None. Harper hurried to the bed to sink down next to her sister, taking her hand in hers. Talk to me, hun. I cannot help if you do not tell me what is wrong. In response, Athena merely turned to her, burying her face in her sister's lap. You were right. You were right about everything, Harper. She did not like the sound of that. What do you mean? Slowly, she stroked through Athena's hair in an attempt to soothe her, her heart sinking somehow lower in her belly. All this time, Athena's words came muffled against her sister's abdomen. You tried to tell me about men and love and manipulation, and I never listened to you. Athena, I only wanted to protect you, Harper murmured lowly. I did not mean to make you think that love is a joke, an excuse to shove your heart through a meat grinder. Even Harper had to wince at that one. This did not sound like Athena at all. Once upon a time, Harper might have hoped against hope that her sister would adopt her very wary view of the world and the men in it. But now the timing was off. Harper was just beginning to discover for herself that perhaps her very skewed idea of love and emotional connection was not quite as accurate as she might have believed, even if she was loath to admit it. Athena, you have to talk to me. If you do not tell me what he did, I will not know why I am going to confront him. That, thankfully, was enough to draw a shaky laugh from the girl in her arms. Athena looked up at her with large wet eyes. It is a long story. Harper smiled down at her baby sister. Good thing I have nothing but time. The blonde could not remember the last time she had slept in the same bed as her sister. Probably when they were kids after watching some scary movie their parents had banned. Harper felt no shame then, and she did not feel any shame anymore. If Athena needed her, she was there, without question. After her sister finally fell into an exhausted sleep, Harper found herself wrestling with the feelings that warred within her. There was a part of her that was secretly glad that Athena was home. With her sister in her apartment, Harper could concentrate solely on her. She would not allow herself to get sidetracked by any distractions. Particular distractions of the tall, dark, and Kensley variety. But there was another part that desperately wanted to call Ethan, not because she wanted to question him about Toshiro. There would be plenty of time for that. Simply because it hurt Harper to see her sister in so much pain, and the notion of hearing Ethan's flippant manner of encouragement raised her spirits. She almost wished he were there. But that came with its own set of problems. Athena did not know that she and Ethan were seeing one another, and now was hardly the time to mention such a thing. Atop that, how was she going to maintain her image as a staunchly anti-romance hard ass when Ethan all but had her in the palm of his hand? Harper supposed that she could cross that bridge when she reached it. For now, Athena needed all her attention. She could call Ethan when her sister finally cracked a genuine smile that Harper had so missed. It was a challenge to coax Athena out of her room the next morning, but Harper managed with promises of a hearty breakfast from her sister's favorite diner. Though Athena still looked exhausted, when Harper brought her favorite egg sandwich, she earned something that was halfway toward the smile she had been looking for. And everything was almost all right with the world. Of course, Athena did not want to talk much about what had happened between her and Toshiro. She talked more about the places she had been and the things she had done, veritable circles around the actual relationship she had left behind. She speculated on going back to her old job, looking for a new one, and moving forward the best she could. If it kept Athena from crying, Harper supposed she was all right with neglecting the elephant in the room. It certainly was not going anywhere, and if Harper was going to see Ethan again without losing her composure, she needed to figure a few things out. At least that was the plan. So, you are not going to work today? Athena looked much happier after her coffee, and an extra donut Harper brought her. A soft surprised laugh escaped the blonde. You know, I had not even thought about it. Athena arched a brow teasingly. The workaholic thinking about something else? Will wonders never cease? I am thinking about you. Harper took a sip of her own coffee, her gaze lingering on the younger woman. "And what we can do to make you feel better today." Athena smiled, reaching out to take Harper's hand and squeeze it warmly. "I am not going to drop dead of a rare disease, Harper. Life has just caught up with me." The blonde's expression turned quizzical. "Caught up with you?" Athena expelled a long sigh, taking another swig of her coffee. "It is just like you said, remember? If I had been more careful, if I had not mixed work and pleasure." Immediately, Harper frowned, sinking down in the seat next to her sister. "Athena, there is nothing wrong with you. None of this is your fault." "Is it not?" A bitter laugh escaped the dark-haired girl. "I am constantly throwing everything out there, putting my entire self on the line. It makes sense that someone would eventually take advantage of it." "Athena, you are putting yourself on the line, which is what makes you such a gorgeous person," Harper insisted, her tone fierce. "You have always been what I cannot be. Never think that is wrong." "Harper, do you know how many times I have wished I could be like you? That I could view things in terms of value, plus and minus, instead of just throwing myself into the unknown?" Athena shook her head with a rueful smile. "I envy you, that you do not give everyone a piece of yourself." Harper could have groaned aloud. Was it some sort of sick joke that you always envied the person you could not be? How many times had she admired Athena's carefree nature, longed to be able to enjoy life like she did? Harper knew she was a hard ass, that she was difficult to get to know and even harder to please, but she lived vicariously through Athena, and she would not have it any other way. Harper took her sister's hands between hers, looking her in the eye so the younger woman could feel how earnest she was. "You are beautiful just as you are. I know I can come off as callous when it comes to matters of the heart. But that is me. The fact that you do not let anyone dull your shine is you. And despite all the nonsense I spout, I would not have it any other way. You should not change, especially since some overblown rich guy has made the mistake of taking you for granted." Harper was more than a little alarmed when Athena began to tear up again. "You would say something like that when I am at my most vulnerable?" "Oh no, I did not mean to make you cry more. I feel like I have done enough of that already." "Just shut up and hug me, Harper." That she could gladly do. With a fond smile, the blonde enfolded her sister in her arms. She hated that Athena was hurting, but she supposed it was not all bad if her little sister came home to her. They spent a lazy morning lounging on the couch, as Harper went through the things Athena brought her back from abroad. Her sister had not lied. There was a whole extra carry-on full of souvenirs. Harper's reactions to her gifts had the effect of both cheering Athena up and proving to the younger woman that she was, after all, more versed in the real world than her older sister. "It is a knife?" "I can see it is a knife." Harper sucked at a deceptively small but deep cut that the knife had inflicted as she examined it. "It is huge." It was at least the length of her briefcase, and so sharp that she could probably get more lacerations just from looking at it. "I thought a good knife might encourage you to cook more." Harper rolled her eyes. "Actual cooking skills might encourage me to cook more." Athena smirked. "Practice cultivates skill. A domestic habit or two might do you some good, Harp. Plus that knife cost me a fortune, so you had better use it." The blonde groaned, long and low, before setting the dangerous weapon aside and reaching for the television remote. "Well, if I am going to be cooking, I might as well find a decent channel to teach me something." She meant to find some fairly mundane show on the Food Network just to please Athena, but instead, the news report that popped up on the screen caught her eye before she could change the channel. Billionaire construction and real estate mogul Jackson Kensley was rushed to the hospital after collapsing in his Long Island home last night. No report yet on whether Kensley's condition is life-threatening. The family is keeping details of the matter very private, and no statement has yet been issued. For a moment, Harper merely stared at the screen, certain she had misheard the impeccably coiffed woman who delivered the news. Was Jackson Kensley in the hospital? That could not be right. If something had happened to Ethan's father, she felt the man would have told her. The Kensleys were a notoriously tight-knit group. There was no way he would have gone unaffected. Harper? She was jerked back to the present by Athena's concerned inquiry. The blonde looked to see her sister glancing at the news report before addressing her once again. Are you okay? Fine, she managed, groping for her phone where it lay on the side table. Was it possible that she had missed a call or text? Unlikely. She had checked after she showered that morning to see if there were any work calls she needed to make. There was nothing from Ethan. It is pretty awful. Athena was frowning as the newscaster continued to speculate on the Kensley patriarch's health. Mr. Kensley, he is one of the kindest people I have ever met. I hate to imagine him in the hospital, but I suppose it is none of my affairs anymore. For a long moment, Harper merely stared at the longing expression on her sister's face. Even if she was angry and hurt by what transpired between her and Toshiro, it was evident that Athena wanted nothing more than to support the man who had hired her. In her heart, it was still wholly and completely her affair, even if she was doing her best to hide it. Harper commiserated, completely. In all honesty, the fact that Ethan had not called worried her. It made her want to get in touch with him right that second and make sure that he was all right. That he did not need her. You want to call him, do you not? Harper started, looking back to her sister. Who? At that particular act of innocence, Athena graced her sister with a wry smirk. Ethan. Immediately, Harper's face flamed. She shook her head frantically, denial leaping to her tongue. Why would you think that? I mean, I always care for the well-being of my clients. Oh, come off it, Harper. Athena grinned. Just because I am half a world away does not mean I do not watch the news. I have seen all the speculation about you two, and a couple of incriminating photos too. But more than that, she continued quickly before her sister could even work up a suitable defense, the look on your face. Athena's gaze softened as she reached for her sister's hand. You really think I do not know that look? And just like that, she was caught. Harper never intended to make this about her problems. She wanted to bring Athena home, pamper her sister, and make sure she had some rest and relaxation. Then she planned to give Toshiro Kensley a piece of her mind. But now, all that was ruined because Athena was looking at her like she was the one who needed comfort. Harper should have told her sister that it was nothing, brushed aside that sympathetic look, and focused solely on Athena. Her sister was, after all, the most important thing in her life. Instead, she found her breath hitching, her heart in her throat. The need to speak to Ethan was almost overwhelming, to hear his voice and make sure he was all right if she could just talk to him for a few minutes. You should call him, Harper. Athena's smile was genuine and warm. Be there for him. I should be here for you, her sister countered immediately, guilt churning in her belly. You are the most important thing in the world to me, Athena. The dark-haired girl laughed softly. And you are important to me, which is why I know you need to call him. This was supposed to be Athena's time to get emotional, but Harper found herself blinking back a few tears. What had she done to deserve someone like Athena? Her sister was too good for her in almost every way. I just need a second, okay? Athena's returning smile was loving and indulgent. Take as long as you need. Harper gave the dark-haired woman a quick squeeze before retreating to her bedroom. Once alone inside, she hesitated for only a moment before dialing Ethan's number. As it rang, she self-deprecated. He was probably having a family moment. He would need privacy. There were a whole bevy of reasons he might not have called her, and she should not take offense at any of them. But Harper just wanted to hear his voice. Ethan answered on the third ring. Harper. There was such pain in his tone, such raw need that Harper shuddered. Ethan, I just saw the news. Is everything okay? She knew the moment that she asked that such a question was moot. His father was in the hospital. How could anything be okay? He hesitated before answering, and Harper hoped she was not prying where she was not wanted. But then, Ethan said the very last thing she expected. "Can you come to Long Island, Harper?" There was a beat in which Harper was shocked into silence. Did he want her there? With his family? Surely that was the last place she belonged. She was a matchmaker. His father had tried to hire her, for goodness sake. What right did she have to be anywhere near his hospital bed? "Ethan. I would not want to intrude. I know this must be a private time. A family time. Harper, I need you. I would like to have you here. Please come." It was probably the highest compliment any man had ever paid her. Ethan was asking for emotional support at a crucial time in his life. All right. Harper went through the motions of leaving her house as if in a daze. Of course, she told Athena that she would stay if her sister needed her. She even went through the motions of sitting back on the couch until the younger woman urged her up again. "Harper, go. I am fine. I am home. I am not going anywhere. You need me here. He needs you." It was remarkable that Athena could be so understanding when she was going through her own difficulties. The dark-haired woman squeezed Harper tightly before releasing her with a reassuring smile. In that smile, Harper sensed the pain of her own secret longing. But Athena did not let her dwell on it. "Go." For once in her life, Harper listened. She did not think about what she should or should not feel, what this might or might not mean. If Ethan needed her to be there for him, she would be. And she would worry about the repercussions later.
Chapter 11. Imperfections.
It was the first time in ages that their entire family had been together. Alistair came up from Texas, leaving behind whatever complicated situation he had there to be by their father's side. Lucas agonized in the waiting room about being unable to get to Long Island sooner. When something beyond his control happened, Lucas was always quick to try and take the blame, even if there was no blame to be had. Vlad arrived less than 24 hours after their father had gone into the hospital. When he stepped into the building, the very air changed. He arrived in the ward and immediately demanded answers, some with his eyes and some verbally. His gaze lingered for only a moment on Harper, pressed tightly against Ethan's side, before he entered their father's room. His brother did not fail to notice that he himself was flanked by a woman, the red-headed architect that had given him so much trouble. But now was not the time to ask questions. Hopefully, there would be hours upon hours for that later. When the dreaded word cancer was announced, Ethan felt equal parts fear and relief. Putting a name to what was wrong with his father helped somewhat, even if that name in and of itself was frightening. But in Ethan's opinion, it was not the cancer itself that was frightening. It was that his father had known. Slowly the details emerged. Jackson Kensley was diagnosed months ago, but he kept the news hidden from all but a select few. The old man gave a bevy of reasons for his actions. He did not want anyone to worry. He had lived a long life. If it was his time, it was his time. But of course, no one wanted to hear all of that. They just wanted him to be healthy. After Vlad went into their father's room to talk to him, the rest of them idled away their time outside, each waiting for their turn. They were allowed just enough time to absorb the information that was just dumped on them, and Ethan in particular was having a hard time processing it all. I should have known. He hung his head in his hands, remembering all the times his father had come to the office looking tired and haggard. In hindsight, any fool with eyes could see that he was sick. Why did I not make him go to the doctor? All it would have taken was one visit. Do not dare blame yourself, Harper murmured under her breath. Your father is a powerful man, Ethan, and a stubborn one. If he wants to hide something, no one can stop him. But why this? Ethan demanded, his voice tortured. He was facing it all alone, and I could have helped him. We could have helped him. Harper exhaled a long sigh before slipping her hand into his discreetly to squeeze in reassurance. You are here now. I am here now for as long as you need me to be. The words made his heart swell despite the grief that curdled his gut. Ethan had no idea if his father would make it through this, only that he would fight with every fiber of his being. Jackson Kensley never did anything without a fight, and there was no reason to believe this would be any different. Raising his head, Ethan stared into Harper's deep gray eyes. There was something different there. Something softer, warm. Perhaps just for him. He could only imagine how hard it must have been for Harper to come to him when her sister was in distress, but here she was, comforting him like no one else could. She was a marvel. How is Athena? At his question, the blonde sighed, guilt tinging her face. Dealing. She is hurt, but she is still the same, resilient as ever. To Ethan's surprise, a small, fond smile turned up the corners of her mouth. I missed her. Ethan frowned. According to Vlad, Toshiro knew about their father and was on his way. Ethan could only hope that sometime during this mess, he got a chance to ask him about Harper's sister. He owed her that, at the very least. You can go back to her if you need to. The words killed him to say, but he could not be selfish even now. He had done far too much of that where Harper was concerned already. I wanted. I am here, Ethan, Harper repeated firmly. For as long as you need me. He did not think he had ever been more relieved. Though his family was present, Ethan found it natural to wrap an arm around Harper and draw her close. She smelled like heaven, like home. A port in a stormy sea, and Ethan was eternally grateful. The week dragged on. Toshiro arrived about 12 hours after everyone else. One look at his harried, exhausted face was enough to ward Ethan off until he got settled. Even then, he knew the Japanese man was more likely to talk to Vlad than anyone else. They had always been close. Treatments for their father were discussed. His hospital regime solidified. They took shifts at the hospital and the manor, so he was never alone. Goodness knew he had been alone enough already. They were all constantly exhausted. Bickering and blame broke out more than once, only to be quelled when fatigue brought them back to their senses. It was both hellish and gratifying to know that even in circumstances like these, they could come together and continue to function. Ethan attributed most of his sanity to Harper. When he called her to Long Island, he had done it with the knowledge that Harper was not the type of woman to comfort and coddle in front of other people. She was reluctant for anyone to see the emotion beneath her cool exterior, and Ethan had thought that merely having her by his side would be enough. But Harper surprised him. She avoided a big to-do about her actions, but slipped her hand into his when he groped for hers. She let him embrace her, let him kiss her without admonishing him. Though time seemed to pass at a snail's pace, and Ethan saw his father, pale and thin, in a hospital bed every day, he could bear it because Harper was always there to welcome him back to the manor. She was in his bed, in his life more prevalently than she had ever been, and it was almost enough for Ethan to find some small shred of happiness in his father's sickness. He knew he was being indulgent, that he had long crossed lines he had drawn for himself. He and Harper were supposed to be just sleeping together. Like-minded people scratching a singular itch. But Ethan had never wanted to date a woman he was just sleeping with. Never missed her when he left the city for a mere few days, or opened up to her about his painful past. No, Ethan knew exactly what he was doing, and it was something he had managed to avoid his entire life. But Harper had drawn it out of him, just like she did with everything else. She was an unstoppable force of nature wrapped around a soft core of surprisingly selfless emotion, and Ethan adored her as he had no other. By the end of the week, Jackson Kensley was, in his typical fashion, ordering them all back to work. He was not, he insisted, going to drop dead overnight. Now that the cat was out of the bag, doctors would call them if he so much as sneezed. Olivia Kensley glared at him for that, but Ethan laughed. Even cancer was not enough to curb their father's devastatingly sharp tongue. When he gave an order, they all complied, even Vlad. Of course, Vlad was encountering his own set of troubles. When it came to the future chief executive officer, rain consistently turned into a downpour, and this time was no exception. The ravenous media caught him outside the hospital one evening, and poor Vlad, exhausted and flustered, said something that even made Ethan shake his head in disbelief. Something that sent his lovely little architect friend scurrying, which opened up an entire other can of worms. It seemed the Kensleys had a penchant for mixing work and pleasure that would no doubt get them into trouble. Ethan found himself very suddenly up to his neck in the trouble that ensued when an architect for 2 multi-million-dollar projects suddenly resigned. Having left the manor just a day earlier, Ethan fought the urge to call his brother and demand answers as he lay in bed next to a still sleeping Harper. The accountant had hoped that the situation with the architect would, at the very least, teach Vlad some tact. But here he was, continuing to clean up after the elder man. "It is early," Harper grumbled, nestling against his shoulder in a way she would never admit was cute. "Go back to sleep." Ethan would like nothing better. Well, that was not entirely true. He would like very much to roll over and lose himself in the warm body beside him, and forget everything else. Even though he had been close to her hours before, with Harper, it was never enough. Raising his head, he pressed a lingering kiss to the juncture of her neck and shoulder, indulging in her soft, desirous little sigh. "I wish I could, but I need to do some damage control." Harper pouted, her eyes still closed. "You are leaving?" He chuckled lowly. "I will come to your office later and kidnap you for lunch. How does that sound?" One gray eye opened to an accusatory slit. Risque. Goodness, could this woman be any more perfect? Ethan kissed her, long and deep, putting his plans for the morning in jeopardy. Everything in the world was in chaos. His father was battling cancer, Vlad was sabotaging months of work, and he himself was going against every rule he had ever had when it came to women. But with Harper pressed against him, all of that seemed somehow diminished. "You are gorgeous in the morning, you know that?" Harper merely snorted. "Get out." "My apartment." Ah, he lived for that acerbic glare. Ethan did not want to leave her, but duty called. He ran a hand along the slender line of her shoulder, procrastinating for a single moment more before he finally rose from the bed. After showering and dressing, he made enough coffee for Harper as well as himself, before finally preparing to head into the office. With the statement Vlad made the previous night, their father's hospitalization, and the possible renegotiation of 2 of the company's largest projects, Ethan had his work cut out for him. First he dealt with Vlad. This necessitated a trip to Long Island to talk to his brother in person. That was less than fun. At the very least, Ethan was reminded that he was not the only one in his family dealing with feelings beyond his control. Vlad's little escapade had the normally unruffled man easily tongue-tied and confused as all get out, but he would work it out in the end. They always did. Then there was the company to deal with. After peeking in on his father quickly, Ethan rushed downtown to resolve the chaos that was going on in California. It took several hours and a whole lot of figuring he had not counted on, but around 3 o'clock, Ethan finally managed to procure a breather. He did not think one had ever been more well-deserved. By that time he all but ran out of the office, more than ready to see Harper. Ethan needed a solid hour to put the stress of the day behind him and simply be. By this juncture, they recognized him at Harper's office building. He did not even need to be buzzed up. He merely hopped into the elevator with a winning wink at the receptionist and began to ascend. He wondered if Harper was meeting a client. Selfishly, he hoped not. The sooner he got to see her, the better. The sooner he got her alone, the better. When he reached her office, however, it was evident that the blonde was busy. For a long moment, Ethan merely admired her through the blinds. She was wearing the same red dress she had the day he had met her, and it hugged her curves in a way he could not help but envy. Harper in work mode was indeed a sight for sore eyes. She paced up and down the length of her office, red pout alluring, power in every stride. It was impressive. No. No, that is not what was agreed upon. No? Well, considering the circumstances, is it really so shocking? She sounded upset at whoever she was talking to. Ethan did not mean to eavesdrop, but Harper on a power trip was something to behold. No. I do not. Yes, I understand that it is $1 million. Of course. I understood the terms the first time we discussed them. I am still working on things. This is Ethan Kensley we are talking about. No easy feat. Ethan went completely and totally still. For a moment, he was certain he had to have misheard her. He thought Harper had just mentioned his name. Yes. Yes, I still have all his paperwork. It is completely confidential. This is a Kensley we are talking about. It is a continuing process. Yes, if you could tell him I swear the job will be done soon, that would be great. Yes. As soon as possible. Thank you. Harper hung up the phone before tossing it onto her desk. Her mouth pursed in consternation, she raked a hand through her hair, and Ethan watched, completely flummoxed, as an odd sinking feeling grew in his stomach. This is Ethan Kensley we are talking about. No easy feat. Was she talking about matching him? That could not possibly still be going on. Certainly, Harper had spouted some nonsense about finding someone better, but he had never believed it. The way she looked at him, all they had shared. Whoever she was speaking to had mentioned something about $1 million. Ethan had never known Harper to be hurting for funds, but she looked upset at the prospect of a loss that had something to do with him. Ethan felt suddenly sick. A wave of uncertainty, anger, and disbelief swept over him. Who the heck was Harper talking to? Why would his name and such a large sum of money be uttered in the same sentence? He needed answers, and after a hellish week like the one he had just gone through, he was going to get them. His expression stony, Ethan stepped into Harper's office. When the door shut behind him, she looked up, obviously startled. Dear goodness, Ethan. You scared me. Apologies. His reply came out dry, almost caustic. I did not mean to interrupt your conversation. For a long beat, Harper stared at him, her expression impassive. It was so much like the way she used to look, that Ethan felt a physical pain in his chest. The blonde straightened from where she was bent over the desk, and met his gaze directly. It was courageous of her, in his opinion. So you heard? Her voice was light, almost careless, which only served to enrage him further. Yes, I heard. Ethan's mouth pulled into a tight line of repressed emotion. You were talking about me. Care to explain? He needed her to explain. In the absence of an explanation, his mind was running wild. Things that could not possibly be true floated through his mind, things he did not want to believe. Ethan, I have to be honest with you. Harper squared her shoulders, facing him with no shame. Had she really been in his bed just that morning? Staring at him with those siren eyes of hers, beautiful and untamed. Had all of that been an act? All of it. The notion was enough to make his head spin. Who were you talking to? He demanded immediately, his chest tightening to the point of pain. Had she been trying to seduce him from the very beginning? Had she planned on working her way into his bed? Into the very heart of him? Who was going to pay so much for answers? Someone from the media? An old flame? I cannot say. Harper's voice had gone cool, the veneer of ice he thought she showed everyone but him. At that moment Ethan could see that he had been terribly, horribly wrong. Client confidentiality. Really, Harper? By now, his anger bled into his words. Confidentiality, is it? I would call that lying. One huge, monumental lie. How much was the paycheck? $1 million? $1 million to find a woman to put up with me for more than a few nights? Those words were actually enough to make Harper wince, and Ethan was viciously, perversely glad that he could make her feel anything at all. Ethan, you do not understand. Oh, I think I understand just perfectly, he spat, incensed. I am just a paycheck to you, Harper. A way to gain notoriety. Tell me, were you actually going to make up an excuse before you pawned me off on someone else, or were you just going to cut me off? Harper's face paled, and for a split second Ethan wondered if he might have gone too far. Then he reminded himself that she deserved this. She had ruined them. If there had ever actually been them at all. When she finally replied, Harper's voice was low and unsteady. You think you know everything, do you not? Ethan Kensley, the perfect womanizer. The perfect man. No one is perfect, Ethan. Oh, you would know, would you not? He retorted, pain twisting his features. You know everything about everyone. I know that people are predictable. Harper's voice cracked through the air with the ferocity of a whip, her gray eyes gleaming. And that everything comes to an end. There are no fantasies or happily ever afters, Ethan. Only real life. Then you might have predicted all this manipulation coming back to bite you. Ethan barked a scathing laugh. I cannot believe I almost fell for it. I was that close to. He trailed off, shaking his head as his fists clenched and unclenched. This was going to be his undoing. After all he had gone through, everything that week had thrown at him. Ethan did not know if he could take this. She came to him when he asked. She was by his side through one of the hardest times in his life, reassuring him, holding him, kissing him. Had all of that been an act? When she confronted him about his mother having that, Ethan thought he might be sick. What were you close to? Harper demanded in a whisper, her eyes gleaming with something that looked oddly like tears. Say it. Ethan shook his head slowly. Believing you had a heart. The blonde's face hardened into an icy mask of indifference. When she next spoke, her words were so soft Ethan almost could not make them out. Get out? She said the same thing to him this morning, playful and absolutely gorgeous in his bed. If Ethan had never heard the words again, it would have been too soon. Turning on his heel, he left her, his stomach churning and mind in turmoil. Life was one cruel thing. He had just begun to believe that all the things he had imagined would never be his, and now they were snatched away from him. But really, who was Ethan kidding? Harper had never belonged to him in the first place. The only person she cared about was herself, and perhaps that was for the best.
Chapter 12. Picking up the pieces.
Harper. She had not even realized she had collapsed until she was on the floor just inside the door to her apartment, her legs refusing to cooperate. In all honesty, Harper was not even certain how she had gotten home. She remembered watching Ethan leave a moment before running to the bathroom to be violently ill. She remembered closing up her office and taking the elevator to the main floor to catch a taxi home, but none of it seemed real. What was real, however, was the pain. Harper had never known pain like this, deep in her gut, spreading through her chest until she gasped for air, and every time she thought of Ethan's pained expression it only got worse. Harper, what happened? Are you hurt? The moment she was inside, Athena was there, slender arms wrapped around her. Harper did not know what to say. There were no words she could possibly come up with that could convey the pain she felt. Was this how Athena felt every time a man scorned her? Was this what she had to carry every time someone betrayed her? It was even worse than Harper had imagined. No, she managed, barely above a whisper. I am not hurt. It was the most blatant lie she had ever told. You cannot even stand. Athena protested, vehemently. Talk to me. Tell me what is going on. She had barely even seen her sister since she had gone to Long Island with Ethan. A few minutes that morning over breakfast, during which the dark-haired girl commented that she looked particularly chipper. And why would she not? She had spent the morning lounging around in bed with the man she loved. She loved Ethan, and now she had lost him. For the first time in her life, Harper could not pretend not to feel. She could not boil down her grief to equations and variables. She hurt, and her grief poured out of her unfettered. The first sob tore right up from her soul, and Athena started, squeezing her even tighter. But she said nothing else. She simply let her sister cry, loud, long, and full of sorrow, right there in the foyer. It had been a good long while since the last time Harper cried so hard she exhausted herself, and now she did. She cried until she was literally half asleep. Until Athena had to help her from the floor and to her bedroom, and even then, Harper barely had the wherewithal to be embarrassed before she lost consciousness. The blonde had no idea how long she slept, but her dreams were dark and her slumber fitful. Harper remembered her parents' arguments more vividly than she had in years, the way her mother always insisted that good things come to an end, that something precious can never last. Harper may not have really known what love was, but she knew that what she had with Ethan was precious. And she had squandered it. When she woke, it was dark outside. The only light in her room was a single lamp, and Athena was curled in an armchair near her bed, her expression anxious. Here. Before Harper could say a single word in her own defense, Athena extended a tall, cool glass of water to her, along with 2 aspirin. Take this. For once, Harper let her give the orders. She was too exhausted for anything else. She took the pills and drank the entire glass of water before attempting to speak. Sorry. I did not mean to just fall apart like that. Her voice was hoarse, scratchy from the near inhuman sounds she had been making hours earlier. Athena frowned deeply. I do not want your apologies. I want his. That drew a bleak smile from the older woman. Why do you automatically assume that he is the one who did something wrong? Her sister's brow furrowed. How could you have done anything? You do not know your way around a relationship well enough to ruin it, Harp. No offense. And yet she had. She had destroyed whatever was between her and Ethan with her dishonesty and pride. Goodness, just remembering the way he looked at her was enough to tear her apart. Like she had yanked the heart right out of his chest and spat on it right in front of him. Maybe she really was as cold as everyone believed. Talk to me, Harper, Athena urged her softly, the very same words Harper had used on her days earlier. I cannot help if you do not talk to me. This should not be her cross to bear. For her entire life, Harper had been the one taking care of Athena. She always handled whatever came her way. She was more than capable on that front. But this was something she knew nothing about. So she talked. She told Athena the details she had hidden from her, how Ethan had used a pseudonym, and she had not even known it was him until the first time they met. She detailed how his father contacted her, and how seriously she had considered the paycheck. And she told her how things had changed. No matter how she tried, she could not keep from being drawn to a man meant for someone else. Harper saw the job as a challenge at first, and then, bit by bit, it morphed into something else entirely. It was not a task. It was an indulgence. She looked forward to every moment she spent with Ethan, to his teasing and his jibes. She secretly adored his cleverness, and the casual way he approached life. He was everything she wished she could be, and she had no earthly clue why he wanted her. But then everything fell apart. Harper, that is not your fault. Athena was immediately up in arms. You were not going to take the money. He got it all wrong. But I lied to him, Harper returned. I might have taken it once. I planned to do the job. Things have changed now. You cannot just let him walk away thinking you did something you did not. You love him, do you not? And there it was, the pregnant question hanging needy and cloying in the air. Love. It was an emotion Harper had always believed was so contrived and false. Something that belonged in a fantasy rather than in the real world. But the truth of the matter was that Harper had fallen in love. She had not intended it. It just happened, and that was the danger in it. I do, she managed, her throat thick with the threat of tears she did not know she still had in her. So I know I do not deserve him. He had given her everything, and she could not even be honest with him. For goodness sake, she could not even fight. She stood in her office, letting him assume the worst of her, and ultimately, she had let him walk away because it was all true. For years upon years she had been cold. She had thrown people together for profit, and refused to believe in the simple pleasure that was romance. How could she ever be the one Ethan needed? If Ethan were more melodramatic, he would have taken off work. As things currently stood, Vlad was busy trying to keep their project in California on track, and the office was only functioning, which meant they needed all hands on deck. Lucas had never been much of a businessman, but even he came in to help run information between departments, and he served to deliver the demands that Ethan missed when his father left his numerous voicemails. For once, he was glad of the work. If Ethan had nothing to do, he might very well have imploded at the emotions that threatened to consume him. He wanted to call Harper, to apologize for all the harsh things he had said. He wanted her to tell him that it was not true, that he had everything wrong, and she wanted him and only him. But Ethan was not a naive child any longer. In the week since he and Harper had last seen one another, he had not had a single call or message from her. He worked himself into exhaustion, and all but fell into bed at night, so he did not have to think of how much larger the bed seemed without her in it. Everything was a mess. 6 months ago, the loss of a friend with benefits would never have impacted him like this. Ethan would have found solace in the fact that there were always other women, willing bodies in which to bury the emotions that threatened to crush him. But Harper had never been just a friend with benefits. Even when they were first together, she was something more. An obsession, something he put on a pedestal to adore and ponder. He had always wanted all of her. And what had she wanted? To wear him down? To buy time while she milked him of all his secrets, and planned on making a mint and her career with one final match? In his mind, she was colder than she had ever been in person, and that made things all the worse. Maybe you should take a break. He jerked to attention to find Lucas standing in the doorway of his office, his gaze concerned. Ethan exhaled a tired sigh. Do not do that. If you are going to work here, get a real job. There is no office ninja position. Well, it is nice to see you have not lost your sense of humor, Lucas chuckled, but the sound was forlorn and pained. He stepped into Ethan's office to set a stack of papers on his desk, and his brother scowled. What the heck are these? The corners of Lucas's mouth turned up slightly. An excuse to come see you. You have not been out of the office in a while, so I just wanted to know who you are and what you have done with Ethan. The older man groaned. Is it really so hard to believe I am finally taking the initiative? Lucas could have given him a simple answer, but instead, he did what he did best, made Ethan feel like an absolute fool. You know, we might all be from different places, but I feel like the Kensley brothers all handle their problems the same way. You work. I guess Dad taught us that we bury our woes in work until they are not woes anymore. Ethan grimaced. Might take a while. Join the club. Lucas returned dryly. Woman Spurned Club. Population you, Vlad and Shiro. His brother frowned. What the heck does spurned even mean anyway? It means that Vlad did something stupid, like refusing under peer pressure to admit he loves a woman he is obviously crazy about. And Shiro let himself get wrapped in what is probably the only mistake he has ever made. Ethan's eyes widened. You talked to Shiro? Of course they had all talked to Shiro. While they were waiting to figure out their father's prognosis, there was little more they could do, cooped up in the manor. But as far as Ethan knew, Shiro had not breathed a word of what happened between him and Athena to anyone. To him anyway. Yep. And I will talk to you right after you go see Dad. Immediately, Ethan tensed. What is it? Did he collapse again? Is something wrong? Lucas shook his head immediately, his expression reassuring. Nothing like that. He just knows you have been working like a demon, and wants to talk to you. Ethan was immediately suspicious. Their father only summoned them to the manor when he had some sort of secret agenda. Apparently, his cancer had just made him Villiers. About what? He would not say. Lucas shrugged. I am just the messenger. Ethan suppressed a groan. This was the last thing he needed right now. There were things to do downtown, he could hardly think straight, and he did not relish the idea of getting a lecture from his ailing father. But he felt guilty enough about staying away when he had not known his dad was sick. If he did not go now, he would never be able to forgive himself. Fine, he groused, picking up the papers Lucas had brought to thumb through. The folders were filled with blank sheaves of copy paper. Wow. Amazing. I am a ninja like that, Lucas smirked. 5 hours later, Ethan was on his way out of the city. The long drive was one of the first periods in a long while that Ethan had to think for himself. He did not like it. No matter how loudly he blasted the radio, he kept replaying his and Harper's last conversation in his mind over and over again. It never got any less painful. He had attacked her, that he knew, but had she not deserved it? Had she not lied to him about her intentions? Made him feel things he had no business feeling? If he had been honest with himself, Ethan would have never felt the same way about another woman. Harper was an anomaly, and now that he knew her true intentions, he did not know if he had ever felt more betrayed. His family was always telling him to open up and trust. Talk about his feelings and resolve his issues. Well, that had worked out marvelously. He had divulged to someone who could not care less about him and his problems. What a wonderful judge of character he turned out to be. Ethan had been better off when he used women instead of losing himself in them, even if the sentiment made him feel like the biggest fool in all of existence. When Ethan pulled into the long drive of the manor, for a split second, he remembered the sirens and medics that had surrounded the house just a week or two earlier. It was enough to make him more than eager to listen to whatever his father had to say, admonishing or not. Jackson Kensley had just finished his chemotherapy treatment for the day, and was sitting outside on the terrace with his wife. For a moment before he spoke, Ethan just watched the two of them together. They were so in love, even after being married for close to 40 years. Though he had never been one to believe in happily ever afters, Ethan knew that if there were such things, his parents would certainly be it. Even if he could not be. Hey, Dad. Forcing a smile onto his face, he advanced on them, noting the way his mother smiled at the sight of him. Hey, Mom? Ethan. Olivia Kensley released her husband's hand for long enough to rise and squeeze her son tightly. Always wonderful to see you. Well, I was summoned. Ethan chuckled. Lucas is a good messenger. He cooperates when he thinks the cause is a good one. Despite the strain on his body, Jackson Kensley's comebacks were just as snappy as ever. He turned to stare up at his son with narrow eyes before gesturing to the seat across from him with his cane. Sit. Ethan sat. It was, after all, why he had come in the first place. Olivia Kensley bent her head to kiss Ethan on the cheek, and then she was gone, presumably to give his father more space to talk with him. How are things in the office, my boy? Ethan chuckled at that. Chaotic. Finding an architect willing to take on 2 major projects at this stage in the game is going to be difficult, and we want to make sure we get a handle on our losses. Vlad is not in the most communicative mood. Toshiro might as well be a zombie, and you? He trailed off, not wanting to work himself into a frenzy when his father had not actually said anything. I am a sick old man. Jackson filled in the gap, arching a brow in inquiry. Ethan immediately winced. Dad, you know that is not it. Jackson sighed, leaning back in his chair to soak up some of the sun's rays. Say what is on your mind, Ethan. Goodness knows we have always wanted you to. Ethan did not think that would be the best idea. His mind was currently a jumble of business and forbidden pleasure that he had no business thinking about. If he attempted to talk about anything, it would probably come out in some obscene thought that no one would be able to make any sense of. Besides, had his father not called him here so he could do the talking? This is nothing we cannot get through, he tried lamely. Jackson merely hummed a neutral response. And what of Harper Jones? Ethan's head jerked up so quickly it might have been noosed. What about her? Jackson's expression remained carefully open. I heard that you brought her with you when I was having my episode. Why would you need her here on family business? Was that what this was about? His father was angry for bringing an outsider into the family business. It seemed a rather petty matter for Jackson Kensley. It does not matter, Ethan finally managed, his tone hollow. We have gone our separate ways now. Have you? Jackson sipped at the tea on the table before him, an odd gleam in his eye. One would at least think she would do the job I hired her for, but she is a stubborn one, Miss Jones. Almost as stubborn as you. Ethan just stared. What on earth was his father talking about? He was the one who had originally hired Harper. Slowly, he began to piece together the information his father was giving him. You hired Harper to match someone? To match you, specifically. His father revealed the words casually, as if they had little to no import. Ethan's eyes widened. You hired Harper for me? Tried to hire. Jackson's mouth turned up in a wry smile. She never really took me up on the offer. I do not think her heart was ever really in it. Despite the monetary temptation. Ethan knew that his father was sick, and that they were supposed to be having a rational conversation, but he could not help the anger that welled up within him. It was you. You were going to pay her $1 million to match me. Well, I did a little research and she seemed up to the task. Of course, I also considered that she herself was a force to be reckoned with. But Ethan was hardly listening. Dad, you cannot just manipulate people. That is unfair. It is deceitful. Just because your idea of love is wonderful does not mean it actually is. Real love is complicated. It is ugly. It is imperfect. It is messy. And how would you know that? Jackson inquired casually. Ethan opened his mouth and shut it several times as he attempted to find the right words. What did his father want him to say? That he loved Harper? That his feelings for her taught him just how much it hurt? That he had learned his lesson? Ethan, that woman is hurting just as much as you are. Jackson mused lowly. I did not hire her because I wanted her to pawn you off on a stranger. I hired her because you needed each other. You may call it prying, son, but I just want to see you happy. Harper makes you happy. Am I wrong? Ethan did not like the strange amalgamation of emotions swelling inside him. The conflict, hurt and elation, confusion and most of all, a longing to go to Harper and right what he had wronged. She lied. He finally managed in a low voice. Why would she lie to me? Jackson chuckled lowly. A matchmaker disproving her own system? I cannot imagine that was very easy for her. I have not had the pleasure of many meetings with Miss Jones, but I can say this, you two are so very alike that anyone with eyes could see it. Ethan's chest was so tight that he could not breathe. He wanted to cling to the sanctity that his own misperceptions gave him, that Harper was wrong, and that she had only wanted to hurt him. But the fact of the matter was that he knew Harper. He was her, under different circumstances. They could have easily had one another's lives, and yet they had endured and found one another. He breathed, running a hand through his hair absently. His father was smiling. Welcome to the real world, Ethan. At that, his son gave a dry smile. Been here for a while, Dad. Seems the world is getting a kick out of the Kensleys right now. Yes, about that. Jackson shifted in his chair, accepting the fresh cup of tea that Isabella brought him with a grateful smile. There is some business we have to tend to there. Not that I do not have the utmost respect for Vlad, but for all of us, he needs a nudge in the right direction. Ethan arched a brow. Meaning what? Well, Jackson's eyes twinkled in anticipation. I would like to speak to him. In person. Ethan was immediately up in arms. Dad, he is in California. There is no way. You need to stay here. Are you trying to tell me what I can and cannot do, Ethan? Jackson's tone was light, but there was a hard backbone of determination that had been present for as long as Ethan could remember. If I want to go see my son, I will. But ultimately, I would like your help.
3 weeks later.
It was strange to be back after all these years. When Athena first suggested that they return to California, Harper was stubborn. Just because she and Ethan did not work out did not mean she was giving up her dream. She had her own life, regardless of the gaping hole the man had left in her heart. But the more she operated her business, the more Harper discovered that said heart simply was not in it anymore. How could she match people based on variables and figures once she had tasted real emotion? Despite her own heartache, Athena liked to tease that she was the one who had always been right, and Harper had to give her that. What a pair they made, two lovesick sisters leaning on one another for support. But then, they had always been leaning on each other. We could start fresh there, Athena insisted one night over sushi. You still have your reputation. I could work downtown, and we could visit our parents. That got Harper's attention. They had not visited their parents for years, precisely because Harper hated to hear their mother and father debase each other. Though they had not lived together for almost 2 decades, they were still bitter about how spectacularly their marriage had failed. Moreover, they were still so consumed with how they had each been wronged that they refused to recognize how much their rows had impacted their children. Harper had decided long ago that it was just best to stay away, and now Athena wanted to go back. We could ask them what went wrong. We never really found out, did we? At first Harper had laughed. Their parents never hesitated to list the reason upon reason for how they had been wronged by their spouse. They could each write a book on how the divorce was the other's fault. But when she really thought about it, Harper realized that her sister was right. They did not really know why their parents' marriage had failed. They could play the blame game for years and years, but unless a real discussion was had, none of it would mean anything. But still, going back? She still could not believe she did it. She said goodbye to her New York office and moved back to Los Angeles, leaving everything she had built. And now the prospect of facing her parents seemed somewhat daunting. Athena, ever enthusiastic, had suggested that they just move back in with one of their parents, but Harper shot that down pretty quickly. If things got ugly, she wanted to be able to escape. And besides that, living with either of her parents would just remind her of how spectacularly she had failed with Ethan. In the end, it had just been arguments and accusations, very much like her parents. That was never what Harper wanted to become. In truth, she had always been frightened that her life would come to that. But now, she hardly had to worry. Ethan would, no doubt, find someone better for him. He did not need a matchmaker to tell him that he was charming, funny, and gorgeous, and that the depth of his humility was nothing less than breathtaking. Despite the pompous nature he showed everyone else, boiling Ethan Kensley down would reveal his resilience, kindness, and dedication. At the very least, she would always have those memories. So, today is the day. They had barely been settled in Los Angeles for a week. Harper was looking for new office space while Athena contemplated translating jobs, but they had both taken today off. They were going to see their parents, to try and get some answers. Harper would head to their mothers, and Athena their fathers. Of course, the two refused to see one another, so asking anything more would be out of the question. They would just have to do their best. I guess so. Harper smiled at her sister, hoping she did not look as nervous as she felt. It would be better this time, she promised herself. Things would be different. Now, thanks to Ethan, she had an entirely different perspective. So why did she still feel as if her life was falling apart? In Ethan's opinion, Los Angeles was exhausting. He could see why the city so overwhelmed Vlad, but that did not mean it was any easier to steer his brother in the right direction. First and foremost, bringing their father from New York was no easy feat. Almost no doctor would sign off on it, and even then their mother insisted on coming as her husband's personal nurse. Ethan had to deal with his father's whims for a 6-hour flight, and then he had to deal with Vlad's stubbornness. It was easier, he supposed, knowing what his brother was dealing with. Vlad did not like to be told that he was wrong, but sometimes he needed to hear it. And their father excelled at that. It only took one excruciating conversation to get Vlad to take his head out of the sand, and then the rest was all smooth sailing, at least for his brother. Of course, Ethan had not thought Vlad would go so far as to actually propose to Charlotte Gardner, but he certainly was not protesting. Maybe the forthright architect would lighten him up. Their father certainly seemed partial to her. Ethan could not deny the simultaneous warm fuzzies and urge to be sick that he got when Vlad declared his love for Charlotte for every gossip-hungry media outlet to hear. For him, it was the ultimate sacrifice. Ethan could certainly respect that. All in all, the day was very, very long. From flying to the city to forcing Vlad to man up, and then the inevitable celebrations that came afterward, a very prominent part of Ethan wanted nothing more than to collapse in his hotel room. But he had bigger fish to fry. Harper was here. Though he had been busy the past few weeks, Ethan had not forgotten about her for one moment. When he heard that she was closing her Manhattan office, a brief moment of panic enveloped him. She was leaving the city, running from him. But there was nowhere she could go, and he would not follow. And so he watched and waited. When she settled in Los Angeles, he could not have been more relieved. Of course, Vlad wanted to know why he was here, and at that point he could not be completely honest with his brother, but all that mattered was the end game. Now Vlad had his blushing bride, their father was settled in his room with a very capable West Coast doctor tending to him, as well as his wife, and Ethan was free to tackle his own mistakes. To say he was eager would be a bit of an understatement. He might have hired a driver, but he still had his vices. Instead, he rented a luxury sports car before making his way towards South Los Angeles, where he knew Harper and Athena had settled. Harper. Goodness, how he missed her. That blonde hair, the way she smelled, that sardonic little smirk. If he could just talk to her, tell her how much of a fool he had been. Maybe she would forgive him, and they could start over. Be romantic partners in the real sense of the word. The notion was enough to make Ethan grin in elation, as he lost himself in the prospect of his future. And missed an oncoming car swerving out of its lane. So how is that good-for-nothing father of yours? Harper was getting nowhere fast. She brought her mother a gift, regaled her with stories of New York, and had planned on slowly but steadily heading toward the topic of her parents' marriage, but her mother broached it first. And not in a favorable tone. In truth, just being in this house made her uneasy. Harper had too many bad memories of the place. Athena has gone to visit him? Harper tried with a thin smile. You might ask her. Predictably, her mother frowned. Of course she goes to see him before me. Playing favorites. Harper groaned. No one is playing favorites, Mom. They will come to see you tomorrow. If your father has not poisoned her against me, that is. Harper had barely been in the house for an hour, and already she wanted to throw her hands up in frustration. How she had expected to get anything out of her mother was completely foreign to her now. All the woman wanted to do was talk about her own problems. Both she and their father were so wrapped up in their own issues that... Oh goodness. The answer crashed over her with the force of a tsunami, and Harper understood. Two people wrapped up in their own problems, so caught up that they could not see what brought them together in the first place. Just like she and Ethan. Her thoughts were consumed by him. At that moment, she needed Ethan so badly she could barely stand it. She missed him, both his snark and his sincerity. The way he held her, the way they were together, and all the good he brought out in her. She had to see him. Had to. I am going to call your sister. Harper was so consumed by her own thought process that she barely noticed when her mother left the room. She did not notice when the older woman got Athena on the phone and proceeded to be righteously displeased. In fact, she did not notice much of anything until the television before her switched on a special news bulletin. And the world stopped. In a horrible accident on Interstate 49 this afternoon, Ethan Kensley, son of billionaire mogul Jackson Kensley, was struck by an oncoming car in his rental on the way to South Los Angeles. The car was totaled, and Ethan Kensley was rushed to Bayside Hospital in critical condition. He is said to be stable, but suffering from a number of injuries that. By this point, Harper had tuned out the overly concerned voice of the newscaster. All she could see was the image of the twisted sports car that he had been driving. It was utterly destroyed, the frame warped and the metal torn beyond compare. Horrified, Harper could only stare. Ethan was in Los Angeles. A car had hit him, and dear goodness, the last thing she had told him was to get out of her office. Immediately, the blonde lurched from the sofa, grabbing her purse. "Harper," her mother called, her head poking out of the kitchen doorway. "Where are you going? I thought you wanted to talk." "I will be back later." Harper hardly managed the words before she was out the door, sprinting down the drive to her car. Ethan. She had no idea how she got to the hospital. The entire ride was a blur. Outside the building, every media outlet in existence was clamoring for news of the Kensley family. Harper shoved through them without hesitation, before rushing to the reception desk, hardly daring to breathe. What room are they keeping Ethan Kensley in? She was well aware that she probably looked frightful, but Harper did not care. She had to see him. Had to tell him. But the receptionist was eyeing her warily. "Are you a family member? I need to see some identification." The blonde could have screamed in frustration. It was her first impulse to lie, but she did not have the paperwork to back up her claim. "Look," she began, tension evident in her voice. "I have to see him. Please. I just need to know that he is all right." "Yeah," the stone-faced woman replied dryly. "You and every other reporter. Only family allowed to see him." Harper could have collapsed in dismay. What if something had happened? What if she never got to see him again? The thought of Ethan leaving her forever, it was more than she could possibly bear. "Let her through." The blonde started at a deep, vaguely familiar voice to her right. She looked up, shocked to see none other than Vladimir Kensley standing over her with a wan smile. "Harper Jones, right?" Harper nodded in disbelief, as Vladimir raked a hand through dark hair. "He looks awful, but he is still breathing, and I am sure he will be glad to see you. So let her through." He directed his last words at the flustered receptionist, who all but bent over backward to obey him. "Oh, of course, Mr. Kensley. Thank you." Harper could barely get the words out, as her heart leapt into her throat. "Do not thank me yet." Vlad jerked a thumb toward the hall behind him. "He is in room 416. First door beyond the elevator on your right." Harper was gone almost before he finished speaking. For her, an elevator ride had never been longer. She almost knocked over two nurses as she burst from its confines and jerked the door to room 416 open. And there he was. For close to a minute, Harper did not draw a single breath. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. More than half his body was wrapped in bandages, one leg suspended from the ceiling, clearly broken. There was more blood than she had seen in a long while, and the handsome face she so adored was swollen with trauma. Green eyes were mere slits directed at the ceiling, and Harper's heart went out to him as tears streamed down her face. Ethan. Her Ethan. He was alive. Slowly she advanced on the bed, step by step. She was halfway across the room, before the man in the bed shifted slightly, his eyes meeting hers. Time stopped. Harper's eyes swept over him again and again, concentrating not on his injuries, but on the fact that he was alive. He was still breathing, and she was not too late. It was Ethan who finally broke the silence. "Well, no." His words were muffled through the bandages around his head. "Not the reunion I expected." Slowly, Harper sank down on the edge of the bed, reaching out to touch one of his hands gently. "Does it?" She swallowed thickly. "Does it hurt?" Ethan chuckled darkly at her question. "I am so medicated, I do not know my elbow from my knee. So no, at least not now." A low breath whistled from him. I am pretty messed up, Harper. Tentatively, the blonde reached down to touch his face as gently as she could. Fractured spine. Broken leg. A great deal of torn ligaments. They are talking about therapy to learn how to hold a spoon again. He choked another laugh. What a mess. My mess, Harper murmured, his face between her hands as her eyes met his. Mine. I will take care of you, Ethan. I will take a break from work. I will move in. I will do whatever I have to. Harper, that is ridiculous. I am messed up, Ethan spat. I might never be the same again, and I... He trailed off, pain evident in his tone. I said all those things, all that nonsense I did not mean. I should have listened to you. I should have believed in you. This was the second time she had come apart in front of him, but Harper hardly cared. He was here. And as long as they were together, everything would be fine. Everything could be worked out. I should not have lied. I should have been honest with you, Ethan, and I am being honest now. I love you. I should not have let you go. I should not have left the city. Maybe if I had not, you would not be. Do not you dare, Harper. He cut her off brusquely, his gaze hungry. Do not you dare. This is not your fault. None of it is. His tone softened. Did you just say you loved me? I love you. Her makeup had to be a mess by this point. Ethan was the only person in the world who could reduce her to an amorphous puddle of emotion, and Harper supposed she had better get used to it. I do. I love you. And I am not going anywhere, no matter what you say. Goodness. Ethan groaned. You are stubborn. He smiled as well as his face would allow, and her heart leapt. I adore it. I adore you, Harper, and if this accident gets me a few months of you waiting on my hand and foot, I suppose it will have been worth it. Harper laughed through her tears. Do not count your chickens. I am going to be a hard taskmaster. You will hate me. No. Ethan met her gaze steadily, his eyes full of emotion. I will love you. Never doubt that, Harper. I will love you in all the ways that you deserve.
Epilogue. 2 years later.
Harper. Groaning, the blonde turned over and buried her face in the pillow. No. Harper. You awake? Not until noon, she muttered. His quiet chuckle reached her, warm and familiar. Harper, my appointment is at 10:30. Please for me. That did it. Her eyes opened, guilt flickering across her face as she remembered. Today was important, Ethan's final physical therapy session, the last step after the accident that had nearly taken his life 2 years ago. She exhaled softly, pushing herself upright. I am sorry. I lost track of time last night and... Before she could finish, he leaned in and kissed her. Harper smiled against it, already giving in. Morning, he murmured. Morning, she replied, her tone soft despite her earlier protest. It took a while before they finally left the bedroom, but neither of them seemed in any hurry to rush the moment. Even after everything they had been through, being together like this still felt like something they had fought for and won. Later in the kitchen, Harper moved around preparing breakfast while Ethan settled at the table, watching her with quiet satisfaction. Despite his progress, recovery had been a long road. Some days were still difficult, but he never gave up. That was just who he was. Did you do your exercises? She asked, glancing at him. What, this morning or in general? He teased. In general, she replied, giving him a look. I have done them, he said more seriously now. All of them. She nodded, satisfied, before returning to her task. It had not been easy, the healing, the setbacks, the arguments, but they had stayed. Through all of it. That was what mattered. That was what it meant to build a life together. When she set the breakfast down, Ethan shifted closer, a quiet smile on his face. Freedom sounds good, but I could get used to this. Harper rolled her eyes, though she smiled. Heaven forbid you become independent again. I am working on it, he said. You better be, she replied lightly. They fell into an easy rhythm after that, familiar, comfortable, the kind of quiet that only came from knowing someone completely. After a moment, Ethan looked at her more seriously. You have been holding something back. Harper hesitated. She had thought about waiting, about finding the perfect moment. But now, sitting here with him, it felt right. Ethan, she said softly. I am pregnant. For a brief moment, everything stilled. Then Ethan let out a breath, his expression shifting, surprise giving way to something deeper, something brighter. Are you serious? She nodded. The next moment, he pulled her into an embrace, holding her close as a smile spread across his face, genuine, unguarded, overwhelming in its happiness. A baby, he murmured, almost in disbelief. We are going to have a baby. Harper's eyes softened as she nodded again. We are. He laughed quietly, his joy unmistakable. And for a long moment neither of them spoke, just held onto each other, letting the reality of it settle in. Ethan finally pulled back slightly, his expression still full of wonder. We are going to tell Dad. Harper smiled. And for the first time, the future felt like something they were ready for. The end. Did you like this book? Then you'll love Billionaire's Obsession. I didn't have time for distractions. Not with my final semester, my future on the line, and everything depending on me staying focused. Then I met him. Powerful. Ruthless. Used to getting exactly what he wants. The kind of man who looks at you once, and decides you're his. I should have walked away. Instead, one night changes everything. Because being seen with him makes me a target. Now I'm caught in a world I never asked for, one filled with danger, secrets, and a man who refuses to let me go. Kidnappings. Threats. Shadows that follow us everywhere. Someone wants to destroy him, and I'm just collateral damage. But the more time I spend with him, the harder it is to deny what's growing between us. This was supposed to be nothing more than temptation. Now it's something deeper. Something dangerous. And if we're not careful, falling for him won't just break my heart. It might cost me my life.
Sneak peek for Billionaire's Obsession. Chapter 1. Sloane.
The music pumped through the speakers, and I swayed lightly on the balls of my feet. I was not much of a dancer, but it did not look like anyone else in the club could dance either. The floor was so packed that bodies rubbed against each other as they jumped and moved. Shoved into a corner, I gripped a bottle of beer in one hand and kept a tight grip on my phone in the other. Sweaty and more than a little drunk, my roommate Randy danced her way to me and snagged my beer. Taking a long sip, she frowned at me. Sloane, that phone better be out because you are collecting phone numbers from attractive guys, she yelled at me. I am just checking it, I shouted back over the bass of the music. The dress is too short, and I am afraid it is going to fall out. Because the dress she forced me to wear did not have any pockets, I had my card, car key, and phone strapped in a small pouch against my thigh. It was a little uncomfortable, but I knew that I would lose a purse if I tried to bring it.
Girl, that dress looks amazing.
She handed me back my beer and turned to smile at the man standing next to me. Randy was an exotic beauty. In a city of fake tans, her own Latin heritage gave her skin that was always dark and smooth. Her streaked dark hair fell to the middle of her back, and she had those perfectly pouty lips. Everywhere we went, she drew the attention of most of the male population. And if I were being honest, quite a few females as well. I, on the other hand, was easily overlooked. No matter how hard I tried, my Irish skin refused to tan. My long auburn hair curled on a good day, but usually stayed in a tangled frizzy mess. To tame it, I usually kept it pulled back, either in a bun or tied at the nape of my neck. I tried to cut it once, but it was a year-long disaster. I was not the kind of woman to spend any significant amount of time in front of the mirror, primping and preening, so my hair was a mess that could not be tamed. I was not a complete disaster. I did have nice green eyes, but I was already forced to wear reading glasses. As a student, my nose was usually stuck in a book, and the glasses felt like a permanent fixture on my face. These days, looks were not all that important to me. I was one semester short of graduating with my master's in childhood education. I was a busy girl. Tonight was Randy's birthday, and she literally threatened me with everything under the sun if I did not go out with her. Disgusted with most of my own clothes, she squeezed my curves into a short and slinky green halter dress. I felt completely exposed. "You have not danced with a single guy since we got here," she accused me. "We are supposed to be having fun." "You are supposed to be having fun," I corrected her. "And from what I can tell, you are having a ton of fun. Let me get you a drink, and you can find your next partner." "You are impossible," she growled, but she did not stop me as I leaned over the bar and waved down the bartender. One good thing about my outfit was that I did not have to wait for my drinks. My top was low-cut, and the bartender could not stop looking. "A tequila shot for my friend." "No training wheel," I ordered. He stared the whole time he poured. "You should give him your number," Randy muttered in my ear. I just shook my head. While I was pretending to enjoy myself, the truth was that I was scrolling through the latest email from Professor Elliot. My advisor had pretty much torn my thesis idea to shreds. Of course, at the end, he had written "excellent start." What on earth did that even mean? I could not help but obsess. Randy downed her tequila shot and scanned the crowd. I knew she was looking for her next dance partner, but suddenly, she reached over and grabbed my arm. "Sloane," she shouted in my ear. "That guy is staring at you." "He is probably staring at you," I said absently as I held my empty beer bottle up. The bartender popped the cap off another one and handed it to me. Her nails dug almost painfully into my skin. Believe me, I wish he was staring at me. He has got to be the most attractive guy in here. Curious, I turned around to follow her line of sight. Above us, on the second-floor balcony, the man leaned over the banister. Randy was not lying. He looked like trouble personified. Dark hair swept low over piercing blue eyes and curled at the nape of his neck. His stubble did not do anything to hide his strong square jaw, and it was clear that he was tall and built. Chills raced down my spine. He did seem to be staring at me. I had indulged in some loaded fries earlier. Maybe I had parsley stuck in my teeth. Self-consciously, I turned and ran my tongue over them before I tilted back my beer. "Go talk to him," Randy urged me. "No way," I muttered. It was too quiet for her to hear, but I was sure she knew exactly what I had said. Randy had been my best friend and roommate for 2 years. She knew my weaknesses and limitations. I did not talk to men. Lately, I had been hiding behind the fact that I was so busy with school, but she knew that I was still hurt from my last relationship. My one and only boyfriend, Victor Willis, had spent 2 years keeping me down before I realized he was cheating on me. That was 6 months ago, and I had not even tried to connect with anyone since. "Suit yourself. I am going to go dance." Randy gave me a disgusted look before heading back to the dance floor. 2 of her friends had made it to the edge, and she sandwiched herself between them and gave everyone quite a show. I envied Randy's confidence. She could use her body like a weapon, but she was also brilliant. As a student of childhood psychology, she was often the driving force behind my teaching theories, but while I had to spend almost every minute working, she could go on a weekend bender and still ace her Monday test. Once again left to my own devices, I returned my attention back to my phone. I typed a quick reminder to myself when someone rammed into me. Gasping, I stumbled back and dumped my beer all over myself. "Darn it," I swore. Looking up, I tried to pinpoint the culprit, but there were too many people near me, and no one was paying any attention. "At least it is not my dress," I grumbled as I leaned over the bar to grab some cocktail napkins. "Can I get some club soda?" I asked loudly. To the dismay of some of the other patrons waiting, the bartender moved quickly to fulfill my request. Holding my phone between my teeth, I tried to maneuver through the crowd until I burst onto the patio. I had a little accident, I explained to the bouncer, who stared at me like I had lost my mind. Deeply breathing in the fresh air, I dipped the napkin in the club soda and tried to dab at my dress. I did not know what I expected it to do. It was not just a little spot. The beer had spread from the straps all the way to my midriff and was slowly soaking through. My chest was sticky and I reeked. Disgusted, I tossed the napkins and left the glass on the table. I kept several changes of clothes in the trunk of my car, and there was a tank top and jeans in there that would get me through the rest of the night. Snagging my keys from the small pouch, I opened the gate of the patio and slipped out. I had just made it to the car when a dark van came to a squealing halt in front of me. My heart stopped when the door slid open. Goodness gracious! I was about to be taken not more than 20 feet from a crowded club. The first masked man jumped out, and I could feel his eyes raking over me. Darn! Lucas Montgomery is going to pay handsomely for your safe return. Who on earth was Lucas Montgomery? I do not have any cash, I said as I tried to keep my voice calm. And I do not know any Lucas Montgomery. The masked man snickered. From the way he was looking at you, I bet he is already thinking about you. No one looks at a woman like that unless he is very interested in her. I shuddered and fisted the key in my palm so the metal edge stuck out between my fingers. If he thought I was going to meekly get in the van, he had another thing coming. The two of them tried to grab me and I moved. I was not a martial arts expert, but I had learned a few things from the kickboxing classes Randy had dragged me to, and I had taken more than a few self-defense classes. I swung my key around to dig it toward one guy's face and lashed out with my foot. It connected solidly, and he screamed and hit his knees. Dodging my key, the man wrenched me around and slammed me against the car. Fear coursed through me and I kicked out wildly again. I did not hit anything, but it was enough to make him move. He pulled me roughly to the ground and wildly looked up. "Come on," he yelled as he grabbed the other man still moaning on the pavement. I guess I had caused too much of a scene. By the time I had pushed myself off the loose gravel, they had jumped back in the van and were gone.
Chapter 2. Lucas.
She was captivating. I could not help but stare as I caught sight of her. After 2 long and boring hours of an investment meeting, I was ready for a drink, but watching her was better than a shot of whiskey. It was obvious that she was completely out of place. When she was not staring at her phone, she was constantly tugging on her green dress. First, she would pull the dress up to cover herself, then tug it back down again, clearly uncomfortable in every direction. My mind wandered to thoughts of what it might be like if we were alone. I was the kind of man who did not have to look far for a beautiful woman to spend time with, but there was a distinctive downside to having so many choices. It took more to excite me, but one look at her and desire stirred strongly within me. The mystery woman's friend said something in her ear, and she looked right at me. When her gaze met mine, I saw her eyes widen as she took me in. Her lips parted in surprise, and she suddenly whirled around. Amused, I straightened and started walking to the stairwell. I craved her presence. I would pull her onto the dance floor and hold her close. It was so crowded tonight that the press of bodies would hide almost anything. Then I would take her home and lose ourselves in each other. Just as I reached the top of the stairwell, the bouncer grabbed my arm. "Mr. Montgomery? There is a phone call for you." Of course there was. With a sigh, I headed back to the VIP room where the young waitress handed me the phone. She was a cute little brunette, with a smile that said she knew she was attractive. If there was one good thing I could say about the club, it was that the owner knew how to staff it. The glass separated me from the rest of the clubbers, but the floor still vibrated with the bass, and I could still faintly hear the music. At the back, a private bar was fully stocked with only the finest liquors. "Montgomery," I growled into the receiver. "You are not picking up your cell," Steinberg growled. Howard Steinberg was my vice president of operations, and he had been stressing over the investment meeting. While it was my money to do as I pleased, investing in Club 9 would have been a public move. He was concerned about how it would reflect on my character and my company. Steinberg worried too much, but that was why I kept him on. "It is a club," I growled. "I can barely hear my own thoughts, let alone my phone. What is so important that it could not wait until morning?" "How did the meeting go?" Steinberg was a good 20 years older than my own 32. He always liked to say that he was too old for pleasantries. I turned around to watch the dancers below. "The numbers are good. The club has done well for the past 6 months, but I have a feeling it is just a trend. In a few more months, it will be old news, and it will die just like the other 90% of the clubs in the city." I told the owner that I would think about it, but I do not think it is going to make me any money. Steinberg sighed in relief, and I could not help but smile. I was not exactly the golden child of the media, but the press was not knocking down my door in search of scandal. The city had come to know me as a perpetual bachelor and playboy, but I did not break hearts or cause drama. Still, Steinberg made sure that my public relations agents stayed on top of things. He had been upset when I told him that the manager of Club 9 had invited me to an investment meeting. I was careful with where I invested my money, and I fielded offers on a weekly basis. It was rare for me to actually attend these meetings, but Club 9 was all the rage these days, and while I would not be investing, I was glad that I took the meeting. As Steinberg continued about how I had made the right decision, my mind wandered to the woman downstairs. "Steinberg," I said abruptly, "this is all stuff that you can tell me on Monday during normal business hours. Go to bed. Men your age went to sleep hours ago. One day, if you are lucky, you will get to my age, and you will not think those jokes are so funny," he snapped. Without bothering to say goodbye, he hung up the phone. I chuckled as I put the phone back on the receiver and headed out of the room. The small second-floor lounge served as overflow, but because it did not have a bar or dance floor, it was mostly for people trying to take phone calls or hide from club creepers. The glass windows separated it from the VIP room, but heavy curtains obstructed the view. Leaning over the banister again, I scanned the main floor for the woman, but she was nowhere to be found. Irritated that I had lost her, I headed back to the VIP lounge to exit out the back private entrance of the club. My faithful driver, Danny O'Brien, had been with me for almost 5 years now. Although he had moved from Ireland more than a decade ago, he still held fast to his Irish accent. He told me it was because it drove women crazy, but I had a feeling that Danny felt a little lost sometimes. Like everybody else, he needed something to remind him of home. A man in his late 40s, he had been married to the same woman since he was 18 years old. His wife was terrifying. "Going home alone, Mr. Montgomery?" Danny was one of the few members of the staff who spoke freely to me. Although he was always polite, he rarely filtered his words. I was not a fan of the back seat, so unless I was making a public appearance somewhere or riding with another passenger, I almost always sat up in the front with Danny. I was much more comfortable in the driver's seat, but I always had Danny drive me when I knew that I would be drinking. "It was not a successful night," I muttered before ducking into the car. The dark steel-colored Bentley Continental GTC was my favorite car in my collection. "Unsuccessful because you are going home alone, or because the investment did not work out like you wanted?" Danny teased as he started the car. The engine purred rather than roared, and I settled back in the leather seat. "Both," I said wryly. I had my eyes on a beautiful wallflower, but Steinberg had to call and pull me away. I lost her. "Wallflower. That will be different," Danny commented with a sly grin. As we pulled out to the main street, several police cars flew past us with their lights flashing. "Just because you have to go home to the same woman every night does not give you the right to judge my own love life," I muttered as I watched the police cars. They were pulling into the club parking lot. What had happened? "I get to go home to the same woman every night," Danny corrected. "And it is not really a love life unless you actually cultivate more than a one-night stand." "Turn around." I wanted to see what all the commotion was all about. Danny obeyed without comment, and within minutes he parked close to the police cars. What happened here? That is what I intend to find out. Stay here and keep the engine running. I will not be long. Exiting the car, I walked slowly to the closest officer as I took in the scene. A small crowd had gathered, and the police were still taping off a small section of the parking lot. In the middle of everything, one officer was draping a blanket across the shoulders of a woman. My wallflower. As I took in the tangled mess of curls and green dress, I felt an invisible fist punch me in the stomach. Excuse me. What is going on? No questions, the officer said gruffly as he tried to wave me away. I am Lucas Montgomery, I said quietly. I was just inside, a few minutes ago. It was rare for me to drop my name like that. Normally people knew who I was, and if they did not know, I did not care to tell them. The officer's eyes widened. Did you just say Montgomery? Hold on just a minute. Do not move. He ran over to someone else, and after a few seconds of conversation waved me in. I ducked under the tape. Mr. Montgomery, I am Detective Allen. Are you familiar with a Sloan Whitlock? I noted that the detective had flipped open a notepad. I am not, I said slowly. The detective pointed to the woman behind him. Paramedics were still checking Sloan out. That is her. You have no idea who she is. I saw her in the club, but I have never seen her before tonight, and I did not know her name. If you are asking if I witnessed anything, the answer is no. I am just here out of curiosity. Curiosity, huh? Are you the Montgomery from Montgomery Industries? Allen asked. His eyes gazed at me shrewdly. I knew when I was being interrogated. Peeved, I shook my head. I am not answering any more questions until you tell me what happened. Otherwise, you can talk to my lawyer. I apologize for the third degree, Mr. Montgomery. You are not a suspect, but it took me by surprise when you showed up at the crime scene. Miss Whitlock contends that while she was at her car, two men tried to abduct her. They said that Lucas Montgomery would pay for her return. She says that she has no idea who you are or what you do. She must have fought hard to get away. Is she okay? A few scrapes from the pavement. Nothing severe. She is a very lucky woman. Do you think she knows who you are? Immediately, I clenched my teeth. She is probably telling the truth. I did see her at the club, and I may have exhibited some signs of interest. Anyone watching me may have misconstrued that. Did you walk to her? Dance with her? Buy her a drink? No, I said softly. She was by the bar on the first floor, and I was on the second floor by the stairs leading up to the VIP room. I just watched her. It must have been some look that you gave her, the detective said softly. Leave a number where we can contact you if we need to. There are cameras in the parking lot, but apparently the men were masked. We may have some further questions for you. I rattled off my cell phone number as I stared at Sloan. As if she knew that I was watching her, she turned her head and locked eyes with me. Her mouth parted in surprise, and I knew that she recognized me from the bar. Rather than go talk to her, I thanked the officer and headed back to my car. I was not quite ready to speak to her yet, but I did need to get more information about her. If she had been harmed because of me, I wanted to keep an eye on her. And if she were running some kind of game, I wanted to know. There was just something about her that I was not quite ready to let go of yet.
End of sneak peek.